Chapter 536. An ancient teleportation formation. One teleportation costs 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What is going on? Someone exclaimed when he recognized the formation. Baijon's expression relaxed. He looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was already a dead man with only 1 hour left to live. There is no time. I cannot wait any longer. Dong. 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 Xiao Chen bowed slightly and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Suddenly, he started running. A strong wind blew as he ran. Baijon's gaze turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "How reckless. You actually dare to make a move against me." The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Baijon stretched out his hand from behind him and a huge ice palm suddenly appeared. It pressed down on Xiao Chen. Break. There was a flash of purple light as Xiao Chen drew his saber. A surging killing intent surged out like a flood. The huge ice palm was chopped in half just like that. It shattered into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. When Baijon saw Xiao Chen break out of the ice, he was astonished. Shock appeared in Baijon's eyes. Half a year ago, Xiao Chen had to use his trump card to break this move. Now, he dealt with it with one saber strike. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Xiao Chen's figure wavered and split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared, and the killing intent that filled the air suddenly vanished. As the cool breeze blew, it drifted towards Baijon. The torrential killing intent suddenly vanished. The frozen air also relaxed. The surrounding people were all astonished. What a fellow! His control over his killing intent has reached a level where he can control it freely. I can control it freely as well. However, my killing intent is not on the same level as his. This fellow is quite strong. Baijon was slightly astonished as well. It was hard to imagine that in less than half a year, Xiao Chen had grown to such a level. However, I have not been standing still for the past half a year. Baijon did not lose much confidence in himself. He still believed that he would have the last laugh. Furthermore, he only needed to last for 1 hour. At that time, the 8 martial monarchs would be enough to kill Xiao Chen in an instant. 1,000 flaming palm. Baijon shouted angrily as he moved his hands, which were behind his back. The surrounding cold air suddenly surged intensely, becoming incomparably hot. The transition between the concepts of ice and fire was as pure as fire and as smooth as flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. Countless flaming palms descended from the sky. The flaming palms were so real that the lines on the palms could be seen clearly. Each thread was extremely lifelike. Bang, bang, bang. The palm landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. The special deck of the Divine Dragon warship could not withstand the power of the flaming palm. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, causing them to lose their footing. Xiao Chen's 9 figures moved like the wind, moving between the flaming palms. Not a single one of them touched him as he rushed towards Baijon. Just as the 9 figures approached, they merged together. An overwhelming killing intent that had been silent for a long time surged out. A saber light flashed as Xiao Chen hacked down. Morning Ice Soul Palm. Baijon shouted and the flaming palms in the air gathered towards Baijon's hand like raindrops. They formed a bone-chilling palm imprint. Fire and ice instantly switched. Bang! The saber light struck the palm imprint and a surging shockwave immediately burst out. The surging essence on the saber exploded out. Baijon's complexion paled as he was knocked back 100 meters by this saber strike. He had a surprised expression on his face. He had actually lost in a contest of essence. Pa! Pa! Baijon sent out 2 palm strikes in the air. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. A cold wind howled with 1 palm strike and a surging heat wave with the other. Xiao Chen was immediately sandwiched between the 2 extremes of ice and fire. He felt very uncomfortable and his movements slowed down. Baijon's combat experience was very rich. The 4 young masters could not compare to him. When he saw Xiao Chen reveal an opening, he immediately took advantage of it. His figure flashed and he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's body from the side. This palm strike contained the energy of ice. It was bone-chilling, invading Xiao Chen's meridians and blood. Boom! Bai Zhang laughed maniacally and swung his left hand. However, his left hand contained a boundless energy of fire. Close combat had rendered Xiao Chen's saber useless. Bai Zhang was prepared to take down Xiao Chen in one spurt of energy and trample on him. This was a good plan. However, Bai Zhang did not know that Xiao Chen's close combat techniques were no weaker than his saber techniques. Berserk Dragon Fist. A resonant dragon roar resounded and an azure dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's left hand. Then, he sent out a dragon fist. When the fist and palm collided, sparks flew everywhere. Xiao Chen's horrifying strength exploded out. Bai Zhang felt his arm go numb, and he lost all feeling. This punch knocked him back 10 meters in midair. However, Xiao Chen did not move back at all. He gently swung his lunar shadow saber and drew a scarlet arc. Electricity flickered on the arc as it blocked Bai Zhang, who was charging forward again. The two of them exchanged blows in midair. Horrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, startling the surrounding cultivators. Bai Zhang's combat techniques were very good. When he realized that his essence was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, he immediately changed his strategy. Using the two extremes of ice and fire, he clashed with Xiao Chen. For a short period of time, he was not at a disadvantage. The two of them executed their killing moves in midair. All sorts of martial techniques appeared, giving off resplendent lights. They were evenly matched in midair. It was extremely intense. However, as time passed, Bai Zhang slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's state of massacre was simply too strong. The killing intent seeped into Bai Zhang's bones, slowly affecting his performance. At first, it did not affect him much. However, as time passed, his mental state started fluctuating. When Bai Zhang attacked, he could not control himself and revealed an opening. Xiao Chen caught hold of it and a horrifying saber wound appeared on his body. At some point in time, Shenyuan Zhantian, who was riding on his royal dragon horse, appeared in the crowd. He watched the two fighting in midair with interest. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes and the Western Sea's 7 knights were also attracted by this exciting battle. They all stopped to watch, occasionally commenting on it. Bai Zhang took some time to glance at the transportation formation in the air. He saw that 8 figures had already appeared in 8 different locations on the transportation formation. When the 8 figures solidified, the people on the other side would be completely transported over. I can't wait any longer. If I drag this out, I will lose for sure. Bai Zhang executed a big move and forced back Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly pulled himself out and soared into the air. He looked at Xiao Chen and said sternly, "Do you dare to decide victory or defeat in one move?" Xiao Chen brandished the saber in his hand and pointed it at Bai Zhang. He said softly, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Bai Zhang shouted ferociously, and the spiritual energy of ice and fire gathered and merged. Ice and fire were two extremely conflicting attributes. Under Bai Zhang's control, they actually merged and formed a huge whirlpool in front of him. It looked very strange. The whirlpool contained both the berserk of raging flames and the cold of ice. When the two attributes merged, they formed a new energy. Countless ice shards and sparks instantly spewed out of the whirlpool. The energy of the ice shards and sparks was startling. When the ice shards struck the surrounding people, severe wounds immediately appeared on their faces. They felt incomparably painful, like they had been cut by a knife. This startled the others. They quickly brought out their protective essence. When the sparks and ice shards struck the protective essence, they immediately gave off bang, bang sounds. Ice and fire oppose each other. This is the law of nature. How could they merge? This is too inconceivable. How did this move work? I can't figure it out at all. Shenyuan Zhantian's expression changed slightly as well. After a while, he muttered, "So that's how it is. It is not a true merger. Instead, it forms a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, it will erupt with horrifying energy, dealing a fatal blow to the opponent." The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes continued, "Ice and fire cannot coexist. Forcefully merging them will only result in great destruction. Before he makes his move, he suppresses this destructive force, allowing his opponent to bear the brunt of it. What a brilliant idea! The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean truly lives up to his reputation. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak genius of the great Jin nation, the leader of the Western Sea's Seven Knights side. His tone was filled with admiration. When the experts present saw Bai Zhon's move, they all nodded in agreement. They all retreated a few hundred meters. Even Shenyuan Zhantian was no exception. This was because they could already imagine how destructive this move would be. If they were struck by the aftershocks, they would not feel good. Die. Raging ice flame wave. Bai Zhon pushed his hands forward ferociously. The whirlpool of ice and fire in front of him immediately turned into a spiraling, two-colored light. It spun continuously as it flew at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Originally, he was prepared to use Wu Kuei moves heaven to deal with his opponent. However, when he saw Bai Zhon's raging ice flame wave, he immediately knew that Wu Kuei moves heaven would not be able to withstand this destructive force. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He muttered to himself, "I'll use that move. I'll use the power of heaven and earth to deal with the destructive force of your raging ice flame." Xiao Chen circulated the four-season saber technique in his meridians. A cold wind blew in the surroundings. Amid the cold wind, the crowd seemed to see snowflakes drifting down. Ice sealed the surrounding for thousands of kilometers. It was a boundless cold. All the creatures in the world entered hibernation. "This is strange. Why do I feel like it's late winter?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Amid the cold wind and falling snowflakes, Xiao Chen's saber suddenly moved. A clap of thunder resounded. The thunder contained a desolate killing intent. When the thunder roared, all the cold wind and snowflakes instantly disappeared. Instead, a spring breeze caressed their faces, and all living things came back to life. They all woke up from their hibernation state and began to chirp. This move was the first move of the four-season saber technique, the spring saber. Xiao Chen took the meaning of spring thunder. It carried a killing qi, commanding all the beasts in the world to cry out in unison. A surging energy burst forth from the saber along with the roar of thunder. This was the power of heaven and earth. After winter came spring, the cycle of the world was unstoppable. A boundless energy spread out from the saber. This was the pure power of heaven and earth. The cycle of the four seasons, the end of winter and the arrival of spring. Xiao Chen used the spring thunder as a guide to infuse this cycle into his saber technique. A surging energy surged out. Chapter 537. The shock wave formed by the fusion of ice and raging flames could no longer maintain its balance. It exploded like a berserk dragon or a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. A strong wind blew and countless chaotic energy flows appeared in space. Several of the cultivators did not retreat too far and were struck by the chaotic energy flows. They immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood, their complexions turning extremely pale. The power of the fusion of ice and fire is truly startling. The others quickly retreated another 100 meters, feeling even more astonished in their hearts. However, just as the shockwave was about to reach Xiao Chen, it was broken by the power of the world on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiu! A sharp saber light turned into a spring breeze, splitting the cold shockwave in half. As the spring breeze blew, all sorts of birds and beasts cried out. Everything came to life. The power of the world turned all the chaotic energy flows into nothingness. That ferocious shockwave was slowly dispelled by this saber strike. What saber technique is this? I can actually feel the power of the world. Unexpectedly, the shock wave of ice and raging flames was completely dissipated. It did not have any effect at all. When everyone saw such a strange scene, they were shocked. Shenyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's four heroes, and the others all frowned. They did not understand what was happening. The spring breeze formed by the saber light did not lose its momentum. Before Bai Zhon's horrified gaze, it arrived before him and struck his chest. The energy contained in the wind immediately surged out. Bai Zhon did his best to block, but he felt like he was facing the world. That energy was astonishingly strong. Puci. After a while, Bai Zhon's defense broke. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, He landed heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He felt somewhat dizzy. After checking himself, he discovered that he had exhausted a significant amount of essence and mental energy. Unexpectedly, this move exhausted a large amount of mental energy and essence. Drawing the power of the world into saber technique was indeed not that easy. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the ancient transportation formation and ignored Bai Zhang. The elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans were his true threat. As for Bai Zhang, he could no longer stop Xiao Chen. The bitter cultivation on Nirvana Island for half a year was no joke. Xiao Chen soared up and pointed his saber at the ancient transportation formation. He needed to destroy the transportation formation. Otherwise, if 8 martial monarchs attacked together, he would not have any chance of surviving. You want to destroy the transportation formation? Dream on. Bai Zhang, who was lying on the ground, was in a sorry state. He no longer had his earlier calmness. He roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling extremely furious in his heart. You, Bai Zhang, have tried to kill me time and time again, using all sorts of schemes to force me to stay on Nirvana Island for half a year. He had schemed to make Xiao Chen offend the Northern Sea's 4 great clans, forcing him to end the experimental training early. Now, he had come to obstruct him again and again. Did he really think that Xiao Chen had killed someone? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and burned his vital chi as he punched. Bang! A dragon fist descended from the burning azure clouds in the sky. It was like a meteor crashing down. It instantly struck Bai Zhang's head and smashed him to the ground. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He turned his fist into a claw and opened the dragon fist. A blue dragon hidden in the clouds gave off a resonant dragon roar. The dragon claw descended from the sky and pressed down on Bai Zhang, who had just stood up. Cracks spread out on the ground, and Bai Zhang fell with a bang. Hu Kai. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he quickly arrived before the hole. He stretched out his hand and pulled Bai Zhang up. Bai Zhang's entire body was in pain. When he saw Xiao Chen pull him up, he sent out an ice palm. Xiao Chen kicked and the force in his leg exploded forth. He shattered the huge ice palm with a bang. Bai Zhang was knocked back again. Who asked you to play tricks? Today, I will beat you up. I don't care if you are the last disciple of the evil moon pavilion. Since you want to kill me, I will repay you tenfold. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he activated the blood flame shoes. His speed was very fast as he punched and kicked Bai Zhang. Bai Zhang did his best to block, but it was to no avail. Bai Zhang was severely injured by Xiao Chen's spring thunder chop. Then, he suffered from the burning the heavens. How could he block Xiao Chen's attacks? Xiao Chen beat him up in the air until he did not even look human. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Void battle armor. At the critical moment, Bai Zhang had no choice but to take out his trump card. A light flickered on his body, and a crack appeared in the space behind him. He quickly hid in it and fled in a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, so what if you fight to your heart's content? The transportation formation will be ready soon. The 8 martial monarchs of the 4 noble clans will come out together. You are destined to die. When I completely merge the ice and the raging flame and ascend to the position of Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, I will kill my way to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Your friends and family will suffer a fate worse than death because of you. I want you to die in peace. The crack in space slowly closed, and Bai Zhang's roars came from within. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He waved his right hand, and when the crack closed completely, the thunder fire sword in his palm shot out. A miserable cry came from the crack. Kai! Kai! The thunder fire sword circled around in the air and shrank back to the size of a palm. Then, it landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the blade. You were stabbed in the chest. I hope you are still alive. Xiao Chen returned the thunder fire sword to his palm. Then, he flew to the top of the ancient transportation formation with a grave expression. The lines on the formation gave off a resplendent light. At this moment, The 8 figures looked very solid. They would soon break out of the formation. Could this transportation formation be used to deal with him? What exactly did this person do? Unexpectedly, he provoked the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans into activating the ancient transportation formation to deal with him. First, he killed the Northern Sea's new 4 young masters with 1 saber strike. Then, he defeated the evil moon pavilions by Jean. It is such a pity for such a genius to fall. Why is he not running quickly? What is he doing there? Does he think he can break the transportation formation? With the 8 martial monarchs working together, there would be no surprises. Even someone as strong as Shenyuan Zhantian would not survive. When the people below saw the resplendent transportation formation, they all felt it was a pity. The transportation formation required 100,000 superior grade spirit stones to activate. Once it was activated, even a martial monarch would find it hard to break. Xiao Chen's gaze turned grave as he continuously scanned the formation with his spiritual sense, searching for the flaws of the formation. The Compendium of Cultivation had a lot of knowledge and introduction regarding formations. Xiao Chen was more familiar with formations than anyone else. If it was a complete formation, he would not be able to break it with his strength. However, if it was not a complete formation, it would be hard to say. I found it. It is indeed as I expected. How can an ancient formation be so easy to fix? Xiao Chen muttered as he focused his gaze on a certain node in the formation. A painting flew out of Xiao Chen's body. He held it in his right hand and unfurled it with his left. The lotus-shaped scarlet blood frost flame floated out of the palm in the painting. Under the control of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it quickly descended towards that incomplete node. When everyone saw the scarlet blood frost flame descend, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is this? Kai. When the scarlet blood frost flame landed on that node, the scarlet flame immediately burned intensely. The extremely complicated and resplendent formation started to tremble. The entire space started to shake, and suddenly, the world started to spin. The huge divine dragon warship started to shake as well, and everyone started to panic for no apparent reason. Kaca. The weakest node finally broke under the burning of the scarlet blood frost flame. Like dominoes, cracks began to appear on the formation. Kaca. An ancient transportation formation, something that seemed to be a mythical transportation formation, actually shattered right before everyone's eyes. The 8 corporeal human figures also gradually became illusory and ethereal. They flickered incessantly and finally disappeared one by one. Xiao Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "It's over." Boom. Just as Xiao Chen was about to withdraw the scarlet blood frost flame, the final figure in the formation flickered wildly. Before the formation completely vanished, it turned into a real figure. A martial monarch green-robed old man had teleported over at the last moment. "Ignorant child, you killed the 4 inheritors of my Northern Sea clan's clan head. Do you really think you can deceive everyone?" Bang! The green-robed old man punched. A fist made of quintessence smashed the scarlet blood frost flame into lotus petals with a pa sound and sent it back into the painting. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. He was so fast that no one could catch him with their eyes. In an instant, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he sent a sharp kick at Xiao Chen's head. When the green-robed old man kicked, the surrounding wind howled. The air around his feet spiraled, forming an intense storm. The aura of this kick was startling, shocking everyone. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen's hand touched the handle of the lunar shadow saber, the kick landed on his chest. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Xiao Chen vomited a large mouthful of blood. The quintessence in his feet surged wildly into his body. The quintessence that surged out from the crystal chi whirlpool immediately vanished without a trace. It could not resist at all. The quintessence swept through Xiao Chen's meridians and rushed into his chest. His internal organs immediately turned into a mess. Xiao Chen felt something sweet in his throat as he vomited another mouthful of blood. Quintessence was quintessence. No matter how pure and vast Xiao Chen's essence was, he could not resist it. The difference between the two was like the difference between wood and steel. No matter how hard wood was, How could it compare to steel? After struggling for a while, Xiao Chen quickly stood up. He pushed off the ground and activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed instantly broke through Mach 4. He grabbed Leng Yu and rushed forward. When Leng Yu saw the pale Xiao Chen, she said worriedly, "Are you all right? I have a way to deal with him. Don't say anything." There was not much fluctuation in Xiao Chen's tone. However, there was an irrefutable meaning in his words. Chapter 538. The green-robed old man in the air revealed shock in his eyes. He had used 50% of his strength in this kick. Even a peak half-step martial monarch would be severely injured by this kick. However, Xiao Chen still had the strength to stand up. Not only that, but he was even able to run so fast. What a strong physical body. The green-robed old man laughed maniacally. However, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are just a martial king. Die. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. It was like he teleported and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he stored up some energy and gathered his quintessence at his feet. The surrounding air turned into a whirlwind that moved quickly under his feet. At this moment, even the wind was sucked in by the green-robed old man. It was like this was an order that no one dared to disobey. Xiao Chen seemed to have eyes behind him. He did not even bother to look. Instead, he turned around and kicked. Since Xiao Chen was not as fast as the green-robed old man, he could only predict his movements. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen's kick landed on the green-robed old man's foot. He vomited another mouthful of blood and flew back again. He spun in the air and dissipated the force of the kick. Then, he continued flying forward. The first time, you did not even see my footsteps. This time, you managed to predict my movements and even borrowed my force to flee further. The green-robed old man's face sank. His figure flickered, leaving behind after images in the air as he quickly gave chase. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, turned his head to take a look. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. With a thought, an overwhelming purple flame shot out from his right eye. The green-robed old man was flying too fast. He was hit in an instant. His clothes and hair were immediately set on fire. Pu. A strong quintessence burst out of the old man's body. The purple flame burned for a breath of time before it was completely extinguished. The old man's clothes were burned to tatters. His hair gave off strands of black smoke. He looked very miserable. The green-robed old man was not injured. However, he was extremely angry. A bona fide martial monarch was reduced to such a state by a junior. Damn it! I will definitely kill you today. Intense sonic booms resounded in the air. The green-robed old man pushed his movement technique to its limits. In a few breaths, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and shot out the thunder fire sword in his palm. Then, without even looking, he turned around and ran. The purple flames on the thunder flame sword burned slowly. After Leng Yu refined the thunder flame sword, its speed and might increased by more than 4 times. The explosive force within 100 meters could reach Mach 5 or more. The sword did not miss its target. The azure-robed old man had just arrived in front of Xiao Chen when the thunder fire sword arrived before him, startling him. Kai! The sword blade didn't give him any time to react before it shot towards him. At this moment, it was obviously too late for him to use the Jin Yuan shield again. At this critical moment, the old man could only tilt his head to the side. The thunder fire sword, which was as fast as a meteor, brushed past his cheek. The sharp chi on the sword's edge left a shallow wound on the left side of his face. With this delay, Xiao Chen managed to escape again. Furthermore, Xiao Chen left a wound on his face. After being continuously played by a junior, the old man was so angry that smoke came out of his head. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, damn it, bang, bang. He stomped heavily on the ground twice, causing the entire ground to tremble. The surrounding people were shaken to the point where they swayed left and right. This showed how much force was contained in that stomp. I don't believe I can't catch you. The green-robed old man shouted angrily and chased in a straight line. Some of the buildings in front of him were directly smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense locked firmly on the azure-clad old man. Even without looking behind him, he could sense the other party's every move. Xiao Chen gently floated down and put Lung Yu down. Then, he turned around and faced the old man. He opened the 24 acupoints on his arms and the 2 blue dragon tattoos moved quickly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the green-robed old man saw Xiao Chen stop, looking like he wanted to block him, he smiled in disdain. He opened his right palm and condensed quintessence. His palm immediately lit up with a resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Roar! Roar! 2 resonant dragon roars resounded. The blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Chen's arms came to life. They left his arms and turned into 2 realistic dragon chi. They roared ferociously and charged forward, baring their fangs and claws. The dragon roars resounded and dragon might spread out. The blue dragon seemed real as it glared angrily at the green-robed old man. Unexpectedly, a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Bang! Bang! The 2 dragons intersected and crashed into the green-robed old man's palm. A surging energy burst out and formed a circular azure shockwave that spread out rapidly. Several cultivators were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The green-robed old man was astonished. He unconsciously retreated several steps. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Xiao Chen had fled far away with Lung Yu. This white-robed bladesman is very powerful. He managed to dodge several times. His opponent is a martial monarch. If I were facing a martial monarch, I would have to admit defeat before the fight even started. How could I still have such fighting spirit? Martial monarchs have already refined their essence into quintessence. They are on a completely different level from us. It is surprising that this white-robed bladesman could last for so long. He might have really managed to escape. When the surrounding cultivators saw Xiao Chen force back the green-robed martial monarch again, they discussed in astonishment. When the green-robed old man heard these words, it was like a slap to his face. His face, which had been charred by the purple thunder true fire, could not help but tremble. The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes and watched Xiao Chen flee quickly. He was thoroughly enraged. His clothes fluttered continuously as a strong wind blew behind him. The aura of a martial monarch soared wildly. Come back. The green-robed old man opened his right hand and a strong whirlwind appeared in his palm, heading for Xiao Chen. This time, the green-robed old man did not hold back at all. The quintessence in his body surged as he brought out his full strength. The whirlwind quickly caught up to Xiao Chen. An irresistible suction pulled Xiao Chen back step by step. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Xiao Chen did his best to resist. However, his body still moved back uncontrollably. This was the result of the huge difference in strength. No matter what technique he used, he could not dodge it. Enough. Shenyuan Zhantian, who had been watching from the side for a long time, could no longer stand it. He spat out 2 words and rode on the mixed-blood royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and charged over. The purple cloak on Shenyuan Zhantian's back fluttered continuously. An azure flood dragon spiraled around the heavenly halberd, carrying a boundless aura. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, made his move. The green-robed old man's face sank. He did not dare to be careless against this halberd. The whirlwind in his palm stopped and he sent a palm strike to meet Shenyuan Zhantian's halberd. Bang! When the green-robed old man's palm strike landed on the halberd, the spiraling flood dragon immediately shattered into tiny purple flood dragon chi. A surging quintessence spread out from the halberd. The royal dragon horse neighed and raised its front hooves. It looked like it would fall at any moment. Shenyuan Zhantian pressed down hard and the royal dragon horse's hooves fell back to the ground. In the end, it managed to withstand the peak strike of a martial monarch. The green-robed old man looked at Shenyuan Zhantian and shouted angrily, "Shenyuan Zhantian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Shenyuan Zhantian, who was on the horse, snorted coldly. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, the palm strike from the old man was not easy to deal with. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. You are already so old, yet you keep making a move against a junior. The funniest thing is that you have never succeeded. I feel embarrassed for you. The old man's complexion turned ashen. He looked at Shenyuan Zhantian with a hostile gaze. He said coldly, "Didn't the Divine Dragon Palace's people instruct you? This brat killed the scions of our Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The Northern Sea Alliance will not let him go." Shenyuan Zhantian mocked, "To think you are not embarrassed to say that. One person killed the scions of the 4 noble clans. That means he is just trash. What qualifications does such trash have to lead the Northern Sea Alliance? So what if he is killed? You." The green-robed old man pointed at Shenyuan Zhantian. He was so angry that he could not speak. "I will not waste my breath with you. I only have one question. Are you using your status as the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master to stop me?" Shenyuan Zhantian brandished his heavenly war halberd and smiled. "Why the need to use the Divine Dragon Palace to suppress me? I am me. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. If you want to make a move, just come and try. Ha ha. I have long heard that the Eastern Sea's little Dragon King is arrogant and ignorant. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. I will show you the difference between a martial monarch and a martial king." The green-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. He stood upright with his hands behind his back, and a murderous intent slowly brewed in his eyes. Dong, dong, dong. 7 young cultivators wearing silver battle armor walked out of the crowd. They were the Western Sea's 7 knights. The leader looked at the green-robed old man and smiled coldly. "How awe-inspiring. You are only an inferior-grade martial monarch at the age of 60 or 70, yet you dare to put on airs. We, the Western Sea's 7 knights, want to see what kind of martial monarch you are. When the younger generation fights, life and death are always up to fate. The older generation is not allowed to interfere. We, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, want to see how capable you are." Another 4 handsome young men and women walked out of the crowd and looked at the green-robed old man with a fiery gaze. Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat flabbergasted. Shenyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, and the Western Sea's 7 knights were actually helping him at such a crucial moment. The sudden reversal of the situation also surprised the other cultivators. However, after thinking about it, they understood. The times had changed. The geniuses of the younger generation all had their own common ground. In this era, if the older generation did not abide by the rules, they would make a move. This made Xiao Chen understand what era he was in. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed proved that he was a genius cultivator as well. If Xiao Chen fell like that, the other genius cultivators would feel it was a pity. The green-robed old man looked at the group of people. Then, his aura exploded out, forcing everyone to take a step back. He said coldly, "Is there any use in numbers?" There was an insurmountable gap between martial monarchs and martial kings. Even with so many half-step martial monarchs working together, they might not be a match for the old man. Chapter 539. When Xiao Chen was a superior-grade martial saint, he could kill an inferior-grade martial king. He could also easily escape from a medial-grade martial king. However, when one reached martial monarch, it was very different. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even an inferior-grade martial monarch could sweep through any genius cultivator without any pressure. The changes brought about by refining essence into quintessence were not something a martial king could comprehend. "What if I am included?" Just as everyone felt a huge pressure, an indifferent shout came from the air. The voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a saber or sword. A sharp saber intent accompanied this voice as it came from the sky. It immediately pushed back the green-robed old man's aura mercilessly. Wang, wang, wang. The 2 auras clashed in the air, and the sound of battle rang out. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing against each other. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. The green-robed old man's aura was pushed back. Finally, it was pushed back into his body. The surrounding youths of the boundless sea immediately felt the pressure on them vanish. They felt much more relaxed. When they looked up, they saw a figure holding a saber in the air. He drew a long scarlet line behind him, drifting up and down with the wind. That person raised his head slightly, and the scarlet line behind him quickly returned to his body and infused into the saber. Then, he hacked at the green-robed old man. Kai, Kai. A scarlet saber light came from the saber and turned into a strand of saber chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space split in half, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Saber intent. This is a martial monarch bladesman. The green-robed old man's expression changed greatly. Panic appeared in his eyes. He sent out 2 surging storms and quickly fled, moving as fast as lightning. You think you can run? That bladesman smiled faintly and casually tore space with his saber. The 2 storms were like a painting being torn into pieces. A scarlet light flickered. The bladesman was even faster than the green-robed old man, so he quickly caught up. The green-robed old man turned around helplessly. The 2 of them quickly fought each other in the air. They were so fast that the onlookers could only see 2 blurry after-images. Cracks spread out in the sky. The entire void was torn apart by the battle between the 2 of them. Pitch-black spatial cracks could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there were unlucky cultivators who were swept by the cracks. Without the slightest chance to react, they were torn into 2 halves by the cracks. Everyone paled in fright and quickly moved away. Bang! A green figure spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His entire body was covered in horrifying saber wounds. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds and dyed his green robe crimson. The bladesman stood proudly in the air. His saber hummed as he looked coldly at the azure-clad old man on the ground. Damn it! The green-robed old man cursed and looked at Xiao Chen with resentment. He got up and fled in a sorry state. The bladesman in the air glanced at the fleeing azure-robed old man and did not give chase. His saber flashed, and a scarlet beam shot out. The green-robed old man, who was still running, suddenly fell down. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and fresh blood gushed out. The bladesman's figure flashed and landed by Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Big Brother Sunday." This person was the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. After cultivating for so long on Nirvana Island, he finally broke through his bottleneck and advanced to martial monarch. From now on, he no longer held the title of the strongest half-step martial emperor. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, had risen from the ashes. He would once again shake the ancient desolate land as a martial monarch. Sun Guangquan sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. "We are all brothers. You are too polite. I'll bring you away." As Sun Guangquan spoke, he exuded a sharp light, inspiring boundless confidence. If he said he could bring you away, then he could bring you away. No one could stop him. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Shenyuan Zhantian, who was on a horse. Then, he exchanged a glance with him. Then, he swept his gaze over the outstanding talents of the boundless sea. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen brought Leng Yu and left with Sun Guangquan. The leader of the Western Sea's 7 knights, Wu Xie, watched as Xiao Chen and the others left. He smiled gently and said, "Shenyuan Zhantian, do you regret it? The people you let go might stop you in your tracks in the next 5-nation youth competition." Shenyuan Zhantian rode on the royal dragon horse and changed directions. He said indifferently, "Ha ha. If you really think that, then I can only say that you are too boring to be my opponent when I unify the boundless sea in the future." The lips of the leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes curled up. As he watched Shenyuan Zhantian ride into the distance, he smiled and said, "Wu Xie, this fellow is as arrogant as ever. He does not care about us at all." Wu Xie shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. He said, "He has the capital to be arrogant. If he can defeat the Black Dragon Group, it would not be a big deal for the Western Sea's 7 great sects to submit to him." 3 days later, on a small island, this place had already escaped the control of the Black Dragon Group and the Divine Dragon Palace. Sun Guangquan said to Xiao Chen, "I'll send you off here. I have to go first. I have something to do in the ancient desolate land." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. He had to return to the Great Qin Nation, and Sun Guangquan had to return to the Great Chu Nation. The 2 of them were heading in different directions, so they could not travel together. After Sun Guangquan left, Xiao Chen took out the spirit blood jade on his chest and tossed it to Leng Yu. He said, "According to our agreement, you can go now." When Leng Yu heard this, she felt it was strange. She was not in a rush to catch the spirit blood jade. She said, "If you really let me go, then don't you want to know my true identity?" Xiao Chen exerted some force and forced the spirit blood jade floating in the air into Leng Yu's hand. He smiled and said, "What does that have to do with me? All I need to know is that you are Leng Yu. I'm leaving. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen waved his hand and left without looking back. After a long time, he disappeared from Leng Yu's sight. The waves churned in the vast boundless sea. Xiao Chen flew in the direction of the great Qin nation for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he found a suitable island to stop at. This was a desolate island. Aside from some rocky mountains and all sorts of trees, there were no living creatures. There were no spirit beasts, demonic beasts, or cultivators. The entire island was silent. The island was not large. Without moving, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could clearly detect every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river on the island. Very good. There is indeed no danger. I will advance here. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and muttered to himself. Advancing was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, demonic beasts, or spirit beasts. Putting aside the difficulty of advancing, the external conditions required absolute silence and no one to disturb them. After Xiao Chen parted with Leng Yu, he found several islands along the way. However, he gave up on all of them. There were either demonic beasts or spirit beasts on those islands. There were also some lone cultivators out on experimental training. During the process of advancing, Xiao Chen had to be extremely focused. If he was disturbed at a crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. Failing to advance was a small matter. The most dangerous was a regression in cultivation or an injury to one's meridians. This would affect a cultivator for life. After finding a tall and sharp rock, Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and flattened it. Then, he sat cross-legged on it. Xiao Chen took out 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Having experienced using the spirit-gathering pearls before, Xiao Chen did not feel nervous this time. He circulated his essence and made the 6 spirit-gathering pearls float above his head. Then, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and used the purple thunder true fire to burn them. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the 6 spirit-gathering pearls melted into a spiritual liquid. Strands of spiritual energy leaked out uncontrollably. A white fog quickly spread out. After a while, the entire desolate island was covered in this spiritual fog. Above the sea, it looked hazy. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the semi-solid crystal qi whirlpool spun continuously. Then, a ball of spiritual liquid fell down. The instant the liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls touched Xiao Chen's head, it immediately flowed down from his Tianmen acupoint. It flowed along the meridians in his body like a surging river, carrying a boundless force as it flowed down. Bang! When the spiritual liquid landed on the qi whirlpool, it immediately produced an intense explosion. Xiao Chen's face turned slightly red as he endured the surging essence in his body. Under the impact of the spiritual liquid, the bottleneck had already loosened. However, it was still far from enough. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen released 3 balls of spiritual liquid in one breath. The essence in his body surged endlessly, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. His internal organs had suffered some damage. I moved. Just a little more. Just a little more and I will be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen's mind was firm. He was not frightened by his injured internal organs. He merged the last 2 balls of spiritual liquid together. A drop of spiritual liquid was like a waterfall. A ball of spiritual liquid was like a large river. When 2 balls of spiritual liquid were combined, it was like the vast sea. After the spiritual liquid merged, it fell very quickly. Before Xiao Chen could react, the crystalline purple qi whirlpool exploded. Xiao Chen's dantian turned blurry. Boundless essence surged through his body like 10,000 horses galloping. Xiao Chen quickly opened the 24 acupoints on his arms. Boom! Dragon roars resounded without end. 24 strands of dragon qi burst out of Xiao Chen's body and smashed the surrounding mountains into dust. Xiao Chen's dantian was chaotic with clouds lingering around it. He felt somewhat nervous. He did not know if he had succeeded or not. When the clouds scattered and the sun came out, Xiao Chen's consciousness immediately sank down impatiently. He looked above his dantian and saw that Xiao Chen's true essence had already appeared. He saw a crystalline whirlpool above his dantian, giving off a resplendent light. It had completely transformed from a vaporized state into a solid crystal. That whirlpool was made of crystal. Boom! With a thought, the crystal whirlpool spun wildly. Instantly, a surging energy spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and leaped into the air. His body hovered in midair and he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A crystalline saber qi flickering with electric light spewed out from the saber. The saber qi struck a mountain in front. The peak of the mountain immediately shattered and turned into dust. Amidst the boundless dust, purple electricity crackled and flickered. Half-step martial monarch. I succeeded. When Xiao Chen saw the might of his casual saber strike, he was extremely excited. The smile on his face did not fade for even a moment. Xiao Chen chased relentlessly, putting in a lot of effort. He endured the loneliness that ordinary people found unbearable, giving up on worldly glory, splendor, and wealth. Chapter 540. After working hard for 4 years, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those peak geniuses who had surpassed him by many years. In the Tianwu continent, from the 4 great empires to the ancient desolate land, then the great Jin nation, then the boundless sea. From today onwards, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those people. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he no longer had to fear any genius cultivators under martial monarch. However, this is just the beginning. Whoever becomes a martial monarch first will be able to seize the initiative and become the main character of this era. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground and quickly calmed down. He muttered to himself, there are still 9 more months to the 5-nation youth competition. I still have to go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Mo City to settle some things. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the 4-season saber technique here. Even if my cultivation is strong, I will need a martial technique that matches it. The spiritual fog covering the island slowly scattered. Xiao Chen was stunned. At some point in time, 10-odd adamantine crocodiles had crawled out of the water on the shore of the desolate island. The adamantine crocodiles were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were 2 meters tall and more than 100 meters long. They had strong limbs and could walk on land for a short period of time. They must have been attracted by the spiritual fog that spread out earlier. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, good timing. I just advanced to half-step martial monarch. A rank 8 spirit beast is qualified for me to test my saber. Spring Thunder Chop. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the 4-season saber technique. Soon, pure white snow appeared in the sky, materializing the state of late winter. As spring thunder roared, a boundless power of the world surged out from the saber. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of the world was unstoppable. The spring wind turned into saber qi and swept across. A gentle sound rang out, and 10-odd adamantine crocodiles were instantly chopped in half. Xiao Chen sheathed the saber in satisfaction. He said softly, the spring thunder is just a guide. The true killing intent is hidden in the warm spring wind. This move is sufficient to be my trump card. When the spring wind blows, it hides a hidden killing intent. When summer is hot, I will use fire as a guide. When the sun is high in the sky, it will burn everything. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately thought of the state of summer, the second move of the 4-season saber technique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. So, he quickly tested it out. The spring wind dispersed, and the scorching sun hung high above their heads. The pitch-black lunar shadow saber suddenly released a resplendent light. It was like a raging inferno burning continuously. It was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Burning to desolation. Xiao Chen shouted angrily. The dazzling saber radiance directly chopped down on a small mountain. The raging flames on the saber transformed into a ball of fire. Like a meteor falling to the moon, it crashed down with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. When the fireball landed on the mountainside, the mountain peak immediately split open. The raging flames spread out, and the remaining half of the mountainside was like a tree, burning non-stop. Good, good, good. This move will be called burning to desolation. As expected, inspiration is needed. Once inspiration arrives, this move will succeed in just one try. Xiao Chen said excitedly as he looked at the blazing flames that covered the entire mountain range. In that case, what should I use for autumn? Bai Shurehe used the wind of autumn. Rustling autumn wind, sweeping away all the fallen leaves. Using the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, I will use it to destroy the enemy. However, I already used the wind in spring. I cannot repeat it. What should I use for autumn? Aside from the wind, what else can bring out the feeling of autumn the best? Inspiration was something that was too fleeting. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have any inspiration. He could only bury his head in thought. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and scattered, the tides rose and fell. The days on the desolate island passed one by one. Soon, 1 month passed. During these days, Xiao Chen immersed himself in comprehending the four-season saber technique. After practicing the spring thunder chop and burning to desolation for thousands of times, Xiao Chen was already very familiar with them. With just a thought, he could execute them immediately. However, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the third move, autumn, was still a mess. He had no clue where to start. Bai Shurehe's rustling autumn wind left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. It had already formed an imprint in his mind, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Aside from wind, it was hard for him to think of anything else that could represent autumn. Rustling autumn wind. Rustling autumn wind. But why is the autumn wind rustling? Xiao Chen casually swung his saber and circulated the four-season saber technique. The saber hummed, and an autumn wind blew. Wherever the autumn wind passed, the huge boulders would shatter inch by inch and turn into dust as the wind blew. The boulders would disappear. This won't do. If I do not comprehend it on my own, no matter how strong it is, it will be hard to improve it. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and frowned heavily as he shook his head. Placing his saber by his side, Xiao Chen lay on the ground and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then, he entered deep thought again. Rustling autumn wind. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? Rumble. At some point in time, the white clouds in the sky slowly scattered. Churning dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared. DDA. DDA. A drop of rain landed on the tip of Xiao Chen's nose. Immediately, a chill seeped into his nose, startling him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt excited. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? It just varies from person to person. When the trees withered and the autumn wind blew, it swept away all the fallen leaves. It was cold and tyrannical, without a trace of emotion. This was Bai Shurehe's comprehension. However, autumn was also cool and refreshing. The scorching summer was unbearable. When autumn arrived, how could one not be filled with anticipation? How could one feel rustling? Rumble. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a drizzle, which had been brewing for a long time, fell from the sky. Soon, Xiao Chen's clothes were soaked. However, he did not feel cold at all. He only felt refreshed. Autumn rain, this is my Tao, my saber. Bai Shurehe, you are the esteemed Emperor Wu, the sage of the saber. Since you comprehended the rustling autumn wind and swept away all the fallen leaves, in that case, I, Xiao Chen, will use the autumn rain as a guide to compete with you. Amid the heavy rain, Xiao Chen was completely drenched. However, he had a carefree expression on his face. He laughed loudly because he had finally thought it through. The essence in Xiao Chen's body circulated according to the four-season saber technique circulation method. The saber moved with his heart, slowly dancing in the rain. As the saber moved, the surrounding rain was drawn over, forming a thin curtain of water behind the saber. When Xiao Chen felt the energy of the rain on the saber, he rejoiced. The aura that he had gathered in his body gathered on the saber and burst out. A saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber. Thousands of raindrops filled the sky behind the saber intent. They quickly gathered together. Unexpectedly, all the rain in the sky was drawn over by this saber. Finally, it formed a rippling saber chi with a chilling intent. The saber chi flew quickly, skimming over the surface of the sea. The vast sea immediately split in half, just like that. The saber intent was gentle and tranquil, making one feel very comfortable. It was like seeing a refined fairy, all the heat in one's heart would vanish. However, the might of the saber could even split the seawater. It was no weaker than by Shureha's rustling autumn wind. It's done. This gentle saber move shall be called fated person in autumn waters, then. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The rain, which had already stopped falling, started pouring down again. Time passed by slowly. 1 month passed peacefully once again. Xiao Chen continuously familiarized himself with the 3 moves that he had already comprehended: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, and Fated Person in Autumn Waters. The state of each move was completely different. They were unique. They were all Xiao Chen's own comprehensions and experiences. The 4-season saber technique originated from the 4-season saber technique but was stronger than anyone else's. The 4-season saber technique still had 2 moves left. They were the winter saber technique and the cycle of 4 seasons. Xiao Chen also needed to comprehend them on his own. If he followed Bai Shureha's path, Xiao Chen could immediately perfect the 4-season saber technique. However, that would be meaningless. He would just be ordinary. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. It is already not easy for me to comprehend 3 moves. This 4-season saber technique is too much of a test of luck and comprehension. For the past 30 days, Xiao Chen had been thinking about the last 2 moves. However, he had not made any progress. He had already wasted 2 months. He did not have much time left. The matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Xiao clan in Mo City would take up a lot of time. There was only half a year left until the 5-nation youth competition. He could not keep thinking about it. On this particular day, the sky cleared up, and the sun shone down. On the desolate island, Xiao Chen practiced the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. Then, he sheathed his saber and started his journey. Xiao Chen flew quickly through the clouds. The wind whistled past his ears, and his long hair and clothes fluttered continuously. Now that Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch, he could travel continuously in the air. At 4 times the speed of sound, his speed was incomparably fast. White clouds were constantly left behind by him. 7 days later, the pass to the Qianwu continent, Thunder King Valley, appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to fly over. However, when he saw the inextinguishable immortal will of thunder in the air, he changed his mind. With the help of the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chen had already cultivated the state of massacre to its limits. Now, he could no longer improve it by killing people. He needed to comprehend it himself. However, Xiao Chen's state of thunder was still at great perfection. It was still far from the limits. The inextinguishable will of thunder in Thunder King Valley might be a fortuitous encounter for him. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen descended from the clouds and headed for the 2 sides of Thunder King Valley. There were many people comprehending the state of thunder in Thunder King Valley. Furthermore, they were all half-step martial monarchs. When they saw Xiao Chen appear, they all frowned. Every time that inextinguishable immortal will of thunder appeared, it would follow a predetermined path, moving slowly through the air. All the good spots along this route had already been occupied by others. Furthermore, comprehending a state required a quiet environment. Furthermore, the fewer people there were, the more effective it would be. If there were too many people, it would affect one's comprehension. Hence, it was not easy to remain in Thunder King Valley. The people who had already gone up did not welcome newcomers. They could even be described as hateful. Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the valley and observed carefully. He discovered the direction in which the immortal will of thunder in the churning dark clouds was moving. Chapter 541. Xiao Chen looked at the corresponding spots on the path and discovered that there were no good spots. However, he could make do with it. After thinking for a while, he walked over. Where did this junior come from? Don't you know the rules? Do you think that place is something you can do? A black-clothed old man angrily rebuked. Another old man continued the conversation and said in an indifferent tone, "Just stand there. Only when one of us succeeds in comprehending it can you take over that person's position. This is the rule of the Thunder Emperor Valley." Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He said indifferently, "Does it mean that no one has comprehended it? Do I have to keep standing there?" The black-clad old man who spoke first closed his eyes and did not look at Xiao Chen. He said, "That's right. You just have to wait for a year or so." Wait for a year or so? What kind of joke is this? How could Xiao Chen have that much time? Xiao Chen continued walking forward without stopping. The black-clad old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from them. He said in a cold voice, "Take another step and you will never be able to leave." Spring thunder chop. Suddenly, countless snowflakes drifted down, and thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The power of the world spread out from the saber's edge, turning into a spring breeze drifting towards the black-clad old man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-clad old man smiled coldly at first, not caring. However, when the spring breeze arrived, the power of the cycle of seasons arrived, and a huge pressure pressed down. The black-clad old man was horrified to discover that he could not stand up under this soft spring breeze. Bang! When the spring breeze struck the black-clad old man, the power of the world exploded out. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked down. When he landed in the valley, he kicked up a few splashes. Shio! At the peak of the mountain, all the old men who were in deep thought opened their eyes. They looked at the expressionless white-robed bladesman holding the saber in shock. Ignoring the shock in these people's eyes, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and headed for the black-clad old man's position. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Being so ruthless at such a young age, is this how you treat your seniors?" A grey-robed, short-haired old man with wrinkles all over his face said in a deep voice. "You have no sense of propriety. We waited for several months and only sat down when there was an empty seat. Youngsters these days don't follow the rules at all. You can't take this seat. Rules are rules." "That's right. If you sit down, does that mean that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sit down in the future? Where would we put our faces?" The 10-odd half-step martial monarch old men in Thunder King Valley started berating him. The old men here were all famous overlords of their own regions, and they were revered wherever they went. They had never seen such a young man who did not put them in his eyes. Naturally, they did not like Xiao Chen. Simply put, these old men were taking advantage of their seniority. They believed that a junior like Xiao Chen was not qualified to sit with them. Xiao Chen looked coldly at this group of old men. He found it funny. Did they really think that Thunder King Valley belonged to them? The moment they opened their mouths, they wanted Xiao Chen to wait for a year and a half. Where did their arrogance come from? If a martial monarch expert were here, it would have been fine. However, this was a group of people who could not even break through to half-step martial monarch. What qualifications did they have to say such things to him? There was a principle of first come, first served. However, Xiao Chen was not going to take advantage of them and comprehend his own. Secondly, he was not going to snatch their place. Why was there a need to be so forceful? Xiao Chen was pressed for time. He could only remain here for half a month at most. There was no need to waste time with these people. When people respect you, I will return it tenfold. However, you are taking advantage of your seniority, twisting words, and forcing logic. There is no need for me to give you face. Who cares if you are a senior or an expert? If you are not strong enough, don't brag. When the three old men saw that Xiao Chen did not stop and continued walking forward, anger appeared on their faces. They immediately stood up. They locked their auras on Xiao Chen, revealing a sharp light in their eyes. The essence in their bodies surged, and their clothes and hair fluttered continuously. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I will show you how to respect your seniors. Shio, shio, shio. The 3 old men leaped up, and with a flip of their hands, a sword appeared in each of their hands. A cold light flickered on their weapons and electricity leaped around them. Clearly, they were experts who comprehended the state of thunder. A surging essence spread out from their swords. Wind and thunder roared, and lightning flickered in the sky. When the 3 old men knew that Xiao Chen had defeated the black-clad old man with one saber strike, they did not dare to be careless. They used their full power in this move, wanting to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen drew the pitch-black lunar shadow saber and brought out the great perfection state of thunder. He laughed loudly and said, "If you want to make a move, then make a move. There is no need to find such a dignified reason. I, Xiao Chen, will receive it." Boom, boom, boom. As Xiao Chen's state of thunder spread out, the immortal will of thunder that had disappeared for a long time in the sky unexpectedly reappeared. Thunder roared continuously. This endless will of thunder seemed to be drawn over by Xiao Chen's saber technique. 10,000 horses galloped, the wind and clouds moved. This saber strike roared like thunder. Xiao Chen shouted and did not dodge. He used the inextinguishable saber intent to display its sharpness, executing the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique. A huge whirlpool appeared in the churning thunderclouds in the sky. A cultivator riding a golden lightning warhorse and holding a golden lightning spear galloped out of the whirlpool. The warhorse galloped in the air, and thunder roared continuously. The vast state of thunder immediately suppressed the states of the 3 old men. What's going on? Why is this fellow's state of thunder even stronger than ours? He actually comprehended saber intent, the 3 old men exclaimed in horror. Bang! Carrying a boundless power of lightning, the lightning knight swept his spear horizontally, shattering the joint attack of the 3 of them. The sharpness of the lightning knight did not diminish. Instead, it contained a saber intent. The 3 old men had not even comprehended sword intent. Their state of thunder was not comparable to Xiao Chen's, and their essence was not as vast and pure as Xiao Chen's. The lightning knight gently knocked the 3 old men into the gorge and into the water. There were merchant ships passing by the gorge all year round. Earlier, when a black-robed old man fell into the water, it did not attract much attention. Now, another 3 old men fell into the gorge. Finally, there was a commotion. The cultivators of the 10-odd merchant ships all gathered on the deck. They looked up, wanting to know what was going on. How bold! Do they really think that we do not exist? Unexpectedly, they still dare to make a move. Xiao Chen attacked mercilessly again, knocking down 3 half-step martial monarchs. This infuriated the crowd, and another 5 old men leaped out. They soared into the air and glared angrily at Xiao Chen. Their auras soared as quickly as they prepared their strongest killing moves. Xiao Chen said calmly, "You are old and disrespectful. You are not strong enough, yet you dare to take advantage of your seniority. All of you, get down." Flowing fire of the 7th month, summer in the sky, blazing fire burns to desolation. A fiery light leaped on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light, illuminating the dark clouds that covered Thunder King Valley. That flame was like a miniature sun. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and charged at the 5 old men without any fear. When he swung his saber, a light burst out, and a boundless flame surged out. The 5 of them were still in the midst of preparing their killing moves, but just as they made their moves, they were completely incinerated by the oncoming flames, and the flames exploded. The huge impact knocked the 5 out of the gorge. The merchant ship below immediately saw 5 human-shaped fireballs fall from the summit. All sorts of miserable cries came from the fireballs, inspiring fear in the hearts of the cultivators on the deck. Another 5 people fell. Among them, there seems to be an elder of the Great Chu Nation's Flowing Fire Manor and the Great Tang Nation's 100 Flower Manor's Vice Manor Lord. What in the world is happening up there? Who is so powerful, consecutively defeating the famous old men of the various nations? This group of people has occupied Thunder King Valley for a long time. I have never heard of such a thing happening before. The cultivators on the deck were bewildered as they discussed the situation. However, they knew their limits and their own strength. No one dared to fly up to see what was happening. They could only make wild guesses. Attack together. This junior is too arrogant. Let's not talk about justice with him. The remaining 7 people could no longer sit still. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen was just an ordinary genius cultivator. They had not expected that Xiao Chen, at such a young age, would soon become an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. How laughable. Just a bunch of stubborn old men bullying the juniors, using numbers to fight. How dare they talk about justice? Xiao Chen, who was in the air, laughed coldly. When he saw the 7 people flying over, he brandished the saber in his hand, and a fine drizzle immediately fell. The wind rustled, and the rain fell. A cool breeze blew, and the autumn waters swayed. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. I will give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? The rain that filled the sky formed a line. This saber strike was extremely gentle. Before the 7 people flying over could sense the danger, the strong force contained in the saber wind caused them to fly around chaotically. Their clothes tore apart as they did their best to stabilize their bodies, trying to block this saber intent. However, it was to no avail. The saber intent that could even split the sea had already rushed over. How could a group of half-step martial monarchs resist it? The gentle saber intent entered their bodies, and the 7 vomited a mouthful of blood. When the saber intent scattered, not a single piece of clothing remained on them. They fell into the gorge, naked, and fell into the water, not daring to float up again. The eyes of the cultivators on the deck widened. It was like they had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, 7 half-step martial monarchs were in such a sorry state. They could not even keep their clothes. Furthermore, they were all so old. Where were they supposed to hide their faces? Could it be that a martial monarch expert is here? That's impossible. It is impossible for a martial monarch to be in Thunder King Gorge. That will of thunder would not allow a martial monarch to appear. The people below guessed that a martial monarch was here. However, they were immediately refuted. When all the merchant ships left Thunder King Gorge, they discovered that there was only a young figure standing at the summit. This youth wore white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he looked calmly at the thunderclouds above. It's finally quiet. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else on the empty summit of Thunder King Gorge. Chapter 542. Thunder King Valley was not private territory. No one had the right to stop others from comprehending it and monopolize it for themselves. In the continent, martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess. No matter where they went, they would be respected by tens of thousands of people. However, there were too few martial monarchs. The Great Qin nation had a population of more than 100 million. Even if all the martial monarchs were added together, there would not be more than 50. Some powers wanted to find guest elders but could not find martial monarchs. They could only settle for the next best thing, finding half-step martial monarchs. Before the Age of Geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess of a nation when martial monarchs did not appear. Half-step martial monarchs enjoyed an extremely noble and glorious status. They would be treated with respect wherever they went. This was how the old men in Thunder King Valley lived. Hence, when they saw Xiao Chen, they immediately put on the airs of a senior and told him to wait for half a year. They did not know that the times had changed. In this age of geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were nothing. The strongest half-step martial monarch, the bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan, could see very clearly. He knew that this was an age of geniuses. Only by continuously strengthening oneself could one not be eliminated by the times. Living in the glory of the past would only make one a stepping stone for geniuses. The boundless will of thunder in the sky had not appeared yet. Xiao Chen found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started comprehending. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy here was very active. Occasionally, one could see electricity leaping about in the air. It was hard to imagine that a bolt of thunder from thousands of years ago could remain here until now, its sharpness not diminishing. The Thunder King was the strongest Emperor Wu of the previous age. As for how strong he was, the current Xiao Chen did not dare to guess. The higher one's cultivation realm, the greater the reverence in one's heart. In the past, Xiao Chen did not understand. He thought that the Thunder King's strength was at most capable of splitting mountains and overturning rivers and seas. However, now that he could split mountains and overturn rivers and seas, Xiao Chen could barely do that. How could the Thunder King be so strong? Only by reaching that realm would one be able to feel the scenery above the peak. In this Thunder King Valley, Xiao Chen's martial arts heart had unknowingly become firmer. Up, up, with dreams in his heart, he kept going up. One day, the world would give birth to a Thunder King Valley for him, Xiao Chen. His brilliance and his will would be the same as the Thunder King's. Even if 10,000 years passed, it would not be worn down by time, and its sharpness would never be extinguished. 4 hours later, thunder roared. Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed, opened them and muttered, "It's coming." Amidst the rolling dark clouds in the sky, a golden bolt of lightning was hidden within, floating around continuously. The entire peak was dyed with a solemn atmosphere, causing people to not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure in their hearts suddenly shook, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. Occasionally, a golden light would pierce through the dark clouds. Suddenly, a malevolent golden bolt of lightning was formed between the heavens and the earth, splitting the void in half. Wang, Wang. The lunar shadow saber by Xiao Chen's hand trembled continuously, as if it would be drawn at any moment. It was clearly very excited. The vast golden will of thunder in the dark clouds stopped above Xiao Chen's head, circling around continuously. When Xiao Chen felt the energy in the lightning, he thought to himself, "What a strong will of thunder." There is only a difference of one word between a state and a will, but the aura they bring is completely different. It looks like this will of thunder knows who I am and is trying to help me. If others wanted to comprehend it, they would only have a chance to do so in the instant the lightning flashed. However, it stopped above my head, allowing me to feel its might at all times. Xiao Chen closed his eyes again. This time, he did not have any other thoughts. He sank his consciousness into it and slowly unleashed the state of thunder. Time passed slowly. Under the guidance of the will of thunder, Xiao Chen's understanding of thunder deepened. At some point in time, Xiao Chen's body gave off beams of purple light. These purple lights were all flickering electricity. Xiao Chen entered an extremely wondrous state. His entire consciousness seemed to be in a world of lightning. Some strange and wondrous thoughts flowed out like a river. This allowed Xiao Chen's understanding of thunder to reach an unprecedented height. The purple lightning drifting around him crackled continuously. 3 days later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. Electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes, making them look very spirited. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the will of thunder in the sky had already hidden away, returning to an unknown place. Xiao Chen stood up. With a thought, he casually waved his hand, and a malevolent bolt of lightning flew out from his palm, illuminating the sky with resplendent light. Just as the electric light was about to disappear, Xiao Chen waved his right hand, and that bolt of lightning strangely returned to Xiao Chen's palm. "I can withdraw and withdraw it as I please. I have already comprehended the state of thunder to its limits. I am just one step shy of becoming the will of thunder. However, that is something for me to consider after I advance to martial monarch. There is no need to think about it for now." Xiao Chen sighed softly. In such a short period of time, I have already gained so much. No wonder even a martial sage had designs on this will of thunder. Not to mention how useful it is to me, just by placing it in the sect, it would be able to create several experts with the state of thunder. Since this matter is over, it is time to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With my current strength, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion should not stop me from entering. During the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen had killed the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Qiu. According to the sect rules, no matter the reason, if a disciple killed a peak master, he had to die. The first elder, Jiang Kai, spared Xiao Chen's life. However, he made Xiao Chen swear never to step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. Xiao Chen was very grateful to this first elder. Back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if he had not suppressed those noble clan elders, he would have died long ago. Although the first elder chased Xiao Chen out of the heavenly saber pavilion, in reality, he was still helping Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the Black Dragon River in the middle of the gorge. If he followed the Black Dragon River and leaped over the fork to the ancient desolate land, he would enter the territory of the great Qin nation. Hey! Just as Xiao Chen landed on the river, he heard a soft exclamation. When he turned his head to take a look, his lips could not help but curl up into a smile. Shi Feng, wearing black leather armor and a mask that covered half her face, actually appeared in the gorge. Shi Feng raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. "Brother with a bad sense of direction, are you not afraid of falling to your death after jumping from such a high place?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Sorry to disappoint you. Even if I were twice as high, I would not die. Have you not taken off your mask yet? It looks like you did not succeed in your experimental training this time," Shi Feng said unhappily. "It is none of your business." Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out a wooden box from the universe ring. Then, he tossed it to Shi Feng and said, "Bring this item to your adoptive father. Tell him it is a gift from an old friend." "What is this?" Xiao Chen said calmly. "To you and me, it is just a pile of scrap metal." Shi Feng caught the wooden shavings in her hand and looked suspiciously at Xiao Chen. She said, "Why do I have to help you bring it over?" "Kaca." Right after Shi Feng spoke, Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A sharp saber light flashed. The mask on her face was split in half. With a clang sound, it landed on the surface of the river, revealing a beautiful face. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "There is no need to thank me. Just take it as a thank you gift for helping me deliver this. By the way, you are very beautiful. There is really no need to wear a mask all day. Fighting and killing is a matter for boys. Don't listen to your bastard adoptive father's words about controlling one's expression when fighting." As Shi Feng watched Xiao Chen leave, she stood on the water in a daze. She did not recover her wits for a long time. The mask that had followed her for more than 10 years was actually taken off by someone just like that. The expression in Shi Feng's eyes slowly calmed down from the initial rage. She lowered her head and looked at her face in the water. Then, she said softly, "You egomaniac. What do you mean by fighting is a matter for boys in the end? Sooner or later, I will defeat you." In the Shihe province of the Great Qin nation, at the foot of the Lianyun mountain range, the famous saber city was bustling with people as usual. The cultivators that passed by either carried large sabers on their backs or had sabers hanging from their waists. All of them had solemn expressions as they arrived at this holy land for bladesmen. In front of the city gate, a white-clothed youth with a slender saber at his waist stood straight at the foot of the city gate. His handsome and delicate face revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. 2 years, 2 years. I, Xiao Chen, have returned to this place. Originally, it would take 2 months to travel from Thunder King Valley to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, with Xiao Chen rushing non-stop, he managed to shorten the time by more than half. He arrived in half a month. As he rushed, the closer he got, the more nervous Xiao Chen felt. For the past 2 years, he had buried his feelings for his lover in his heart. He did not think about it or ask about it. However, because he was not strong enough, he could not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he kept thinking about it, he would only feel bitterness and nothing else. If he wanted to meet her quickly, he would not think about anything else. He could only bury his feelings in his heart and not tell anyone. He would taste the bitterness and loneliness. When he reached the peak in the future, he would fulfill his promise. However, now that he was nearing Saber City, the feelings that he suppressed in his heart could not help but leak out. Is she doing well? How is she now? How are her injuries? Will she blame me for not even writing a letter to her? Did she still remember that once upon a time, there was a young and inexperienced youth who shouted those rather funny words from the top of the mountain? Will she still remember the promise that white-robed youth made? Xiao Chen smiled in disappointment and frustration. He shook his head slightly and collected his thoughts. After he paid the entrance tax, he slowly walked into the city. The white-robed bladesman's influence is really great. Unexpectedly, there are still people imitating his attire. That's normal. Think about what he did in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He defeated the experts of the Holy Lands alone. Then, he defeated the geniuses of the noble clans of the great Qin nation. Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few thousand years. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Q is too wicked. He caused our Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose such a genius for nothing. Yeah, that bastard deserved to be killed. He deserved to be punched in the head. It's not an injustice at all. The cultivators guarding the city whispered behind him. Xiao Chen's six senses were very sharp, he could hear everything clearly. He could not help but reveal a faint smile. Chapter 543. Xiao Chen casually glanced around the city. There were many white-robed cultivators with slender sabers hanging at their waists. Saber City was only the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was very difficult to enter the inner sect. Without a medallion, with Xiao Chen's current strength, he would not be able to force his way in. However, Xiao Chen had his own methods. He did not go to the inner sect directly. He had come to Saber City for this plan. His plan was simple. He would just steal an inner disciple's token. Even though it was shameful, he could only apologize to the junior brother and junior sister whose identity was stolen. Xiao Chen stayed in the city for half a day and quickly locked onto his target. It was a lone female disciple. He was only in his 20s, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and he looked very lively. He held a small saber in his left hand and a bronze token hung from his waist. After following her to a deserted street, Xiao Chen walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, junior sister." The ponytailed girl looked at the white-robed, handsome Xiao Chen and was slightly stunned. Sensing his unfathomable strength, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." He was secretly shocked. Which peak's senior brother was this? He was so strong. He was so young, but he was much stronger than master. The rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strict. When junior brothers and junior sisters saw their senior brothers, they had to treat them respectfully. Xiao Chen found it funny. It seemed that this little girl really thought of him as her senior brother. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered her head, he moved his hand slightly and hooked the other party's token over. "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" the ponytail girl asked nervously. Xiao Chen put the token into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Senior brother mistook me for someone else. I'll take my leave first." Watching Xiao Chen leave, the ponytailed girl was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Out of habit, he touched his waist and was shocked to find that the token was gone. "Don't leave." The ponytailed girl unsheathed the small saber in her hand at lightning speed. She shouted angrily and swung the saber as if it was her hand. As it spun rapidly, the blade seemed to cut the air in half, bringing with it a whistling sound of air currents. Mysterious wind cut. Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. "But you're still lacking. Little junior sister, you have to work harder." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and touched the saber's edge with his fingertip. Surging essence burst forth from his fingertip. Bang! Under Xiao Chen's command, the spinning saber turned back at an even faster speed. Before the ponytailed girl could react, the blade was inserted back into the scabbard in her left hand. How could this be? The girl's delicate face was filled with astonishment. One of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, the profound wind chop, was actually broken just like that. After a while, he remembered that he had lost his token. With a sullen face, he said, "This senior brother is such a bully. He lost his token and stole mine. What should I do? What should I do?" To be able to recognize the mysterious wind chop at a glance and break it easily without injuring her. In the girl's opinion, the other party must be one of the genius disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Due to his carelessness, he lost his token and could not enter the mountain. Hence, he snatched her token. Xiao Chen, who was far away, flipped the token over and took a look. It was as he expected. The words Qingyun were written on the top and Leng Qianqian were written on the front. The words were written in a leisurely manner. Damn, I have embarrassed myself this time. It really is a junior sister's token. Don't blame your senior brother. Qianqian, right? I will return it to you later. After hanging the token at his waist, Xiao Chen arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Then, he followed the crowd and entered. The disciple guarding the entrance only took a quick glance and did not look closely. There were so many people passing by every day. It was impossible for him to check every single one of them carefully. He could only rely on his experience. When he saw something wrong with their expressions, he would call them down and check them carefully. Xiao Chen had been a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple for a long time. How could he reveal any flaws? On the familiar road, there were green mountains, pavilions, small paths, and cultivators practicing the saber. There were no major changes to the past. Before Xiao Chen entered the city, he was feeling impatient. However, when he stepped onto the land of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he calmed down. Xiao Chen took a step into the air and looked at the towering Qingyun Peak in the sky. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen, have returned. Elder Sister Ruyue, Suifeng, Xiao Yang, Xiao Meng, are you all doing well? The Qingyun Peak disciples passed by Xiao Chen one by one. Several of the older generation disciples felt that Xiao Chen looked familiar and stopped to take a closer look. They had some guesses in their hearts. However, in the past 2 years, although Xiao Chen's appearance did not change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The youthful and immature look on his face was gone. His face now had an air of vicissitudes and maturity. It was very different from before. The most important thing was that in the past, Xiao Chen had disguised himself as Yi Chen when he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only revealed himself in the final battle. Although these people had their guesses, they felt that it could not be Xiao Chen. Furthermore, that person swore that he would never step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. After taking a few glances, they withdrew their gazes and smiled self-mockingly. I am too suspicious. There are so many bladesmen wearing white robes. Could they all be Xiao Chen? Being careful and hiding would only make others more suspicious. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he confidently walked forward. Xiao Chen walked forward calmly. Just as he was about 7 minutes away from Qingyun Peak, a group of people wearing the uniform of Biyun Peak disciples suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen glanced at the appearance of the leader of the group and quickly lowered his head, preparing to keep a low profile. The leader of the group was Song Qiu's son, Song Qianhe. He was the current peak master of Biyun Peak. At this moment, he was leading the Biyun Peak disciples, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave the mountain. When Song Qiu passed by Xiao Chen, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's face, his expression could not help but change greatly. He had a grudge against Xiao Chen for killing his father. For the past few years, that face would appear in his mind every day and night. Now that he saw Xiao Chen in person, he was shocked. Stop right there. Which peak's disciple are you from? State your name, Song Qianhe shouted at Xiao Chen in an intense tone. Was I discovered? Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile and turned around helplessly. He was not afraid of this person. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Peak and did not want to cause any trouble. Song Qianhe, it's been a long time, Xiao Chen said calmly with an indifferent gaze. It's really him. Song Qianhe's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, Xiao Chen, you actually dared to appear. Back then, you swore that you would not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now that you have broken your oath, let's see how you are going to answer to the Elders' Assembly. The 10-odd Biyun Peak disciples behind Song Qianhe looked at Xiao Chen. They were all astonished. Is this the person in front of us, the white-robed bladesman that caused such a commotion? Xiao Chen chuckled and said, Sorry, you saw wrong. I did not break my oath. I did not step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Qianhe looked carefully and saw that Xiao Chen's feet were hovering half an inch above the ground. With his long robes covering him, it looked like he was really stepping on the ground. However, in the end, he did not step on the ground. You. Song Qianhe pointed angrily at Xiao Chen. He was so angry that his face turned red. Song Qianhe drew his weapon with his right hand and said sternly, I don't care if you broke your oath or not. Since you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion today, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and emitted a cold killing chi. He said in a frosty voice, "Try taking another step forward." The killing chi seemed solid, it was bone-chilling. Song Qianhe could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He stopped moving, he could not explain the reason why. The scene of Xiao Chen shattering his father's head with one punch in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion replayed in Song Qianhe's dreams. There was not a moment when he did not want to kill Xiao Chen. For the sake of revenge, Song Qianhe disregarded everything and frantically cultivated for the past 2 years. He became the second cultivator in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to become a martial king before the age of 20, after Liu Ruyue. Song Qianhe naturally became the peak master of Biyun Peak, leading the disciples of the peak. He was very spirited. Originally, Song Qianhe thought that after he broke through to peak inferior grade martial king, he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Chen. However, when Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chen again today, he did not expect that one look from Xiao Chen would cause him to freeze in place. Song Qianhe carefully sent out his aura. He was not confident in himself, so he wanted to check out Xiao Chen's cultivation. In the end, when he checked, he discovered that he could not see through Xiao Chen's cultivation. It was unfathomable. He is not a medial grade martial king. He is stronger than a regular superior grade martial king. Could this fellow be a peak superior grade martial king? Song Qianhe was somewhat frightened by his own thoughts. A peak superior grade martial king in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was comparable to several of the Elders' Assembly's elders. However, a peak superior grade martial king was fine. Song Qianhe could delay him for now. When the elders of Biyun Peak arrived, they could deal with him. Biyun Peak disciples, listen up. This person is a traitor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Kill him for me. After this matter is over, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After Song Qianhe made up his mind, he casually sent out a jade green signal. Then, he used his status as the peak master to give out orders. Huang Dang. Huang Dang. Song Qianhe gave out orders. The disciples behind him were all Biyun Peak's people. They were under his command. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had indeed done some rebellious things. Furthermore, there was a large reward of spirit stones. These disciples immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiao Chen. Kill. Song Qianhe shouted and took the lead to charge. He was not stupid, he did not let hatred get to his head. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not try to be brave. He could only use these people to delay Xiao Chen first before looking for an opportunity. After all, it would be very difficult to get rid of a peak superior grade martial king. Unfortunately, there were some things and some people that, no matter how much one calculated, one did not have absolute strength. The so-called wisdom and schemes were just a joke. Song Qianhe was very unfortunate. At this moment, he had encountered this matter, and he had encountered this person. Ignorant. Xiao Chen, who was as straight as a pine tree, snorted coldly. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, gently moved forward and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. A boundless purple light came from the saber. Contained within the light was Xiao Chen's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Wang, wang, wang. A sharp saber intent spread out. The weapons in the hands of the many Biyun Peak disciples trembled continuously. Even Song Qianhe was no exception. Chapter 544. The originally ferocious group of people all stopped. They had astonished expressions on their faces as they desperately held on to the weapons in their hands. Half a move, Xiao Chen only used half a move. This group of Biyun Peak disciples, who were originally very confident and were thinking of a great reward, were forced into a corner. They could only resist the saber intent in a sorry state. Xiao Chen was a bona fide half-step martial monarch, someone close to being unrivaled. Honestly speaking, he was already thinking highly of them by using half a move against this group of people, the strongest of which was an inferior grade martial king. It was only because they were all from the same sect and cultivators who used the saber that Xiao Chen respected them. Otherwise, he would not even need to draw his saber. Shoo. Xiao Chen moved his hand forward again and drew the long, black, and sleek lunar shadow saber. It gave off a dazzling purple light, and a boundless saber intent spread out wantonly. Su, su, su. The entire group of people could no longer hold onto their weapons. Their long sabers soared into the sky and started to spin around non-stop. Saber intent. This is saber intent. The Biyun Peak disciples were all horrified. Their voices trembled as they retreated with all their might. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he pointed his saber at Song Qianhe, who was trying to flee. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the air immediately froze. The killing intent chilled Song Qianhe's heart to the bone. Xiao Chen's peak state of massacre locked onto him. He felt like his legs were filled with lead. They weighed 500 kilograms, he found it hard to move. Bang! That killing intent poured into his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Song Qianhe felt an incredible pain in his chest. His legs trembled, and his eyes filled with horror. Song Qianhe could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Song Qianhe did his best to resist the pressure in his mind. He used one hand to support himself, doing his best not to fall to the ground. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a peak superior grade martial king. After you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you will die for sure." "Superior grade martial king? I haven't been one for a long time," Xiao Chen said calmly. A surging crystalline saber chi shot out of his saber. Song Qianhe, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had a horrifying wound cut open on his chest by the saber chi. The wound was 3 inches deep and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs were clearly visible. Song Qianhe was sent flying. His expression was one of extreme pain. This was one of the main roads of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the disciples of the various peaks wanted to leave the mountain, they had to pass through this road. There would be a lot of people passing through it day and night. The fight between Xiao Chen and Song Qianhe had long since attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Several of them were suspicious of Xiao Chen's identity. When they heard Song Qianhe's words, they finally confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. Numerous astonished gazes shot towards Xiao Chen, their hearts trembling. F***ck, it's really him. I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he's several times stronger than before. I suspected it was him long ago. The white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen killed a peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he still dares to walk in so casually. He actually comprehended saber intent. In our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one has comprehended saber intent in the past 1,000 years. Without saber intent, one is an incomplete bladesman. I wonder if this Song Qianhe is lucky or unlucky. The moment Xiao Chen arrived, he ran into him. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The legendary battle between the white-robed bladesman on the heaven ascending platform 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. At that time, there might have been people who doubted Xiao Chen's strength in the future. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's current performance, no one would deny it. That was the beginning of a legend, the epic legend of the white-robed bladesman. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and ignored the severely injured Song Qianhe behind him. He faced the astonished gasps of the crowd calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. "Xiao Chen, you killed my father and humiliated me time and time again. Sooner or later, I, Song Qianhe, will make you suffer a fate worse than death." When Song Qianhe, who was on the ground, saw that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all, treating him like an ant, he felt humiliated in his heart. Rage. Xiao Chen's calm expression sank completely. Who was it that sought trouble with him time and time again, trying to kill him? Who was it that coveted Qingyun Peak's businesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Who was it that, as a martial king, bullied him, an insignificant martial grandmaster? Who was it that, while he was far away, hired assassins to deal with him? Who was it that, when he was in danger, hit him when he was down? Who was it that, in front of everyone, did not care about propriety and honor, sneak attacking him, nearly causing Ryue to die? It was Song Qiu, Song Qianhe's father. That kind of scum, even if he died 1,000 times, it would not be enough. However, when the words reached Song Qianhe's mouth, they turned into Xiao Chen being unreasonable. Xiao Chen was bullying him, twisting words and forcing logic, extremely shameless. How could there be such logic in the world? How could he distort the truth and speak nonsense? Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he kicked Song Qianhe's chest, sending him flying into the air. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. Don't mention that trashy father of yours in front of me. Don't think that I do not dare to kill you. Back then, I dared to kill your father in front of everyone. Today, I dare to kill you as well. Xiao Chen stomped on Song Qianhe's body expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. The severely injured Song Qianhe trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Just at this moment, 5 Biyun Peak seniors saw Song Qianhe's signal and flew over from afar. Hope immediately lit up in the despairing Song Qianhe's eyes. The people he was waiting for had finally arrived. Oh no, the 5 elders of Biyun Peak are here. These 5 people were superior grade martial kings many years ago. This is bad for Xiao Chen. This Song Qianhe father and son are really sinful. They forced away our heavenly saber pavilion's genius. Now, they are here to kill him. Indeed, if he can represent the heavenly saber pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition and obtain a good ranking, we will be able to bask in his glory. With Xiao Chen's current strength, entering the top 50 will not be a problem. At that time, the heavenly saber pavilion will obtain luck. Our luck will increase as well. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Qiu sent our genius to his grave. What a bastard. This father and son are both not good people. The young cultivators present all felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that the heavenly saber pavilion had not produced a genius like Xiao Chen for a long time already. Back then, Murong Chong was very powerful. However, his reputation was far from comparable to Xiao Chen's. Back then, during the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiao Chen had become famous. He had soared to the sky in one go. Even the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had basked in Xiao Chen's glory. When they went out for experimental training, people would often ask about it. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect as Xiao Chen, when they received an affirmative answer, they would receive envious gazes. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had been weak for many years. It had always been suppressed by the Misty Sword sect and the Night Spirit Palace. As a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they had never received such treatment before. Among the younger generation of disciples, they all worshipped and respected Xiao Chen. They did not have any good impressions of the Song Qianhe father and son. Who did not dream of being a hero when they were young? Who did not want to become a legend, to be respected by thousands? However, reality was too cruel. As they grew older, they would dismiss such dreams with a smile. However, one day, they suddenly discovered such a heroic deed, such a legend, was right beside them. How could their blood not boil? When they saw that Xiao Chen was in trouble, all of them became anxious. In contrast to them, Song Qianhe, who was under Xiao Chen's feet, had an extremely happy smile on his face. His smile was incomparably carefree. It was a smile that was as carefree as it could be, a smile that was as carefree as it could be. This was because Song Qianhe knew that he would soon trample on this white-robed bladesman, who had stepped on his chest. Then, he would be able to take revenge for the humiliation and grudge he suffered in the past. 5 old men wearing Biyun Peak's uniform stood in the air. When they saw Biyun Peak's unique peak master asking for help, they rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Uncles, he is Xiao Chen. He is the one who killed my father. He is only a peak superior grade martial king. You have to take revenge for me, Song Qianhe shouted, ignoring the fact that Xiao Chen was stepping on him. The 5 old men were already over 80 years old. They had a lot of life experience. They took a quick glance at Xiao Chen and started cursing in their hearts. Song Qianhe did not know what cultivation realm Xiao Chen was in. However, they knew with one glance. How was this a peak superior grade martial king? He was clearly a half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, his aura was strong and drawn out. He was not a half-step martial monarch that cultivated a trash cultivation technique. Song Qianhe, this little bastard, wanting them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. Although the difference between a peak superior grade martial king and a half-step martial monarch was not as great as between a martial king and a martial monarch, it was still a huge difference. The 5 old men were very old. After living for so long, they were all very astute. They knew that the 5 of them working together would not be able to hold back Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they would offend a genius cultivator with a bright future. They did not say anything. They exchanged glances and flew away, returning to where they came from. Why did the 5 martial kings leave just like that? How strange. Could they have been scared off? The many disciples who were worried for Xiao Chen all felt suspicious. Song Qianhe's mouth was wide open. His mouth was so wide that he could easily fit an egg in it. The carefree smile on his face did not even have time to fade. Why did they leave without saying anything? These uncles are the ones who dote on me the most. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The difference was too great. Song Qianhe felt dizzy. It was like his brain had short-circuited in that instant. Falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was not the most miserable feeling. The most miserable feeling was when one fell to the bottom and thought that one had a chance to turn things around. Who knew, one would fall back down. At this moment, Song Qianhe finally experienced this feeling. Furthermore, he was severely injured. His final hope was shattered. He could not catch his breath and fainted. Xiao Chen was not surprised at the actions of the 5 Biyun Peak old men. They clearly knew that they could not defeat him, yet they still insisted on fighting. There would not be such stupid people in this world. If the 5 old men were half-step martial monarchs, with the resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and their experience, they might have a 50% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, they were not. They were only superior grade martial kings. In that case, they would not stand a chance at all. Chapter 545. Casually kicking Song Qianhe aside, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the clouds above. There were a few strong gazes staring at him from within the clouds. However, they did not have any malicious intent. They also did not intend to stop Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt excited. He knew who was in the clouds. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a place where a half-step martial monarch like him could do as he pleased. Not to mention the few core elders of the Elders Institute, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Any one of those supreme elders with startling cultivations could easily kill him. The fact that those strong existences did not make a move against him was a clear indication of their attitude. This attitude made Xiao Chen feel more at ease. Xiao Chen hovered about 1 centimeter off the ground and continued walking towards Qingyun Peak. The surrounding disciples all made way for him, their gazes fixed on Xiao Chen's back. At this moment, on Qingyun Peak, the ponytailed girl whose identity medallion Xiao Chen had stolen was looking at Qingyun Peak's manager, Liu Suifeng, with misty eyes. There was a group of female disciples beside Liu Suifeng, talking about what happened. Her identity medallion had been stolen by Xiao Chen, and she was very anxious. Fortunately, she met a group of fellow disciples who were going to enter the mountain. When that group of sisters found out about what happened to her, they immediately rode on a flying beast and flew to Qingyun Peak. They wanted Liu Suifeng to seek justice for them. After Liu Suifeng heard this, he muttered, "You are saying that a fellow disciple wearing white clothes recognized Qingyun Peak's secret technique with one glance and casually broke it. Furthermore, he snatched your identity medallion?" Lung Qianqian nodded gently and said in a wronged manner, "That senior brother was a bully. Not only did he snatch my identity medallion, he even said that I had not practiced well enough and that I needed to continue working hard." Liu Suifeng said angrily, "How preposterous. Since when can others speak ill of the people of my Qingyun Peak? Stop crying and follow me down the mountain. Let's find that fellow and see elder brother Suifeng help you vent your anger." The group of female disciples followed Liu Suifeng and quickly headed down the mountain. Xiao Chen climbed all the way from the foot of Qingyun Peak. He felt very rueful. Back then, there were very few people on Qingyun Peak. It was hard to see anyone on the huge peak. But now, with just a few steps, he could see some disciples either practicing or chatting. There were even disciples guarding the key passages, so Xiao Chen had no choice but to use some techniques to avoid them. What surprised him the most was that these disciples were all young women with voluptuous figures. He didn't see a single male disciple. Leng Qianqian, who had followed Liu Suifeng down, had just reached the middle of the mountain when she saw Xiao Chen, who had a relaxed expression as he looked around. He quickly pointed at Xiao Chen and said to Liu Suifeng, "Elder brother Suifeng, he is the one who snatched my medallion. Now, he is here at our Qingyun Peak." Liu Suifeng was greatly startled as he said, "This brat is too arrogant. After snatching your medallion, he still dares to come to our Qingyun Peak. Come, follow me. Watch me teach this brat a lesson." Under Liu Suifeng's lead, the group of female disciples rushed down aggressively. Soon, they arrived before Xiao Chen. When they got close, Liu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His rushing footsteps immediately stopped. Later, a few of the girls could not react in time. A few of them knocked into his back. "Elder brother Suifeng, why aren't you moving? Go and teach him a lesson. He personally scolded me for not practicing the profound wind chop well. You were the one who taught me all my martial techniques." Liu Suifeng's earlier anger vanished. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. Brother Suifeng, it's been a long time." Liu Suifeng stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Return the medallion to the young lady." Liu Suifeng took the medallion from Xiao Chen's hand and handed it to Leng Qianqian. He said, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. However, someone else can. He. You all can leave first." Leng Qianqian received the medallion. She had a confused expression. It was not just her. The group of female disciples behind her were all confused as well. Didn't Liu Suifeng say that he would help Leng Qianqian get revenge? Why was he suddenly chatting and laughing with this person? "Elder brother Suifeng, who is this person?" one of the girls asked, feeling confused. Liu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is the white-robed bladesman that you all keep talking about. Xiao Chen, you can all leave now." When the group of girls heard Liu Suifeng's words, the way they looked at Xiao Chen immediately changed. It was like they could see stars twinkling in their eyes. Xiao Chen could not stand this gaze. He quickly pulled Liu Suifeng to a rather desolate cliff on Qingyun Peak and asked what was going on. Liu Suifeng giggled and said, "These girls are all your admirers. It is all thanks to you that they are able to do so. Thanks to you, the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago spread the name of our Qingyun Peak. In the second year, several outer disciples came to Qingyun Peak. Now, Qingyun Peak is no longer the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although its accumulations are not as deep as Qianyu Peak, it is full of youthful energy. Every year, there will be a large number of new disciples. There will be an endless stream of new blood. Sooner or later, it will become the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chen was mildly surprised. He had not expected his battle that day to bring about such a huge change to Qingyun Peak. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to fear more. Only when Qingyun Peak truly developed would Liu Rue be able to put down the burden in her heart and be with him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Why do the disciples in this mountain look like young girls? There is not a single man to be seen." Liu Suifeng said righteously, "You really have to thank me for this. I only take in female disciples for your sake. As your brother-in-law, I have the responsibility to guard this place for you. I cannot let other men get close to my sister." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I see those girls calling you elder brother Suifeng. Do you sound like you enjoy it? Are you really doing this for my sake?" Liu Suifeng coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about this. I'll bring you to meet my sister. She should be at the dueling grounds now. Greetings, instructor." "Greetings, instructor Suifeng." As the two of them walked, the female disciples they met would respectfully greet Liu Suifeng as instructor. As Liu Suifeng walked, he explained, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, Elder Sis is the one teaching most of the martial techniques. I am just assisting her." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to teach these 14 or 15-year-old girls. In these 2 years, Liu Suifeng's strength had undergone a metamorphosis. He had advanced from inferior-grade martial saint to peak superior-grade martial saint. He was only a step away from breaking through the barrier to martial king. Such strength would be considered at the peak among the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, it would be considered top-notch. However, when compared to the entire continent, especially during the budding age of geniuses, it would not be considered top-notch. However, no matter what, with Liu Suifeng's current strength as a peak martial saint, it was more than enough to teach these martial Grand Master female disciples. Liu Suifeng said seriously, "It is all thanks to that flowing light marigold leaf of yours. The further you go, the more you will understand the importance of comprehension." As they spoke, the dueling grounds soon appeared before the two of them. This dueling grounds was not unfamiliar to Xiao Chen. Back when he was at Qingyun Peak, he would spend most of his time there. "Go in by yourself. I will not stay to accompany you." After sending Xiao Chen off, Liu Suifeng performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When Xiao Chen pushed open the doors of the dueling grounds, he saw that the previously empty dueling grounds was now filled with people. There were 200 to 300 Qingyun Peak female disciples lined up neatly. They were like white poplar trees standing in the middle of the grounds. In front of them, Liu Ruyue was explaining some of the unique martial techniques of Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, she would answer the questions of the disciples. She wore tight-fitting blue cultivator robes, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. 2 years had not left any mark on her face. She was the same as before. Every movement she made was graceful and flawless. Xiao Chen stopped walking and revealed a faint smile. He leaned against the door and watched with interest. Seeing Liu Ruyue's expression, Xiao Chen felt a faint satisfaction in his heart. For a moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. Liu Ruyue, who was completely focused, did not sense Xiao Chen's arrival. She continued to explain the unique points of Qingyun Peak's martial techniques. When Liu Ruyue got excited, she would draw the small saber at her waist and demonstrate it personally. She wanted these young girls to understand the profound things in simple terms. This month's 3 days of lessons will end here. When you go back, remember to work harder. If there is anything you do not understand, remember to communicate with your fellow disciples. 2 hours later, Liu Ruyue waved her hand and dismissed the 200-odd female disciples. After the crowd dispersed, Liu Ruyue's spirited face finally revealed some fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, Liu Ruyue's spirited face revealed a trace of fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Chen, who was standing at the door. Her body paused, thinking that she had seen wrong. After looking carefully, she was certain that the bladesman wearing white clear wind robes with a meteor-shaped lunar shadow saber at his waist was Xiao Chen. Liu Ruyue put down what she was doing and walked over quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes. She still could not believe that the person in front of her was Xiao Chen. Liu Ruyue slowly raised her fair and slender right hand and moved it towards Xiao Chen's face. She really wanted to know if what she saw was an illusion or not. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Liu Ruyue's wrist. Then, he naturally pulled her into his embrace. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only mutter, "I'm back." A familiar person, a familiar smell, a familiar voice. Liu Ruyue finally believed that the person she was thinking of was indeed in front of her. "How have you been these 2 years?" Liu Ruyue asked softly as she let go of Xiao Chen's embrace and blushed slightly. "Let's go out first. There are too many people here." Holding Liu Ruyue's hand, Xiao Chen led her out of the door. Liu Suifeng, who was eavesdropping with a group of female disciples, was the first to bear the brunt of the door slamming into his face. Chapter 546. "Damn, there is no need to be so ruthless," Liu Suifeng said depressedly as he rubbed his face. "Instructor Suifeng, was that person earlier really the white-robed bladesman? I heard that back then, he was not as strong as you, right? How strong is he now? I heard someone say that he scared away 5 Biyun Peak elders by himself." That Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Qianhe, did not even have the ability to stand before him. The girls fired questions at Liu Suifeng. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to endure it. However, Liu Suifeng chuckled and surrounded the girls. He said calmly, "Don't be in such a rush. Ask them one by one. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." At the same time, the news of Xiao Chen's return to Qingyun Peak spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the story of Xiao Chen's encounter with Biyun Peak's Song Qianhe was recounted vividly. In the end, he even scared away 5 superior grade martial kings. When they thought of the legendary battle from 2 years ago and saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed today, several cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chen sighed. At the edge of a small cliff on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyue leaned against a rock. There was a waterfall in front of the cliff. The sound of water splashing could be heard continuously. The wind blew past the two of them as Xiao Chen spoke softly about his encounters in the past 2 years. He told Liu Ruyue everything he had experienced since he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. From the first time Liu Ruyue saw Xiao Chen, she had already guessed that Xiao Chen's future accomplishments would not stop at the great Qin nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold him back. However, she had not expected that the stage that Xiao Chen wanted would be so big. Xiao Chen was not very eloquent. What should have been a very exciting experience sounded very ordinary when he spoke about it. This was similar to his low-profile character. Liu Ruyue squinted her eyes slightly. However, she was very engrossed in listening, carefully savoring every word. She was the only one who could understand the thrill and danger that Xiao Chen was facing from Xiao Chen's calm tone. Time passed by unknowingly. The sound of the wind and the sound of water lingered in their ears. Xiao Chen shrugged slightly and smiled. "Tell me about yourself. How have you been doing these past 2 years?" What Liu Ruyue said was exactly the same as what Liu Suifeng said. After he left, Qingyun Peak developed very quickly in the 2nd year. In the past 2 years, she had to guide Liu Suifeng to teach the new disciples during the day and cultivate by herself at night. Every day could be said to be extremely busy. Even so, Liu Ruyue managed to become a peak superior grade martial king. This showed how strong her talent was. If not for Xiao Chen being over 24 years old, he would not have any problems passing the preliminaries of this 5-nation youth competition. Liu Ruyue asked with some anticipation, "How long do you intend to stay here this time?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "About 2 months. There is still half a year before the 5-nation youth competition begins. I still have to do some things for the Xiao clan." When the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Chen reluctantly said goodbye to Liu Ruyue and returned to his courtyard. The stars were resplendent in the night sky. Xiao Chen practiced the 4-season saber technique in the courtyard. At the same time, he comprehended the state of the 4th and final move. Spring uses thunder, summer uses fire, autumn uses rain. However, he could not think of what to use in winter as a catalyst. If he followed Bai Shirei's style, winter would naturally use snow, using the state of extreme cold to seal the world in ice. Xiao Chen did not want to follow Bai Shirei's style. He wanted to create his own 4-season saber technique. Hence, he could not use snow as a catalyst. Hua, hua, hua. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the fallen leaves in the courtyard formed a ball in the air at some point in time. As Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, the ball of fallen leaves immediately exploded. The remnant saber intent still lingered on the fallen leaves. When it burst out, it created thousands of holes of various sizes in the surrounding ground. The first elder, Jiang Kai, had just entered the courtyard. When he stepped on the ground, a dull explosion immediately came from the ground. There seemed to be 10-odd sharp saber intents under the sturdy ground. They all formed a formation and started circulating their cultivation techniques. With a loud bang, under the astonished gazes of the first elder and the others, the ground of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The countless fallen leaves hidden in the dust were still spinning. A misty saber intent spread out, causing the weapon in Jiang Kai's hand to buzz and tremble. It really is saber intent. The first elder, Jiang Kai, exclaimed excitedly as he held the trembling weapon in his hand and looked at the spinning fallen leaves in the air. Jiang Kai had advanced to half-step martial monarch many years ago. Even with the vast resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had not been able to break through to martial monarch. He might not have any hope of becoming a martial monarch in this lifetime. However, as a half-step martial monarch, Jiang Kai relied on the vast resources to temper himself, becoming an unrivaled existence. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended saber intent, Jiang Kai would have an 80% chance of defeating Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended saber intent, Jiang Kai did not even have a 60% chance. Something like saber intent did not depend on one's cultivation realm or cultivation. It only depended on one's comprehension ability. Some people might not be able to comprehend saber intent even after becoming a martial sage. However, some people might be able to comprehend saber intent as a martial saint. Only by comprehending saber intent could a bladesman be considered a complete bladesman. First Elder. Xiao Chen said respectfully with a cupped fist salute as he leaped over the flying soil and arrived beside Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai had done Xiao Chen a favor. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary favor, it was a favor of saving his life. Even though Xiao Chen's strength surpassed Jiang Kai's, he did not dare to show any disrespect. When Jiang Kai saw Xiao Chen's attitude, he felt very satisfied. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen and sighed softly, "You are old. 2 years ago, you were just a peak martial saint. In merely 2 years, you actually advanced to half-step martial monarch. You are no weaker than me. You are so young, and you even comprehended saber intent. Your future is limitless." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "My saber intent is not worth mentioning. It has not reached small perfection. If it had reached small perfection, the remnant saber intent on the fallen leaf would have returned to the saber the instant I withdrew my saber." Indeed, Xiao Chen was still far from achieving small perfection in saber intent. The first elder, Jiang Kai, smiled faintly and chatted with Xiao Chen. He cleverly did not mention Xiao Chen's oath. "Xiao Chen, actually, I have a presumptuous request this time. Can you represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in this 5-nation youth competition?" After hesitating for a while, Jiang Kai finally stated his purpose for coming here. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had its own branch in Desolate City. However, it was not as big as the other sects. Hence, the first elder, Jiang Kai, was not like the other disciples of the sect. He did not know anything about Xiao Chen after he left. Jiang Kai was very clear about Xiao Chen's achievements in the ancient desolate land. He knew that Xiao Chen could rival the demonic geniuses of the great Jin nation. With Xiao Chen's strength, he would not have any problems entering the top 50. If such a person could represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the benefits would be immeasurable. Xiao Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will gladly do so. I came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the first place. Furthermore, the first elder saved my life. Since you think highly of me, Xiao Chen will naturally do his best." Xiao Chen agreed so straightforwardly. Jiang Kai was stunned. He only reacted after a while. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good. Your pure heart has not changed. Don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot compare to those rich and powerful factions. However, the resources you deserve will not be lacking." Jiang Kai laughed loudly and said good 3 times in a row. He was clearly in a carefree mood. The next day, Jiang Kai ordered people to deliver 3 boxes. The first box contained 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The second box contained 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chen opened the third box, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was filled with superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 10,000 of them. Even Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He knew about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's foundation. Taking out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in one go was truly a huge investment. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put away the spirit stones. Although there were not many resources, they were timely help. Xiao Chen was now truly poor. He had exhausted all his resources in the boundless sea. he was in urgent need of resources. However, inferior-grade spirit stones and medial-grade spirit stones were already useless to him. Xiao Chen handed them over to Liu Ruyue for the night. After Xiao Chen received the spirit stones, it meant that he could not go back on his word. So, after another day, the news that Xiao Chen would represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Five-Nation Youth Competition spread. Under Jiang Kai's purposeful control, this news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When all the disciples heard this news, they were all extremely excited. They had not expected that Xiao Chen, who had been forced out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, would return to help them. During the days on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen adjusted his mentality. He allowed himself to relax during the day, accompanying Liu Ruyue as she walked around. Occasionally, he would teach the juniors of Qingyun Peak. On the 15th of the 7th month, 1 month had passed since Xiao Chen arrived at Qingyun Peak. On this day, something major happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the Elders' Assembly's Jiang Kai was startled. The previous top genius, Murong Chong, had returned as well. The Five-Nation Youth Competition would begin in half a year. Furthermore, this Five-Nation Youth Competition might open the door to the upper realm. Not only the 5 great nations, but also the Great Jin, Chu, Great Tang, Great Xia, and Great Qin, the ancient desolate land, the surrounding barbarians, and the vast boundless sea. All the genius cultivators and demonic geniuses under the starry heavens would participate. The Five-Nation Youth Competition would usher in an unprecedented grand occasion. The Germinal Organization of Cultivators might lose the word Germinal because of this battle, ushering in a grand age of tens of thousands of cultivators. In this era of great competition, everything would be reshuffled. This was not only an opportunity for cultivators to stand out, it was also an opportunity for sects. At this crucial moment, Murong Chong returned. Naturally, the management of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very excited. Back then, Murong Chong was the top genius of the Shihe province. No one could compare to him. 3 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial saint. However, because he lost to Xiao Chen in one move, he had to go on experimental training. Chapter 547. The people of the Elders' Assembly originally thought that with Murong Chong's talent, he would have been poached away by the other sects long ago. They did not expect him to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, he also had some misgivings in his heart. He was afraid that after this Murong Chong was defeated by Xiao Chen, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was unable to rise again. As for the ordinary people, they could not catch the attention of the other great sects. That was why they returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thus, the elders, led by Jiang Kai, immediately received Murong Chong. They wanted to gauge his strength. On Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen heard from Liu Suifeng that Murong Chong had returned. He felt somewhat surprised. Unlike the people from the Elders' Assembly, Xiao Chen clearly knew that Murong Chong was not the kind of cultivator who would collapse after suffering a setback. With Xiao Chen's talent, he would definitely be valued by the other great sects. To be able to resist such a temptation and return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Murong Chong was also on the same path. Liu Sui said, "He is probably back for the Five-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no surprises, he will definitely come and look for you tonight." Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, "I have not seen him for more than 2 years. I am indeed looking forward to seeing how much he has grown." Liu Suifeng sighed softly. The requirements for the Five-Nation Youth Competition will probably be higher this time around. You might need to be at least a martial king to register. Any cultivator would definitely want to go and take a look at the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Even if they did not rank high, they would be able to broaden their horizons by going. Naturally, Liu Suifeng was no exception. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the bottleneck of a martial king. There was still half a year left, and it would be difficult for him to overcome it. With a thought, Xiao Chen casually took out 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Liu Suifeng. He said, "Use these superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate for the next half a year. When you officially make your breakthrough, I'll help you find some natural treasures. You have to build a good foundation for breaking through to Martial King." Xiao Chen had experienced breaking through the barrier of martial king before. One had to have a firm and solid foundation. Otherwise, even if one broke through, they would only be an ordinary martial king. A person's foundation was determined by the cultivation technique they practiced, the grade of the spirit stones they usually used, the heavenly treasures they used when making a breakthrough, and their own bones. Xiao Chen could not help Liu Suifeng with regards to his aptitude and cultivation technique. However, he could still think of a way to obtain good spirit stones and natural treasures. Liu Suifeng rejected, "How can I do that? You already gave us so many spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a waste for me to use superior grade spirit stones now." Xiao Chen advised, "Don't be afraid of wasting. Even if you waste a large amount of yuan qi in the upper rank spirit stones, the effect is still much better than the middle rank spirit stones and the lower rank spirit stones. Don't worry about this when you are breaking through." Naturally, it was a great waste to use superior grade spirit stones when one was a martial saint. However, there was no need to care about this when making a breakthrough. Under Xiao Chen's repeated persuasion, Liu Suifeng finally accepted the 1,000 upper spiritual stones. The moon hung above the treetops, illuminating the land. It was late at night. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen held his saber hilt with his right hand as he looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, deep in thought. Pu. Xiao Chen drew his saber by 1 centimeter. The pitch-black saber instantly glowed with a purple light. A sharp saber intent spread out, creating a boundless strong wind. The strong wind blew the fallen leaves down, causing them to dance in the courtyard. They rose and fell, falling heavily. Kaca. When Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, a boundless saber intent soared into the sky. All the fallen leaves immediately buzzed and spun in the air. With the support of the saber intent, the normally light fallen leaves had turned into a sharp killing weapon. A regular martial saint would not be able to block it and would end up covered in wounds. Withdraw. In an instant, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. The spinning leaves suddenly stopped and fell back to the ground. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He said softly, "After 1 month, although I still have not figured out what to take for winter, my saber intent has finally reached small perfection. I can release and withdraw it as I please." Hu Kai. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. A cold saber intent spread out in the strong wind. The fallen leaves that had just fallen were suddenly swept up again. The fallen leaves spun and buzzed. They were like thousands of blades flying in the sky, heading for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His right hand, which was holding the saber, moved quickly. A sharp saber intent gushed out as he drew his saber. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the falling leaves that filled the sky started spinning anti-clockwise. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the two saber intents, the falling leaves in the air could not withstand such a strong force. They all exploded, turning into countless shards and falling down like rain. When the dust settled, a thick layer of broken leaves covered the empty space in the courtyard. Xiao Chen looked to the front. Murong Chong, dressed in black, stood on the walls of the courtyard, holding a scarlet saber in his hand. Murong Chong's aura was like a sharp saber, radiating a sharp light as he stood proudly in the sky. The two withdrew their sabers at the same time. Murong Chong's figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he casually walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. However, Murong Chong's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen. There was a faint shock in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it very well. After a long time, Murong Chong sighed, "After not seeing you for more than 2 years, I originally thought that I could defeat you easily. Who knew, I still cannot see through you." Xiao Chen said softly, "It is the same for you. Not only have you reached half-step martial monarch, but you have also comprehended saber intent." In the end, Murong Chong did not fall. Murong Chong smiled and said, "Why did you come back? With your talent, there should have been a super sect that extended an olive branch to you." Xiao Chen said calmly, "I am the same as you. Whatever reason you have, I have." With the talent of the two of them, the small mountain that was the heavenly saber pavilion could not hold them back. However, the two of them were people who knew how to repay favors. They hoped to use this opportunity to repay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's kindness. If one asked for the reason, there was no need to say it. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you on the heaven viewing platform. We will only compete in the saber. Murong Chong enunciated every word. The battle 2 years ago was Murong Chong's greatest defeat in the past 20-odd years. He had lost to a newcomer in front of thousands of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In that battle, not only had he lost his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had also lost the love he had hidden in his heart forever. Murong Chong was not someone who haggled over every ounce. However, he had his pride. Naturally, he had to think of a way to take back what he had lost. Xiao Chen accepted the other party's challenge without any fear. He said calmly, "Sure. We will meet on the Heaven Ascending platform 3 days from now. As you said, we will only compete in the saber." Early the next morning, the news of Murong Chong challenging Xiao Chen quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, it was also on the Heaven Viewing platform. The classic battle between Xiao Chen and Murong Chong was still vivid in the minds of many disciples. The two moons competed with each other, the winds blew, the clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Now, 2 years later, the two of them had their own accomplishments. They would fight again in the same place with their own glory. Would Murong Chong defeat Xiao Chen and reclaim his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Or would Xiao Chen win again, suppressing Murong Chong? Before it started, the many Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples were filled with anticipation for this battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Back at Xiao Chen's residence, Liu Ruiyue said, "Are we really not going?" Xiao Chen held Liu Ruiyue's hand and smiled faintly. "There is really no need. We are only competing in the saber. It is not a true battle to the death. It can't even be considered a true exchange of pointers. Competing in the saber, this was a term used by bladesmen. The literal meaning was when two people attacked at the same time to see whose saber was stronger. It sounded very simple, but it was incomparably complicated when it came to actual operation. The instant the saber left the hand, not only did it contain essence, but it also contained the cultivator's state and saber intent. Under normal circumstances, when competing with a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, it would be useless, no matter how strong the first two were. However, Murong Chong and Xiao Chen both comprehended saber intent. It was hard to say who was stronger. However, Xiao Chen was very confident in himself. Aside from saber intent, his state of massacre and state of thunder had already reached their limits. As his cultivation increased, they would continue to grow stronger. Furthermore, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was terrifyingly pure. He had used countless natural treasures and tempered himself with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had the spirit-gathering pearls. It would be hard for anyone in the same generation to be stronger than him. No matter what fortuitous encounters Murong Chong had, he would not be able to compare to Xiao Chen. Unless he was the proud disciple of a super sect, born with countless natural treasures and had cultivated more than 10 years more than Xiao Chen, he would barely be able to surpass him. However, as time went by, the gap between these demonic geniuses and Xiao Chen would shrink. In the end, he would surpass them all. "Don't worry, just wait for my good news." Xiao Chen let go of Liu Ruiyue and soared into the sky, disappearing from Liu Ruiyue's sight in the blink of an eye. As Liu Ruiyue watched Xiao Chen leave, she bit her lips and revealed a contemplative look. Not too long ago, when Xiao Chen first came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he needed to be protected under her wings. However, in merely 2 years, he had completely surpassed her. Liu Ruiyue withdrew her gaze and revealed a determined expression. She muttered to herself, "It looks like I have to take some time out to temper myself. Otherwise, if this little fellow surpasses me by too much, it will be too embarrassing." Many disciples had already received the news and were already waiting in the huge drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The sun above their heads was scorching hot, but it still could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. The discussions had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? 2 years ago, the two of them were evenly matched. Xiao Chen barely won. It is hard to say. I heard that Murong Chong is already a half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen is also a half-step martial monarch. However, he only revealed a move that day and did not see his exact strength. However, the two of them are competing in the saber and not in a true duel. They should be able to determine the victor very quickly. Let's just wait and see. Whoever's saber is stronger, it means that they are stronger. 2 years ago, before the duel between Xiao Chen and Murong Chong, all the cultivators were leaning towards Murong Chong, believing that Xiao Chen would not be able to win. 2 years later, this duel was filled with uncertainty. No one dared to say who would win. Chapter 548. The 12 elite elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Elders' Assembly were gathered on the tall platform. They did not want to miss out on this duel, either. As of now, Xiao Chen and Murong Chong were no weaker than them. Several of the elders were not even as strong as the two of them. An elder with very small eyes sighed softly, "We are really getting old. Only in this budding age of geniuses can there be geniuses growing so fast. Unfortunately, we are all old. We are destined to be spectators. Ha ha. To be able to be a spectator and witness the geniuses of geniuses is pretty good. My life is not in vain. Indeed, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion already has 2 geniuses. In that case, how many geniuses are there in the entire starry heavens? When they all mature, the geniuses of geniuses will descend. What kind of majestic scene will appear in the world?" The first elder, Jiang Kai, smiled faintly and said, "What is the point of saying all this? After all, these 2 geniuses have agreed to fight for our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the time comes, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will only rise up." Shio. 2 sharp figures flew over from the east and west of the drill grounds. They were extremely fast and landed in the blink of an eye. They are here. Murong Chong and Xiao Chen are here. The people in the spectator stands who had been waiting for a long time immediately burst into an uproar. Murong Chong looked at his surroundings and his thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. The scene back then was the same as now. There were no empty seats. Murong Chong was originally in high spirits, wanting to take down Qingyun Peak in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he lost. After more than 2 years, when he saw such a scene again, he could not help but feel rueful. Harboring a desire to win, Murong Chong's sharp gaze was like a knife as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said in a clear voice, "Xiao Chen, one saber strike to decide victory." "As you wish." The two of them placed their right hands on their saber hilts at the same time. A boundless aura, state, aura, and saber intent started to gather. Murong Chong activated his state of wind and a strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The white clouds above him churned endlessly. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the world changed color. Xiao Chen activated the state of slaughter and the state of thunder. Black thunderclouds appeared above his head, and muffled thunderclaps resounded. The entire place rumbled endlessly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Behind him, a blood-red radiance overflowed crazily. That was the will of massacre spreading. Under the strong state of the two, before the sabers were drawn, the world had already turned dark. The aura of the impending battle made everyone hold their breath. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. Clang, clang. 2 resonant hums rang out. Murong Chong and Xiao Chen drew their weapons at the same time. The saber intents that they had been accumulating for a long time burst forth. The sabers hummed endlessly, and the saber intent reverberated endlessly. Then, it quickly spread out. The weapons in the hands of the thousands of cultivators immediately trembled, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Shio. The two of them moved as fast as lightning. The lunar shadow saber and the scarlet saber in Murong Chong's hands flew out at the same time, spinning towards each other. Hu Kai. The 2 sabers gave off a bright light. As they spun, a bright light spread out. Everywhere the weapons passed, cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out continuously. The thousands of cultivators in the crowd all cried out in alarm. When the 2 saber intents clashed, they could no longer control the weapons in their hands. They all flew into the air. Thousands of sabers of all sorts were pulled into the air by the 2 king weapons of Xiao Chen and Murong Chong. They clashed endlessly. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone's attention was not on that at all. Their eyes were fixed on the two rotating long sabers in the field without blinking. The speed of the sabers was incomparably fast. If Murong Chong raised his head, victory would be decided in the next moment. Dang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the two majestic sabers finally collided. The two cracks on the ground also connected with a loud bang at this moment. Kaca. The entire ground of the drill ground was instantly split into two halves, shocking everyone present. Even the elders on the high platform couldn't sit still. Too strong. The strength of the genius cultivators now is beyond our imagination. However, Jiang Kai had a smile on his face. He did not care that these two people were stronger than him. He said loudly, "Good. No matter who wins or loses, with such strength, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destined to shine in the Five-Nation Youth Competition." PUCI. Murong Chong, who was standing proudly, paled and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The instant the scarlet saber that belonged to him clashed with the lunar shadow saber, cracks appeared on it. Then, the cracks scattered and the scarlet saber shattered into countless pieces. PUCI. Woo. Woo. Only a slender, pitch-black saber remained on the drill grounds, spinning continuously. The thousands of sabers spinning around the lunar shadow saber in the sky seemed to be telling everyone who the true king weapon was. Whose saber could truly command the thousands of sabers, the king of sabers? Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the spinning lunar shadow saber turned into a beam of light and returned to its scabbard. Having lost the support of the saber intent, the thousands of sabers swaying endlessly in the sky also fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy. The vast drill grounds regained its calm. The strong wind stopped, the dust settled, the thunder stopped, and the fiery sunlight shone down once again. Only the 1,000-meter-long crack that split the drill grounds in half remained in the calm drill grounds. It was a testament to the crazy scene from earlier. Saber intent, two peak states, and the aura of a martial monarch. These two are not ordinary half-step martial monarchs. Up on the platform, the first elder, Jiang Kai, said sullenly, "We need to re-evaluate their strength." Second elder, "Bring some people to communicate with Murong Chong. Tell him to give him the highest treatment for a genius. I will personally speak to Xiao Chen." The remaining elders all looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If they gave Murong Chong the highest treatment for a genius, then wouldn't they give Xiao Chen an even higher treatment? It would be the same as the young sect master's treatment. Don't just stand there. Quickly do as I say. This concerns the 100-year plan of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If anyone makes a mistake, they can forget about their position in the elders' assembly. Jiang Kai snorted coldly. When he saw the elders not moving, he scolded them in a serious tone. The second elder did not dare to delay. He quickly said, "I'll go immediately, I'll go immediately." After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen, who was preparing to fly up, received a message from a young disciple. The young disciple said that the first elder was waiting for him in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There were cultivation techniques, secret manuals, spirit weapons, battle armor, spirit stones, and all sorts of natural treasures. Of course, with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, its accumulations could not compare to the other great sects. Not to mention a super sect like the Haotian sect in the Great Jin Nation, the Heavenly Sword Gate in the Great Chu Nation, or the Thousand Sword Pavilion in the Great Xia Nation. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled in comparison. However, no matter what, the accumulation of a sect's inheritance and wealth would definitely make Xiao Chen sigh in amazement. The first elder, Jiang Kai, wanted to bring Xiao Chen to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Naturally, his intentions were clear. He wanted to gain a new understanding of Xiao Chen's strength and wanted to rope him in. Xiao Chen understood this logic. However, he still felt it was strange. No matter what, he felt that the first elder, Jiang Kai, was a little too attentive. Xiao Chen had already agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had accepted the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones from him. What did the first elder have to worry about? There was no need for him to give Xiao Chen any more benefits. Carrying such doubts, Xiao Chen followed the young disciple to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was an important place for any sect. Naturally, the security was very strict. Along the way, Xiao Chen saw many twists and turns. There were many twists and turns. Every checkpoint was guarded by the elite disciples of the Divine Saber Camp. Occasionally, there would be a few warships cruising through the air. When Xiao Chen arrived at the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, he felt the aura of a martial monarch on the roof. That should be a supreme elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With such tight security, it was easy to imagine the importance of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jiang Kai, had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciple leading the way. Then, he walked over to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. "Ha ha. Xiao Chen, you should know why I brought you here, right?" Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Jiang Kai smiled and said, "The strength that you and Murong Chong displayed far surpassed my expectations. The two of you have comprehended Saber intent and two states. Furthermore, you have comprehended the two states to their limits. The next step would be wills. However, I think more highly of you. Do you know why?" Jiang Kai answered his own question, "Because you ascended to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. That in itself represents a kind of luck. Now that you have returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you have unknowingly affected the luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Of course, it is a good influence. Let's cut the crap. Come with me." Jiang Kai raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. After a simple communication with the Supreme Elder there, the wooden doors with 18 layers of formations on them opened with a creak. The first floor was filled with gold and jade, shining with a dazzling light. At first glance, it was dazzling, it was somewhat dazzling. However, when one looked carefully, they discovered that they were all mundane items. There were gold, silver, jewels, jadeite, night pearls, gold, and precious stones. If an ordinary person took any one of these items, they would be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of their lives. However, Jiang Kai and Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at them. They directly headed for the second floor. To them, these things were just worldly possessions. The items on the second floor started to look interesting. There were spirit weapon secret manuals and inferior grade spirit stones. However, Jiang Kai did not even bother to look at them. He knew that these things could not catch Xiao Chen's attention. The two continued to head up, past the third floor, then the fourth floor. Gradually, there were some things that tempted Xiao Chen. However, Jiang Kai did not stop. He kept going until he reached the 7th floor. If they went up another floor, they would reach the top floor of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. "I can only bring you up to here. I have no way of going up to the next floor. Murong Chong can only bring me to the 6th floor. However, you can go to the 7th floor," Jiang Kai smiled gently. Chapter 549. Xiao Chen sized up the scenery of the 6th floor. Compared to the resplendent golden light of the first floor, this floor was very plain. All the treasures had their spiritual light withdrawn. If one looked carefully, one would be able to feel a faint spiritual aura filling every corner of the room. There were tables and cabinets made of platinum-glazed jade with all sorts of treasures on them. There were spirit cores of 1,000-year-old spirit beasts and demonic cores of 1,000-year-old demonic beasts. These spirit beasts and demonic beasts were all very strong when they were alive. After they died, one could still feel intense energy fluctuations from the spirit cores and demonic cores. There were also rows of bookshelves filled with all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques related to the saber. None of them were lower than Earth-ranked. These were obtained by the seniors of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion when they went out adventuring. When Xiao Chen looked further down, he even saw many exquisite brocade boxes containing white inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. In the past, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a martial sage, Emperor Wu. It was not strange for him to be able to refine spirit-gathering pearls. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a martial sage. Every time they used a spirit-gathering pearl, there would be one less. They could only treat it as a treasure and hide it. There were 10 different types of sabers on the weapons rack. All of them had a bright glow. Occasionally, they would spit out a strong saber light. This was the mark of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When Jiang Kai, who was at the side, saw Xiao Chen looking at the weapons rack, he said proudly, "Xiao Chen, these are the 10 heaven-ranked spirit weapons that my heavenly saber pavilion has accumulated over 10,000 years. One of them is even a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. I see that your lunar shadow saber is only a superior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. Just pick one. Using a heaven-ranked spirit weapon to replace the lunar shadow saber?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and shook his head in rejection. What a joke! The lunar shadow saber was once a sub-divine weapon. Although it was only a superior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon now, as long as Ao Jiao finished nourishing it, it would immediately become a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. In the future, when he found the corresponding materials, he could recover it to a sub-divine weapon. If he had enough opportunities, with Ao Jiao's guidance, it might even become a new divine weapon. How could Xiao Chen exchange it? Jiang Kai was stunned for a while. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to reject his suggestion so decisively. However, this was fine as well. Coincidentally, Murong Chong's weapon was damaged. If he gave it to Xiao Chen, it would be very suitable. Then, he said, "It is up to you. Whatever you like, just take it." First, Xiao Chen said, "Xiao is spirit. Great Elder, aren't you afraid that I'll empty your entire building?" Divine Spirit Xiao Chen SS Spirit Xiao and Spirit Xiao Xiao Spirit. Chen, S Spirit, up. Xiao 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 2. 2. Xiao. Chen Xiao Xiao up. Xiao Xiao. Xiao. Xiao Chen was the kind of person who knew how to repay favors. The more he took, the more he would owe the heavenly saber pavilion a favor. The greater the favor he owed, the greater the favor he would repay in the future. Hence, Jiang Kai was not afraid of Xiao Chen taking too much. He was only afraid that Xiao Chen would look down on them and take too little. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to take everything. In the end, he took 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 50,000 superior grade spirit stones, a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning attributed demonic beasts lightning core, and a lightning tribulation saber technique. This lightning tribulation saber technique was a peak earth ranked saber technique. It was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended. It was weaker than the Four-Season saber technique but stronger than the Wu Kuei saber technique. The Four-Season saber technique was used as a trump card. This lightning tribulation saber technique was used to deal with enemies, to hide his strength. The things that Xiao Chen took were within Jiang Kai's expectations. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to Jade Maiden Peak to choose some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs." After they left the treasury pavilion, the first elder, Jiang Kai, waved his hand, and a warship descended. Jiang Kai smiled and said, "Let's go." Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before saying, "First elder, you have already given me so many treasures. Leave the spirit herbs for the juniors and the elders to use." Jiang Kai laughed loudly and pulled Xiao Chen up. He said, "Don't overthink this. If you go to the other sects, they will give you even more. As I said, since you chose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will do our best to nurture you." The two of them boarded the deck, and the warship immediately soared into the air, heading for Jade Maiden Peak. As the warship traveled through the clouds, the wind blew from both sides, causing Xiao Chen's and the first elder's hair to flutter. Jiang Kai muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Xiao Chen, it seems like you do not know what the luck of the Five-Nation Youth Competition represents. Or perhaps, you do not know how valuable this luck is." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Jiang Kai and asked, "What do you mean?" Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not know how valuable this luck was. He sincerely asked Jiang Kai for guidance. After all, the other party was in charge of a sect. He would definitely know some secrets that Xiao Chen did not. Luck is something that sounds ethereal. There are no traces of it. However, it does exist. 20 years ago, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. However, we still suffered a great calamity in the end. In the end, it was because we did not have enough luck. If there is something substantial that represents luck, it would be the dragon vein. Dragon vein? Jiang Kai continued, the dragon vein represents the luck of the world. There are 9 dragon veins in the world. Each of the 5 great nations subdued one. The royal courts of the various nations are supersects without any status. This is also why the people of the royal courts are not allowed to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. They already possess great luck and cannot compete with the other sects. Xiao Chen felt curious. He asked, where are the remaining 4 dragon veins now? Jiang Kai said, originally, you would not be able to know about this. However, you are now qualified to know. The 4 dragon veins are under the great Jin nation's wind cloud arena. Back then, the last heavenly emperor of the Tianwu dynasty was too ambitious. He wanted to gather all 9 dragon veins. He wanted to obtain the luck of the entire great world and compete with the heavens, becoming immortal. He offended the 4 holy lands, resulting in a rank 9 demonic calamity and being destroyed. The escape of the 9 dragons threw the spirit veins of the world into chaos, causing the density of the spiritual energy of the various great nations to plummet. Xiao Chen knew about this. However, he had not expected it to be related to the ambitions of the Tianwu dynasty. The demonic calamity that destroyed the Tianwu dynasty was actually caused by the 4 holy lands. Regular cultivators would not be able to imagine such a secret. In their eyes, the 4 holy lands were the representatives of righteousness, helping to seal spatial tiers everywhere. Jiang Kai smiled gently and said, aside from the great Jin nation, the royal courts of the 5 great nations are all representatives of the 4 holy lands. Back then, the Tianwu dynasty was able to unify the continent because of the support of the 4 holy lands. The puppet that they supported was disobedient. They just had to find another one. Wang. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected there to be such a secret. To think that the holy lands were so strong. Even someone as strong as the Tianwu emperor, a hero of his generation and famous for 10,000 years, was just a pawn in the hands of the holy lands. In that case, what was Xiao Chen now? He was not even qualified to be a pawn. Suddenly, Xiao Chen noticed a problem. Feeling it was strange, he asked, First Elder, you mentioned the 4 holy lands earlier. However, why are there only the 3 holy masters? The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. Although the 3 holy masters were very mysterious, their names were not a secret. No matter how one counted, there were only 3. Jiang Kai's expression changed. He knew that he had said too much. He smiled and said, you don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that the 4 dragon veins under the Wind Cloud Arena are a chance for all the sects to compete fairly. Whoever obtains a good ranking will obtain great luck. Furthermore, with the arrival of this great age, only 1 dragon vein would awaken at most. This time, it is possible that all 4 dragon veins will awaken. So, once you obtain a good ranking, no matter how much I give you, it will be worth it. Seeing that Jiang Kai was not willing to say more, Xiao Chen did not press on. He only thought to himself, one day, I will personally unravel these mysteries. I will figure out whether the blue dragon martial spirit represents the fallen holy land or not. Xiao Chen had once heard from Leng Yu that there were 3,000 great realms in the universe. The Tianwu continent was called the Sky Dome realm, but it was just an ordinary realm among the 3,000 great realms. The so-called upper realm was a high-level realm that ruled over the 3,000 great realms. It was called the Kunlun realm. Since then, Xiao Chen had a small guess in his heart. The so-called transmigration might not be a coincidence. Earth might have been one of the 3,000 great realms in the past. Of course, this was the deepest secret in Xiao Chen's heart. No matter who it was, he would not tell it. The only thing he could do now was to continuously become stronger, to increase his strength. Then, he would personally unravel the mysteries. As they spoke, the fragrant Jade Maiden Peak appeared before the 2 of them. The warship flew towards a pavilion at the edge of a cliff on Jade Maiden Peak. The pavilion leaned against the cliff. Most of it floated in the air, looking like a pavilion in the air. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "This is Marshal Grand Uncle Shen's place." Jiang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. If you want to come to Jade Maiden Peak to obtain natural treasures, you have to get Marshal Granduncle's permission. However, there should not be any problems. Don't worry. When the warship was a kilometer in the air, Jiang Kai waved his hand and stopped the warship. Then, he gently landed on the ground with Xiao Chen, not making a sound. Marshal Grand Uncle Shen, Marshal Nephew Jiang Kai requests an audience. Jiang Kai, the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, was very respectful at this moment. The bamboo doors of the pavilion opened gently. The noble and dignified Shen Manjun, who looked like a young girl in her prime, walked out. Chu Xinyun followed carefully behind her. When Jiang Kai saw Shen Manjun coming down from the bamboo stairs, he quickly went forward and explained the purpose of his visit. After Shen Manjun heard that, she looked at Xiao Chen with interest. She smiled and said, unexpectedly, the little fellow from 2 years ago has grown to such an extent. Xinyun, take my medallion and bring him to the 1,000-year-old herb fields. He can take whatever he likes. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks, Marshal Grand Uncle. When Xiao Chen met a regular martial monarch, he would at most perform a cupped fist salute and use honorifics. This was the rule of the continent. When the weak met the strong, they would do this. If one was careless, trouble might come from the mouth. One had to show the minimum amount of respect when facing the strong. However, when Xiao Chen saw Shen Manjun, he bowed. Actually, he should have guessed it long ago. A 300-year-old martial monarch was not rare. However, Shen Manjun did not look old, like a young girl in her prime. She was definitely a super expert with 1 foot in the martial sage realm. She was worthy of Xiao Chen's bow. Chapter 550. After Chu Xinyun received Shen Manjuan's medallion, she led Xiao Chen to the herb field. This time, Jiang Kai did not follow. As Jiang Kai watched Xiao Chen leave, he smiled and said, Martial Uncle, what do you think of this person? Is he worthy of my nurturing? Shen Manjuan's gaze was deep like a clear pool. She said in a drawn-out manner, this person appears gentle on the surface, but he has a cold heart. He will not be easily swayed by external forces. He is self-centered and knows what he wants. He is decisive in killing, cold and emotionless. Jiang Kai's smile froze. Could it be that I misjudged him? Shen Manjun changed the topic and smiled, however, it is fortunate that he has not changed. From the first time I saw him until now, his heart has not changed. He has seen the prosperity of the world and obtained boundless glory. He obtained 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, and became the strongest person in the 4 nations. However, he has always been himself. His heart has not changed. Jiang Kai was somewhat at a loss as he said, Martial Uncle, I do not understand. Shen Manjun smiled sweetly and turned around. Her melodious voice resounded, there is no need to understand. You only need to know that he can give you what you want. Xiao Chen and Chu Xinyun had known each other for a long time. However, when they met again, they felt somewhat restrained. Chu Xinyun had not expected that after the battle on the heaven ascending platform, Xiao Chen would return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they first met, the difference in their cultivation was not that great. Now, it was like heaven and earth. Chu Xinyun was still lingering in the martial saint realm. However, Xiao Chen had already crossed the threshold of martial king and was about to break through to martial monarch. Junior Sister Chu, help me find 10 odd spirit herbs that are around 1,000 years old. They can raise a cultivator's cultivation. Following Chu Xinyun's lead, the two soon arrived at the 1,000-year-old herb field on Jade Maiden Peak. However, the results disappointed Xiao Chen. Although it was called a 1,000-year-old herb field, most of the spirit herbs were only 800 or 900 years old. There were very few that were 1,000 years old. There was not even one that was 2,000 years old. Perhaps Jiang Kai did not know that he had already consumed a large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Such spirit herbs were no longer useful to him. He could only casually find 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and use them as gifts. In a month's time, he would be returning to Mo City. He had to bring something back. Casually taking out 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. When Chu Xinyun heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes in her heart. What do you mean by casually looking around? Did this guy really think that 1,000-year-old elixirs were cabbages? That was something that even elders couldn't get even if they begged for it. However, if she knew that Xiao Chen was only using it as a gift and felt that it wasn't good enough, who knew how she would feel? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, it must be more than 1,000 years old. Don't use those that are 800 or 900 years old to make up the numbers. They won't have any effect." 1,000 years was a threshold, just like human cultivation. Once a spirit herb passed this threshold, it would be on a completely different level from a spirit herb that was 800 or 900 years old. Its effect would be several times stronger. Hence, Xiao Chen specially reminded her. How picky. Chu Xinyun could not help but grumble in her heart. However, she still obediently went to take care of it. After all, Shen Manjun had spoken, so she had to obey. With Chu Xinyun taking care of this matter, Xiao Chen was more free. After waiting for an hour, Chu Xinyun returned with 15,000-year-old spirit herbs. After Xiao Chen checked that there were no mistakes, he smiled gently and said, "Many thanks, Junior Sister Chu. I will take my leave first." When Xiao Chen returned and met Jiang Kai and Shen Manjun, he thanked them again. After all, these things were useless to him. However, he still had to show basic courtesy. Jiang Kai muttered, "Xiao Chen, do you have any other requests? You can just mention them. If I can do it, I will definitely help you." Representing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Five-Nation Youth Competition was one thing. However, it was unknown if he could get a good ranking. How could Xiao Chen make any requests? He could only reject the other party's kind intentions. In an extremely desolate forest on Qingyun Peak, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds churned as Xiao Chen practiced his newly obtained Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. The Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was different from the Four-Season Saber technique. It did not require much personal comprehension. All Xiao Chen needed to do was understand the meaning and state of each move. This was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended in his early years and not in his later years. Naturally, the difficulty would not be that high. Back then, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder was undergoing experimental training in a dangerous place, he coincidentally discovered a rank 9 spirit beast undergoing its lightning tribulation, preparing to transform into a human. Under the 9 layers of lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended this 9 saber lightning tribulation saber technique. He was able to create his own saber technique before the age of 30. Furthermore, it was a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. With such horrifying talent, it was no wonder the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder could become someone like Emperor Wu in the future. From a certain perspective, if Xiao Chen could completely comprehend his own Four-Season saber technique, his talent would be comparable to that of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder. In nature, lightning is viewed as the will of the Heavenly Tao. If anyone defies it, the Heavenly Tao will send down a lightning tribulation to destroy everything. Xiao Chen muttered, "The first 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique accumulate power, the next 3 become lightning, and the final 3 bring down a tribulation. When practiced to the highest level, one can steal the Heavenly Tao and punish the lightning on behalf of the heavens. I hope it will not disappoint me." Xiao Chen had personally seen Bai undergo his tribulation. The secret manual had a detailed introduction to the 9 moves of the saber technique. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder had also personally explained them. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had strong comprehension abilities. Xiao Chen's progress in cultivating the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was extremely fast. Compared to the Four-Season Saber technique, it was at least 5 or 6 times faster. He managed to learn all 9 moves in 1 month. This was normal. The Four-Season Saber technique required Xiao Chen to create it himself. He had to feel his way around carefully. As for the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had already paved the way for him. He just had to follow his instructions. When comparing the two, it was clear which was more difficult. However, the might of the Four-Season Saber technique was definitely above the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. Furthermore, it was more suitable for Xiao Chen. After all, he had comprehended it himself. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. The thunderclouds above him slowly scattered. He muttered to himself, 2 months have passed already. It is time to return to Mo City to take a look. There were still 4 more months before the 5-nation youth competition. After that, Xiao Chen might have to go to the Kunlun realm. He might never have the chance to return to Mo City. Even though Xiao Xiong had chased him out of the Xiao clan and did not acknowledge him as his son, blood was thicker than water. As his son, he had to go back and take a look. Those were the brothers who had fought so hard for the promise of 10 years. Those disciples who were willing to kneel before Xiao Xiong and plead for him. How were they doing now? Good or bad? Xiao Chen had to personally take a look before he could feel at ease. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light illuminated the entire Qingyun Peak. Using the moonlight, Xiao Chen headed for Liu Rui's courtyard, preparing to bid her farewell. Ha! 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 In the courtyard, Liu Rui wore tight robes that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. She focused on practicing her saber techniques, one move at a time. Saber lights flickered. As Liu Rui walked, a strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Now, Liu Rui was already a peak superior grade martial king. As long as her state of wind improved further, she would be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. When Liu Rui saw Xiao Chen outside, she grasped the small saber in her hand. She spun the saber and attacked Xiao Chen with a sharp aura. Are we going to exchange moves again? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was not surprised. It had been like this every night for the past few days. The two of them would exchange moves and find out what they were lacking in. However, in general, it was mostly Xiao Chen giving pointers to Liu Rui. Now, Xiao Chen's combat experience and insight had already left Liu Rui in the dust. Dang! 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 Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen and Liu Rui moved quickly in the courtyard. When their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Today, you arrived 4 hours earlier than usual. Are you here to say goodbye to me? Liu Rui said as she brushed past Xiao Chen and sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. Kai! Xiao Chen casually used his saber to block Liu Rui's attack. He said softly, I have to return to Mo City before the 5-nation youth competition. How long will you be gone for? When will you be back? At least 1 month, at most 3 months. In any case, I will be back before the Heavenly Saber Pavilion departs for the Great Jin Nation. The two of them exchanged moves as they chatted. Under the gentle moonlight, they appeared carefree. A faint warmth flowed in their hearts. After an hour, the two of them finished exchanging moves. Liu Rui sheathed her weapon and smiled helplessly. It has only been a month and you have improved so much. I really cannot compare to you. Xiao Chen held Liu Rui's hand and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will bully you in the future? Liu Rui blushed and said softly, I will accept it if you bully me. However, if you go too high, I'm afraid the distance between us will increase. Xiao Chen pulled Liu Rui into his embrace. His gaze was deep as he looked at the bright moon in the night sky. A melancholic smile appeared on his face as he muttered, in this world, Qingyun Peak is my second home. No matter how high or far I go, I will have to return home. Home. Liu Rui felt warmth in her heart. She looked up at Xiao Chen and gently pecked him on the lips. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and carried Liu Rui horizontally. Then, he walked towards her residence. The two of them were both youths. In the past 2 months, they had been cultivating together at night. When they were deeply in love, the so-called matters between a man and a woman would naturally happen when the conditions were right. The Great Qin Nation had 4 prefectures, the Dongming Province, the Shihe Province, the Nanling Province, and the Northern King's Residence. Each prefecture had 3 continents, and each prefecture had 9 counties. Each county had a number of small cities. Mo City was such a small city. On the map of the vast Great Qin Nation, it did not stand out at all. It did not even have a note. There were many such cities in the Great Qin Nation. They were so ordinary that they could not be more ordinary. On this particular day, at the city gates of Mo City, A delicate and handsome white-robed youth walked over from the distance. He had a saber at his waist, and his expression was calm as he walked at a steady pace. Among the cultivators in the surroundings, that white-clothed youth did not wear any luxurious accessories. He did not give off the aura of a cultivator either. However, he gave off a unique aura. He stood out from the crowd, like a crane among chickens. Several of the martial masters in the surroundings could not help but look at him. The white-clothed bladesman was naturally Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in the Shihe province, and Mo City was in the Dongming province. One was in the east, and the other was in the west. Xiao Chen spent half a month traveling at full speed. Chapter 551. After not being here for 4 years, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile when he revisited this place. I'll go and see Big Brother Mo Fan first. If there is a chance, I'll get him to help me improve the Lunar Shadow Saber. The rank 6 Thunder Rock Demonic Core is no longer able to keep up with my current strength. Back when Xiao Chen forged the Lunar Shadow Saber, he was only an insignificant cultivator. Naturally, the rank 6 Thunder Rock was something that Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine. However, now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he could instantly kill a rank 6 demonic beast. This demonic core was no longer suitable for the Lunar Shadow Saber. Thus, when Xiao Chen saw a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Hidden Treasure Pavilion, he immediately took one. After paying the city entrance tax, Xiao Chen followed the crowd into the city. The scene on both sides of the street brought many warm memories to Xiao Chen's mind. He found a restaurant in the city and sat down by the window on the 2nd floor. Xiao Chen called the waiter over and handed him a gold ingot. He said, "Answer whatever I ask." The fist-sized gold ingot dazzled the waiter's eyes. He bit down hard on it, and after he was sure it was real, he quickly bowed and smiled. "Hey, young hero, just ask whatever you want to ask." However, there is actually nothing much to ask in Mo City. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before asking, "Which clan is the strongest in Mo City?" The waiter laughed loudly. "Is there a need to ask?" "Naturally, it is our Zhong clan. Currently, more than half of the businesses in Mo City are in the hands of our Zhong clan." "Your Zhong clan?" Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Something did not seem right. The waiter said proudly, "Hee, that's right. Now, all the restaurants and inns in the city are the businesses of the Zhong clan. Although I am not a direct descendant of the Zhong clan, I am still surnamed Zhong. We can be considered of the same sect." Xiao Chen took a sip of wine. His expression was somewhat unsightly. If he remembered correctly, this restaurant belonged to the Xiao clan many years ago. What about the Xiao family in the past? The waiter revealed a cocky expression as he said, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. 2 years ago, the Xiao clan was like the sun in the sky in Mo City, or even the entire Chizhi County. However, now, they can only hide at the foot of Seven Horn Mountain. It won't be long before we lose this Seven Horn Mountain." Xiao Chen's heart sank. 4 years ago, before he left the Xiao clan, he used the 9th Heaven's Thunder formation to capture the upper echelons of the Zhong clan, the Tang clan, and the Lung clan, the number 1 clan in Chizhi County. With the strength of the Xiao clan, logically speaking, they should not have any opponents in the Chizhi County. What exactly happened? Could it be that the noble clans that I offended made a move? That can't be right. Feng Feishuer promised me that she would not let those noble clans touch the Xiao clan. With the enormous strength of the Flying Snow Trade Association, the aristocratic families would definitely not act recklessly. That would be suicidal. Pa. Xiao Chen took out another 2 gold ingots and handed them over. "Let me ask you again. What exactly happened 2 years ago that caused the Xiao clan to decline so quickly?" When the waiter saw the 2 gold ingots, his face lit up with joy. However, his expression was somewhat awkward. He chuckled and said, "We are just insignificant people. Actually, young hero, you should be able to guess that we do not know any confidential information. Anyway, 2 years ago, the Xiao clan's clan head and a few elders were suddenly severely injured. After that, the Zhong clan and the Tang clan rose up and snatched away many of the territories that originally belonged to the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. He was not too surprised to receive such an answer. A waiter of a restaurant was not even a cultivator. It was easy to imagine how much he would know. Xiao Chen had only asked casually and did not hold much hope. However, he did have a headache now. Originally, he wanted to ask the waiter about the situation of the Xiao clan. He did not expect to receive news that the Xiao clan had fallen into dire straits. I should go and ask Big Brother Mo. With his strength, he should know something that the waiter did not. Ha ha. Xiao Ling I did not expect you to come to my restaurant for a meal. Come, let's go to a private room. I, Zhong Ziyang, will treat you. Just as Xiao Chen was about to pay the bill and leave, a familiar voice came from the hall downstairs. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This name, Zhong Ziyang, seemed familiar. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally found this person from the corner of his memory. Zhong Ziyang, the second son of the Zhong clan head. His elder brother, Zhong He, had once fought with Xiao Chen. Zhong He was still considered someone important, but this Zhong Ziyang was nothing. However, Xiao Chen's tone was very arrogant. As for Xiao Ling naturally, Xiao Chen would not forget her. She was the Xiao clan disciple who had pleaded for him when he participated in the trial with her. Xiao Chen also had a deep impression of the youth beside her. That was Yi Lan, a disciple of the Xiao clan with a different surname. He was deeply in love with Xiao Ling Yi Lan had once met with a great calamity and was even willing to use his life to save Xiao Ling It looked like the two of them had succeeded. Right now, the two of them seemed to have met with some trouble. Xiao Ling looked coldly at Zhong Ziyang and stood up. How unlucky. We can't even eat in peace. Yi Lan, let's go. Xiao Ling felt very depressed. She had eaten the signature dishes of this restaurant since she was young. This time, she could not resist sneaking out with Yi Lan for a meal. However, before they started eating, they ran into the person they did not want to see the most. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Zhong Ziyang snorted coldly. His subordinates immediately stepped forward to cut off the two's path of retreat. Yi Lan's face sank. He placed his right hand on his weapon and shielded Xiao Ling behind him. He said in a cold voice, Zhong Ziyang, what are you trying to do? Don't forget what the city lord said. A strange smile appeared on Zhong Ziyang's face as he said, don't worry, since the city lord has already mediated the conflict between the two clans, I will not make things difficult for you. However, do you think you can leave without paying the bill? Dong. Xiao Ling tossed 2 ingots of gold onto the table and snorted, are you satisfied now? 50 taels of gold, there is no need for the change. Let's go. However, the 5 men blocking the entrance did not move at all. They did not have any intention of moving away. The 5 men were all peak martial grandmasters. None of them were weaker than Yi Lan. If the 5 of them attacked together, they would be able to subdue Yi Lan in an instant. Zhong Ziyang was expressionless as he crushed the 2 ingots of gold on the table. He said in a cold voice, did I say that this meal was priced in gold? The 2 of you, hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones immediately. Otherwise, none of you can think of leaving. Xiao Ling and Yi Lan's expressions changed greatly. Xiao Ling cursed out loud, what do you think you are selling? Even a rank 1 spirit beast feast would not fetch such a price. Zhong Ziyang looked at Xiao Ling graceful figure and a frivolous look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, you better understand the situation. This is my Zhong clan's restaurant. It will sell for as much as I say. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to accept it. You little girl, I have been eyeing you for a long time already. How dare you send yourself to the tiger's den? I will count to 5. If you are unable to pay the spirit stones, I will make you pay with your body. Zhong Ziyang acted like he was in control of the situation. Currently, the Zhong clan was in the limelight. Their words were law in Mo City. Even the city lord had to give them some face. 5, 4, following Zhong Ziyang's countdown, the 5 men at the entrance laughed sinisterly. Their auras locked onto the 2 of them, preparing to attack at any moment. 1, attack. Zhong Ziyang shouted coldly. The 5 men immediately pounced over, scaring Xiao Ling until she turned pale. Pu. However, Just at this moment, 5 muffled miserable cries resounded. 5 peak martial grand masters with overbearing auras stopped breathing without any warning and fell over. On the second floor, the cultivators who were leaning on the railing to watch the excitement were all astonished. Their expressions were very confused. Among the crowd, Xiao Chen held a wine flask. He revealed a faint smile as he unhurriedly poured wine into his mouth. Zhong Ziyang, who was in the hall, was startled. A manservant behind him quickly checked the 5 men's breathing. He raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Second. Young master, it seems like they are all dead." Xiao Ling and Yi Lan were both at a loss. It was clearly a matter of life and death. How did it turn out like this? Still not leaving? What are you standing here for? Just at this moment, a voice rang out in the minds of the 2 of them. The 2 of them were astonished and quickly raised their heads to look around. "Stop looking, you won't be able to find me. Go back." The voice rang out in their minds again. Xiao Ling and Yi Lan exchanged glances. They knew that an expert had made a move to help them. Furthermore, that person did not want to show himself. They did not stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Trying to leave? There is no way. Before we investigate this matter clearly, neither of you are allowed to leave. Zhong Ziyang was enraged. He leaped into the air and launched himself over. However, just as Zhong Ziyang's body soared into the air, there seemed to be a huge, formless hand pressing down on him with an irresistible force. Zhong Ziyang fell with a pa sound in an extremely comical position. It was as comical as one could imagine. Zhong Ziyang's face landed on the ground and he fell flat on his face. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhong, your actions are not something an ordinary person can do. You must have practiced for a long time at home." Xiao Ling giggled and went out the door with Yi Lan. "Bastard. Don't run for this old man." Zhong Ziyang's right hand smashed the ground violently. His body soared into the air and he was about to stand up again. Xiao Chen smiled gently and placed the wine flask aside with his right hand. Then, he sent out a palm strike with his left hand. A huge force was transmitted through the void without leaving a trace. Pa! Another heavy thud rang out. Zhong Ziyang fell face first onto the ground. This time, he fell even more miserably. Half of his face was red, and a trace of blood seeped out of his nose and mouth. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This old man doesn't believe that I can't stand up." Zhong Ziyang cursed angrily. He circulated his essence and smashed the ground with his right hand. When Zhong Ziyang sent out his essence, a strong wind blew and dust drifted. Zhong Ziyang soared into the air, his movements swift and agile. After that, he fell with a pa sound. Pa, pa, pa. Zhong Ziyang tried more than 10 times. His entire face bled from the fall. However, no matter how he tried, he could not stand up. The floor of the hall cracked from the impact. Chapter 552. At first, the people watching the commotion laughed loudly. They felt that this brat was comical. When they thought of his usual arrogant attitude, they felt very carefree in their hearts. However, when they saw Zhong Ziyang's miserable state, the smiles on their faces vanished. They all felt that this brat was suffering too much. Being taught a lesson to this extent was even worse than being killed. Zhong Ziyang did not care what the others thought of him. He still tried to stand up with much difficulty. This time, he carefully placed his hands on the ground. He placed his left foot on the ground and slowly stood up. His blood-covered face revealed an expression of hope. He slowly arched his back and stood up, one step at a time. The manservant at the side quickly smiled and said, "Young master, you succeeded." Zhong Ziyang laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Are you messing with me? Damn. If I find out who did this, I will make sure his entire clan dies. I wonder who has the final say in Mo City now, pa." Before he could finish speaking, Zhong Ziyang's entire body was sent flying to the ground. This time, the force he used was so great and the sound was so loud that everyone in the restaurant could hear it clearly. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Many of them could not bear to watch any longer. They closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This brat was too miserable. Entire clan killed? Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. After not returning for 4 years, this group of people had really forgotten the lesson from back then. Xiao Chen walked back to his table and put down the wine flask. Then, he tossed out an ingot of gold and jumped out of the window. Of the cultivators present, the highest cultivation was only a peak martial Grand Master. Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch. They could not even sense how he had attacked. This was the difference between heaven and earth. 4 hours later, the manservant sat beside Zhong Ziyang in the hall of the restaurant. He advised bitterly, "Second young master, please get up. Everyone in the restaurant has left." Zhong Ziyang buried his head on the ground. He was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. He scolded angrily, "Scram, what do you know? Do you want to see this second young master make a fool of himself? Even if you beat me to death, I will not get up. My face hurts. Do you know that?" In a desolate street in Mo City, Xiao Chen followed the route in his memory and slowly made his way to Mo Fan's smithy. Mo Fan's smithy was the same as it was 4 years ago. It was still extremely simple and crude. A weather-beaten signboard was erected at the entrance, looking like it would fall down at any moment. The doors were ajar. Xiao Chen stood there for a long time, thinking of the various scenes of the past. As he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt many emotions. 4 years ago, he forged the lunar shadow saber here. He spoke to a man from 1,000 years ago and made a promise not to make her cry. At that time, he didn't know that man's identity, and he didn't know how talented that man was. Only after Xiao Chen thoroughly understood did he realize how heavy that promise was. This promise was equivalent to him receiving the sword of the Thunder King. She was Ao Jiao, a proud sword spirit. Even the Thunder King couldn't guarantee her death with his strength. Could he, Xiao Chen, do it? Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He sighed softly. Even the Thunder King could not guarantee the mulberry sword's death. "Can I do it? You don't have any confidence." "Trashy master." Startled, Xiao Chen said joyfully, "Ao Jiao, are you awake?" Xiao Chen remembered Ao Jiao saying that if she woke up again, it would be after she had completely merged with the sword spirit. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao's lips curled up. She smiled softly. "When you were being intimate with her, I had already woken up. I even watched the battle for a long time." Speechless, Xiao Chen said, "Should I thank you for not making a sound and disturbing me?" Ao Jiao laughed loudly. "There is no need to thank me. I have always been very magnanimous. Don't just stand there, go in." Xiao Chen felt helpless. However, he could not do anything to Ao Jiao, so he could only push the door open and enter. "This small shop is already closed. We are not doing business today." The small shop was filled with dust. Mo Fan limped as he retreated. His back faced Xiao Chen as he tidied up some weapons on the shelves. Xiao Chen smiled softly. "Are you not doing business with me?" Mo Fan's hands paused for a moment. He turned around and saw a youth in white robes with a saber hanging at his waist. The youth had a smile on his face as he looked at him calmly. "Xiao Chen." After a long time, Mo Fan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Compared to 4 years ago, Xiao Chen's appearance had undergone a huge change. This was especially so in terms of his temperament. It had undergone an earth-shattering change. With one glance, an ordinary person would not be able to connect him to the Xiao clan's second young master from 4 years ago. When he entered Mo City, many people did not recognize him. This was the best proof. Mo Fan said ruefully, "It's really you. Your change is extraordinary. If not for this lunar shadow saber, I would not have been able to recognize you." Xiao Chen looked around the interior of the shop. There were weapons everywhere. He sighed, "It has been 4 years, but your shop has not changed much." Mo Fan smiled, "How could my shop have changed? Let's talk inside, let's drink and chat." "Wait a moment." Mo Fan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen did not say anything. He stretched out his hand, and a sword flew out from the pile of weapons. The sword was 1.3 meters long and 2 fingers wide. It was as thin as a wing, but when it danced in the air, it did not make any sound. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiao Chen shouted, and the thin sword suddenly trembled non-stop, giving off a melodious sword hum. Wang, wang, wang. In that instant, all the swords in the shop buzzed in unison. The boundless sword hum was linked together, and even the house seemed to tremble. All right, we can go in now. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stopped. All the sword hum stopped in that instant, and everything returned to normal. Mo Fan was flabbergasted. He did not know why Xiao Chen suddenly did this. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, clenched her fist and said unhappily, "This fellow is really vengeful." Unexpectedly, he did not forget my words even after 4 years. Mo City, at the restaurant where Zhong Ziyang and Xiao Linga clashed, the Zhong clan's clan head, Zhong Yang, rushed over with the elites of his clan. There was a crack in the ground, as well as Zhong Ziyang, who was crawling on the ground, refusing to get up. There were also 5 men lying on the ground, unable to get up. Zhong Yang, who was at the door, had an incredibly sullen expression. He called the manservant over and said in a sullen voice, "Tell me everything that happened in detail." Unexpectedly, 5 martial grand masters died. A martial grand master was already the elite combat force of Mo City. Now that 5 of them died in one go, Zhong Yang could not help but be in a bad mood. The manservant nervously recounted everything that happened. When he saw Zhong Yang going over to pull Zhong Ziyang up, he said anxiously, "Master, don't go over and talk to him. Young master's emotions are not right." Zhong Yang glanced at him and did not care. He thought to himself, "I am his old man. What is wrong with calling him up? Scram. Idiot. Did you not hear what I said? This old man's face hurts. I don't want to get up. No matter who calls me now, this old man will not get up." When Zhong Ziyang heard footsteps, he immediately shouted loudly. Zhong Yang's expression changed as he sent out a kick. Zhong Ziyang's entire body was sent flying with a loud bang. When Zhong Ziyang saw that it was Zhong Yang, he quickly got up. However, as he was halfway up, he seemed to think of something terrifying, so he quickly lay back down. "Father, I really cannot get up now. Don't bother about me. Let me lie here for the night first. I will feel uncomfortable if I don't lie here," Zhong Ziyang said with a sullen expression. Zhong Yang scolded angrily, "Trash. Bring him back. Bring the corpses of these 5 people back for the Lord Envoy to examine." "There is no need. I am already here." At some point in time, a young black-clad cultivator descended from the roof of the hall. Many ancient patterns were embroidered on his black robes, making him look dignified and mysterious. When Zhong Yang saw this person, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The black-clad man ignored Zhong Yang's attitude and started to examine the corpses of the 5 people. He flipped over one of the corpses and discovered a bloody hole in the forehead of that person. This was the cause of death. The black-clad man opened his hand and sucked. That person's head started swaying left and right as if something was stuck inside. Shio! A tiny fragment flew out of the bloody hole. With a cracking sound, the fragment flew out. The surging power spread out, and the corpse's head exploded with a bang, directly grinding into powder. The surrounding Zhong clan cultivators, including Zhong Yang, were all startled. Their complexions turned pale. Even a remnant energy could be so powerful. How strong was the person who did it? The masked man looked at the shard in his hand and said in shock, "This is a shard of a medial-grade spirit stone. The person who made this is really generous." Zhong Yang asked carefully, "Lord Envoy, how strong is this person?" The black-clad man said indifferently, "About medial-grade Martial King. Don't bother about this. I'll deal with it. Call all the workers in the shop over. That person must have been here before. We will be able to make a judgment after questioning him." Medial-grade Martial King. Zhong Yang's chest tightened. The Xiao clan's clan head was only an inferior-grade Martial King. If this person was a medial-grade Martial King, killing him would be easy. Fortunately, the Lord Envoy had spoken. Medial-grade Martial King would not be a problem. In the backyard of the smithy, Mo Fan drank a mouthful of wine. After he heard Xiao Chen's question, he sighed and said, "Back then, you wrote me a letter asking me to help you take care of the Xiao clan. I have always remembered it. However, I cannot help you this time. Xiao Chen felt excited. Indeed, there was more to this. In the morning, he had heard from the waiter that the Xiao clan's clan head and first elder were severely injured. Xiao Chen had already guessed that there was more to this. Hence, he was not in a rush to meet with Xiao Ling and first elder. He planned to hide his identity first. 4 years ago, Xiao Xiong was already a peak martial saint. Now that 4 years had passed, given Xiao Xiong's strength, he would definitely be a martial king. The person who could injure him was definitely a high-ranked martial king. If the Zhong clan spent some of their savings to hire an inferior-grade martial king, it might be possible. However, if they wanted to hire a high-ranked martial king, the Zhong clan would not be able to afford it. If they could afford it, the Zhong clan would have conquered Mo City long ago. There would be no need to wait for the promise of 10 years. Mo Fan continued, 2 years ago, a sect called the Heavenly Saint cult came to Chizhi County. It is very powerful, and your father was injured by the people of their sect's emissary. The Zhong clan is also a puppet supported by the Heavenly Saint cult. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine and frowned. Sacred Heavenly Church? Where did they come from? I have never heard of them. Chapter 553. Mo Fan said sullenly, I have investigated the Sacred Heavenly Church in detail. They have a great and mysterious background. I already have some guesses, but I am not sure yet. I'll just say what I am sure of. There are a total of 6 small cities in Chizhi County. Each city has a puppet supported by the Sacred Heavenly Church. They have unknowingly controlled all the underground powers of the entire Chizhi County. I spent some time visiting the other counties and discovered that there are branches of the Sacred Heavenly Church in several counties. They all use the same method to support puppets to control the underground powers of the counties. It seems like there are branches of the Sacred Heavenly Church throughout the entire Great Qin nation. However, they are active in the counties and not the prefectural cities. Hence, they did not attract much attention. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. However, he did not think too much about it. In his opinion, the Sacred Heavenly Church was just a small fry. In the end, a sect should focus on developing its own strength. With such a small fry, when it truly angered a strong sect, any martial monarch would be able to deal with it easily. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Chen said, Tell me the location of the Sacred Heavenly Church's headquarters in Chizhi County. I will personally make a trip there. It was easy to destroy a Zhong clan. However, the other party could support another Zhong clan at any time. Hence, he had to deal with the problem at its source. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something to give you. After obtaining an answer, Xiao Chen changed the topic. He took out the 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core and said, Aside from this matter, I would like to ask you for a favor. Mo Fan received the demonic core and took a look. His expression changed greatly as he exclaimed, This is the demonic core of a 1,000-year-old rank 9 demonic beast. Where did you get it from? How strong are you now? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, A 1,000-year-old demonic beast is already a martial sage. I will definitely not be able to kill it. This is a gift from a friend. I would like you to help me insert this rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core into the lunar shadow saber. Can you do that? Mo Fan smiled and said, Leave it to me. With the prescription you gave me, although my leg is still a little lame, my meridians are finally open. I did not make no progress in the past 4 years. Without any hesitation, Mo Fan immediately agreed. He held the lunar shadow saber and the demonic core in his hands. He rejected Xiao Chen's offer of help and headed straight for the underground forging room. After Mo Fan left, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, Sacred Heavenly Cult. I hope it won't be a big problem. No matter what, the Xiao clan was his root in this world. He, Xiao Chen, couldn't just watch the Xiao clan be in trouble without doing anything. That way, he wouldn't be able to leave with peace of mind. He would be worried and unable to calm down. It would probably take some time to reforge the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen did not want to waste any time. He took out 2 superior-grade spirit stones and sat cross-legged in the courtyard, entering a state of cultivation. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt a strong aura probing him with his perception. He opened his eyes and immediately extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a strangely dressed black-clothed man standing on a roof a kilometer away from the smithy, looking in his direction with an unfriendly gaze. The black-clothed man withdrew his perception and said in a low voice, "White clothes, delicate facial features, no older than 22 years old. It seems like it is this person. However, he does not seem to be easy to deal with. Are you looking for me?" A sudden voice came from behind him. When the black-clothed man heard this, his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned his head and saw that Xiao Chen had appeared at some point in time, looking at him expressionlessly, pretending to be mysterious. Die. The black-clothed man's reaction was very fast. The instant he turned around, he sent out a palm strike. There was a fiery red glow in his palm. A golden heavenly rock image spread its wings and cried out, making the fiery red glow even more resplendent and dazzling. Berserk Dragon. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He clenched his right fist tightly and all his vital qi surged. An azure dragon head appeared and roared ferociously. A resonant dragon roar resounded. Heavenly rock spreads its wings, shaking the surroundings, winds blow and clouds churn. I have the berserk dragon roar, winds and clouds break. Bang! The azure dragon head crashed into the fiery red glow. The glow shattered and vanished. The black-clothed man vomited a large mouthful of blood. The golden heavenly rock behind him shattered. The black-clothed man flew back and smashed a huge hole in the roof below. After that, there was a loud boom and a shockwave exploded. The tall building collapsed and turned into rubble, burying the black-clothed man. This was the result of the absolute difference in strength. The black-clothed man was only a superior-grade martial king. How could he resist Xiao Chen, who was a half-step martial monarch? High in the sky, Xiao Chen looked coldly at the rubble on the ground. A murderous intent spread in his eyes. Roar! A piercing bird cry came from under the rubble. Countless stone fragments shot up from the ground and floated in the air. The black-clothed man soared into the air and the golden heavenly rock behind him reformed once more. Its might was even stronger now. Berserk Dragon, Claw. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. He was so fast that the black-clothed man could not react in time. The azure dragon claw on his left hand tore through the air. 5 bloody wounds appeared on the black-clothed man's body. The golden heavenly rock behind him cried out miserably. Its feathers flew off and it turned into beams of golden light. You are too much. Bang! 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 The black-clothed man roared ferociously. The golden heavenly rock reformed once more and charged at Xiao Chen. The fiery light in his hand looked solid, dazzling and piercing. Not enough. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. With a thought, the dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left connected head to tail, turning into a complete blue dragon. A resonant dragon roar soared into the sky. The lifelike blue dragon bared its fangs and claws as it roared ferociously. The black-clothed man's clothes were blasted into tatters. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Xiao. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived beside the black-clothed man. Then, like an eagle catching a chick, he picked the black-clothed man up and asked coldly, "Why are you following me?" The black-clothed man's pale face was devoid of blood. He laughed strangely and spat out a mouthful of blood at Xiao Chen. Bang! A purple flame spewed out from Xiao Chen's right eye. The blood immediately evaporated into a bloody mist, scalding the black-clothed man until he cried out in pain. I will ask you one more time, one last time. Who are you? Why are you following me? Xiao Chen asked coldly with a calm expression. The black-clothed man smiled fearlessly and said, If you have the guts, then kill me. I am just an insignificant person from the sacred heavenly church. Even if you kill me, it will not change anything. You are Xiao Chen, right? Just wait for the Xiao clan to be destroyed. In the black-clothed man's opinion, with the Xiao clan holding him back, Xiao Chen absolutely would not dare to kill him. Boom! Xiao Chen picked up the black-clothed man's body and tossed him high into the air. The black-clothed man immediately felt an irrepressible fear in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, The black-clothed man grunted in pain and stopped breathing. A purple flame arrow shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes and pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead. In that instant, the black-clothed man felt regret in his heart. However, he no longer had the chance to regret. Looking at the black-clothed man's corpse on the ground, Xiao Chen said calmly, "I do not care about the insignificant sacred heavenly church. So, you can really die now." Holding the black-clothed man's corpse in his hand, Xiao Chen rushed back to Mo Fan's smithy before the crowd surrounded him. After 4 hours, Mo Fan walked out of the underground smithy with a fatigued expression. In his hand was a brand new lunar shadow saber in its scabbard. Seeing the black-clothed man's corpse on the ground, Mo Fan was stunned. He said, "This is the envoy of the sacred heavenly church in Mo City. You killed him?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Ian, he is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. Let me take a look at the saber." Ka. Holding the saber hilt with his right hand, Xiao Chen felt the surging energy in the saber. He gently pushed his right hand forward and the pitch-black saber immediately released a purple light. Bolts of flickering lightning shot out from the saber. Strands of electricity leaped around in the courtyard. Ka. Xiao Chen pushed the saber forward ferociously and drew the entire saber. Instantly, a piercing purple electricity lit up the entire courtyard. Xiao Chen did not use any strength at all, it was the lunar shadow saber's own strength. Mo Fan smiled and said, "The lunar shadow saber is now a true superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It is overflowing with sharpness and electricity. Its might is 20% stronger than before." Xiao Chen revealed an excited smile on his face. He said, "I knew you were capable of this. Many thanks." Returning the saber to its scabbard, Xiao Chen took out a 1,000-year-old black profound ginseng from the universe ring and handed it over to Mo Fan, not allowing the other party to reject it. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't reject it. You have taken care of the Xiao clan for so long and helped me forge the lunar shadow saber twice. Logically speaking, I owe you." A 1,000-year-old black profound ginseng was enough to increase Mo Fan's cultivation by 20 years. Honestly speaking, the temptation was very great. Haha. In that case, I will respectfully accept. What are your plans after this? Mo Fan asked. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with his right hand and said calmly, "It is very simple. I will attack the root of the problem and kill them all. As long as they were a threat, he would have to eliminate them." Xiao Chen could not be bothered to consider other methods. The 5-nation youth competition was only a few months away. All the genius cultivators were cultivating bitterly, waiting for that moment to arrive. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. Mo Fan asked, "Do you not intend to make a trip to the Xiao clan? You have done so much. If your father knew about it, he might reconsider." Xiao Chen paused for a moment and revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, "There is no need. Since he chased me away, he must have his own plans. I will just come back and take a look from afar. Let's go." Smiling faintly, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said goodbye to Mo Fan. Heavenly Jade Mountain was the largest mountain range in Chizhi County. Even Mo City's Seven Horn Mountain was not even half as big. However, compared to Seven Horn Mountain, Heavenly Jade Mountain was not even half as valuable. This was because the mountain did not have a spirit vein, spirit herbs, or spirit beasts. It was just a desolate mountain. However, on this desolate mountain that no one paid any attention to, a huge castle had been built at some point in time. Although the castle was large, it was built in a very low-profile manner. It was hidden in the lush green forest. If one did not fly high into the sky, it would be hard to discover it. On the city walls, there were cultivators holding crossbows every few meters. They looked around vigilantly. It looked like the walls were made of iron, impenetrable. Chapter 554. This castle was the headquarters of the sacred heavenly church in Chizhi County. After learning its exact location from Mo Fan, Xiao Chen rushed over in half a day. "What are you planning to do?" Ao Jiao asked from within the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the clouds, raised his head and looked at the setting sun. He said softly, "Let's wait for the sky to turn dark. When Xiao Chen scanned the castle with his spiritual sense, the so-called defense of this castle was like a joke to him. He could see everything clearly, there were no secrets at all. There were 5 martial kings in the castle. However, the strongest was only a superior grade martial king. The other 4 were only inferior grade martial kings. They could not pique Xiao Chen's interest at all. He could easily destroy them with the flip of his hand. This was also why Xiao Chen did not think highly of the sacred heavenly church from the start. No matter how good their plans were, before absolute strength, they were all just a joke. However, Ao Jiao was not as relaxed as Xiao Chen. She said, "Have you ever thought that the small Chizhi County has 5 martial kings? If that is the case, how many bases does the sacred heavenly church have? An organization with so many martial kings is definitely not as simple as you think." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Naturally, I have thought about it. That is why I have to wait for the sky to turn dark. When everyone here dies, there will only be true pain. Only then will this group of people realize that the person they offended is not someone they can afford to offend. That is why they will restrain themselves." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "You are not stupid. There is no need for me to worry. In that case, let's just do it." The sun set in the west, and dusk arrived. The night was as dark as ink. Layers of clouds dyed the sky, and the entire world sank into darkness. Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at the brightly lit castle. His lips curled up into a faint smile as he dived down. In the courtyard of the Zhong clan in Mo City, the great hall was crowded. All the elites of the Zhong clan, martial grand master and above, were gathered here. A few martial saint guest elders had arrived as well. No one was absent. The Zhong clan's clan head, Zhong Yang, sat in the middle of the great hall. Relying on the rapid development of the past 2 years, the Zhong family, which controlled most of the properties in the city, had roped in many experts. There were more than 10 martial saints and more than 100 martial grand masters. Zhong Yang was an inferior grade martial king. He was considered a peak expert in Mo City. With such a strong strength, no one in Mo City could block him. Even the once glorious Xiao clan could not. As for the previous Tang clan, they had already been reduced to a third-rate clan, unable to even show their face. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. No one spoke. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, caution, seriousness, and eagerness. "Patriarch, do you really plan to make a move against the Xiao family tomorrow? Haven't we already agreed to the city lord's mansion's request?" Finally, an elder who was older couldn't help but ask. Zhong Yang said sullenly, "Originally, I was prepared to wait for a while longer. However, after what happened in the restaurant during the day, I'm afraid that the situation might change. I cannot wait any longer. However, I heard that the Xiao clan's second young master is now a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Could it be?" A young cultivator with small eyes asked worriedly. The moment these words came out, some of the cultivators who had experienced what happened 4 years ago revealed expressions of lingering fear. Zhong Yang's heart tightened as well. 4 years ago, he did not lead a team to kill his way into the Xiao clan. He was fortunate enough to survive, resulting in the Zhong clan's glory today. However, the Tang clan's clan head and the Strong Lung clan's clan head had died at the same time. Their clans had also declined. However, Zhong Yang quickly calmed down. He smiled and said, "There is no need to be afraid. We now have the sacred heavenly church protecting us. Furthermore, Xiao Xiong's son has grown up. Isn't my eldest son as well? He is now a core disciple of the Misty Sword sect. Furthermore, that brat was chased out of the clan by Xiao Xiong long ago. What are you all worried about? Now is the best opportunity. While the Xiao clan thinks that we will abide by the city lord's agreement, we will deal them a fatal blow, preventing them from rising again. As long as the Xiao clan is not destroyed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Decide. Those who agree to attack tomorrow, raise your hand." Most of the cultivators present did not hesitate to raise their hands. Destroying the Xiao clan would be equivalent to obtaining vast resources. To them, there would be many benefits. Naturally, all of them were eager to give it a try. When the few cautious cultivators saw this situation, they could only raise their hands helplessly. Zhong Yang said in satisfaction, "Very good. We will set off tomorrow and wash the Xiao clan in blood. From now on, for the sake of secrecy, no one is allowed to leave this great hall." Puci. At this moment, Xiao Chen was massacring the sacred heavenly church, which the Zhong clan's clan head regarded as a threat. The sacred heavenly church that the Zhong clan's clan head thought of as the sacred heavenly church died like vegetables in Xiao Chen's hands. He did not even bother to draw the lunar shadow saber at his waist. When the gap in strength reached an insurmountable chasm, the advantage of numbers would only be a so-called joke. From the moment Xiao Chen landed, the fate of this group of people in the castle was sealed. There was no way for them to survive. Miserable cries resounded. Xiao Chen moved through the castle as though there was no one there. No one could stop him, they could not even make him pause for a moment. In the palace at the highest point of the castle, the 5 martial kings with the highest authority had sullen expressions as they looked at the murderous Xiao Chen. There was a flight of steps under the 5. Xiao Chen casually punched twice, and a surging fist wind swept out. He blasted the last 2 black-clothed cultivators, blocking his way in half. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of the flight of steps. His body slowly floated up as he looked at the 5 people in front. The person in the middle had the highest cultivation, a superior grade martial king. With such cultivation, he could be considered the strongest in Chizhi County. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, he was still not strong enough. The black robes that person wore were clearly thicker than those of the people around him. The ancient patterns on his robes were also more complicated, making him look solemn and dignified. "Friend, no matter what the reason is, it is still not too late for you to leave. Let me tell you this clearly. The sacred heavenly church is not something that a peak superior grade martial king can bully." The first martial king from the left said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Although he felt fear in his heart, his tone was not overly flustered. Xiao Chen said coldly, "Ignorant fool. Did I say that I am a superior grade martial king? Kaca." Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber with lightning speed. A dazzling purple light flashed, and an extremely fast saber chi flashed. The person who spoke was chopped in half by the saber chi. His body exploded and turned into a pool of blood. "We misjudged. This person is a half-step martial monarch. Split up and report to headquarters to give up on Chizhi County." The person in the middle had a surprised expression as he quickly retreated. The remaining 3 split up as well, heading in different directions. Originally, the 5 of them thought that Xiao Chen was only a peak superior grade martial king. With the 5 of them working together, they should have been able to kill him. However, they did not expect that after Xiao Chen drew his saber and revealed his strength, he could instantly kill them. The difference was so great that they could not make up for it with numbers or techniques. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure trembled slightly, and he split into 4 clones. Then, he chased after the fleeing black-clothed men. A cool breeze blew, and Xiao Chen hid all his killing intent. Before the 4 pursuers could react, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. Aside from the leader of the group, who managed to dodge the attack at the crucial moment, the other 4 did not have time to react before they were killed. The 5 clones merged together, and the purple light on Xiao Chen's saber became extremely resplendent. Under the huge pressure, the black-clothed man closed his eyes in despair. Roar! Just at this moment, a resonant bird cry resounded in the distance. A golden sword light flew over from afar and blocked Xiao Chen's saber. Bang! The saber and sword clashed, producing a huge energy shockwave. A strong wind blew, sending countless fallen leaves flying. A huge force spread out from the saber. Xiao Chen could not help but take 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chen was astonished. The other party was actually stronger than him. Although Xiao Chen did not do much, this person who suddenly appeared was already an expert. The person who arrived was also wearing black robes. However, the patterns on the robes were made of gold. This added an ancient and dignified aura to the robes, adding a sense of grandeur to it. The black-robed man with the gold lining wore a mask that covered half his face. He looked very mysterious. Young master, this subordinate is useless. I made an error in judgment. That person is a half-step martial monarch, the superior grade martial king said in horror as he knelt on the ground. The masked man smiled faintly and said, "You can leave first. The Chizzy County's foundation is now useless. Don't come back again." That person felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden and quickly ran into the distance. Suddenly, the silent Xiao Chen said, "I know you, even though you purposely changed your voice. Who are you?" The person under the mask did not deny it. He smiled gently and said, "Honestly speaking, I did not expect that, given your character, you would be in closed-door cultivation instead of preparing for the Five-Nation Youth Competition. I did not expect that you would have the time to come to Mo City." Xiao Chen said coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Let's see who you are." Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the night sky. As Xiao Chen swung his saber, the clouds in the surroundings quickly gathered above Xiao Chen's head. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Wind and cloud move, wind blows, clouds move, clouds dance with the wind. Dang! The masked man smiled faintly. He did not show any fear when facing the strong Xiao Chen. The golden heavenly rock wings on his back spread out, and a dazzling light turned into a sharp sword chi. When the saber and sword clashed, the two immediately moved back. The two forces were evenly matched, and they each moved back 100 meters. The center of the churning clouds also moved back 100 meters, remaining above Xiao Chen's head. Lightning tribulation saber technique's second move, gathering wind and cloud. As the saber danced, the wind and clouds suddenly merged together. The clouds in the surroundings immediately formed a huge whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head. When the masked man saw this mysterious phenomenon, his expression remained calm. He had a carefree smile on his face. Lightning tribulation saber technique, interesting. Let's see how far you have cultivated it. The golden heavenly rock image behind the masked man flashed and appeared under him. Then, it carried him into the air. His speed tripled. Chapter 555. The dazzling sword light instantly arrived at Xiao Chen's face. The heavenly rock below him flapped its wings and blew a strong wind. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered continuously. When facing this extremely fast sword strike, his saber instantly moved, bringing with it the momentum of wind and clouds to block it. Bang! Violent energy exploded out, and the 1,000 steps beneath their feet exploded, turning into rubble. In the air, the two enormous energies were locked in a stalemate with each other. Under the curtain of the night, they refracted a multicolored brilliance. Xiao Chen quickly spun around in the air, dissipating the force of his saber. His opponent's simple sword strike could only be described as fast. However, when it reached an extreme speed, the force it carried was equal to a peak superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique, perhaps even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding crack of thunder came from thousands of meters in the sky. Clouds moved in all directions, gathering wind and clouds. The first 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique were finally completed. Clouds gather in all directions, wind and lightning chop. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously. Using the momentum, he executed the 4th move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The lightning tribulation saber technique had a total of 9 moves. The first 3 moves gathered power, the middle 3 moved lightning, and the final 3 moved descended the tribulation. This was the essence of the lightning tribulation. After Xiao Chen executed it, the mysterious phenomenon became like a real lightning tribulation. It slowly arrived and exploded. With the support of saber intent, this wind and lightning chop brought out its greatest might in Xiao Chen's hands. Wind blew, clouds moved, and thunder roared. Starting with the momentum of wind and clouds, it erupted with the power of lightning. This was the wind and lightning chop. The saber hummed continuously as it burned with a purple lightning fire. Under the illumination of the lightning in the night sky, Xiao Chen's handsome face appeared very serious and dignified in his white robes. The black-clad man smiled faintly. His expression under the mask was still very calm. He commented softly, "Not bad. Wind in front, gathering power with clouds, and lightning as a spear. You have grasped all the essentials of this move. Unfortunately, your understanding of the state of wind is still lacking. That is not how the wind blows. The masked man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. With one glance, he could see through the true state of this attack. The golden light behind him became increasingly dazzling. The intense state of light made the dark night even more dazzling than day. Shio. The masked man held the long sword in his hand and thrust it forward. The boundless golden light behind him gathered at one point in an instant. The night, which was as bright as day just a moment ago, instantly darkened. Under the night sky, only the tip of the sword shone with boundless brilliance. The golden heavenly rock spread its wings and let out a shrill cry. Immediately, a violent storm arose, and the golden light directly shot out from the tip of the sword. Along with this gale, it rushed towards Xiao Chen. As the light flickered, the powerful force caused the surrounding space to wrinkle. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The golden celestial Peng's final gale had actually suppressed his great gale. As the wind was suppressed, the clouds above immediately showed signs of dissipating. As the wind and clouds dissipated, the might of the lightning on the blade immediately decreased by 20%. Boom! When the golden light struck the blade, the state of light burst forth. The dark night was illuminated by the golden light once again. Xiao Chen's body shot back like an arrow. His internal organs trembled slightly, and his qi and blood surged. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. The masked man stood upright while holding his sword. Sword intent circled around the blade, causing the sword to hum. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't try to execute this saber technique in front of me. You just learned it. The lightning tribulation saber technique is not meant for you to play around with." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, there were not many fluctuations in his heart. He said indifferently, "That might not necessarily be the case. As long as there is wind, the clouds will not scatter. As long as the wind and clouds do not scatter, the momentum will not be extinguished." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the strong wind that the golden heavenly rock blew actually started circling around him under Xiao Chen's control. The clouds above gathered again, and Xiao Chen's aura rose rapidly. He directly executed the fifth move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, falling lightning chop. Xiao Chen did not use any fancy moves with this attack. He directly used the might of heavenly lightning to descend from the sky and hack at the masked man. Bang! The masked man was somewhat astonished. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to react so quickly. Xiao Chen actually thought of using his opponent's wind to gather momentum again. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly swung his sword. The saber and sword clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. A vast electric energy exploded. This attack forced the masked man back several hundred meters. Cracks appeared on the golden heavenly rock behind him, looking like it would explode at any moment. Interesting. The masked man smiled faintly and waved his hand. The golden heavenly rock behind him split apart and turned into 9 beams of light descending from the sky, encasing his body. Dang! Xiao Chen did not give the masked man any time to react. He leaped up and executed the lightning tribulation saber technique with the momentum of wind and lightning, charging over again. Dang! 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 After the masked man scattered the golden heavenly rock, he seemed to have become even stronger. Under the encirclement of the 9 beams of light, he remained rooted to the ground, not moving at all. The masked man's sword gave off a bright light as it danced about. The masked man's defense was impenetrable, blocking Xiao Chen's attacks over and over again. Bathed in the light, he looked holy and solemn. When the saber intent and sword intent clashed intensely, the shock waves swept out. The vast fortress on the mountain peak rustled and crumbled. Earthly lightning tribulation. When the masked man's aura reached its peak and the thunderclouds above finally surged, Xiao Chen shouted and executed the final 3 moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. All the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the soil of the entire heavenly jade mountain gathered on Xiao Chen's saber, resonating with the thunderclouds in the sky. This saber strike connected heaven and earth, turning the lightning of the earth into a boundless great tribulation that surged out. Bang! Aside from the area 1 meter around the masked man, the rest of the ground under his feet exploded, creating a deep, ring-shaped pit. Under the illumination of the lightning, countless pieces of soil were wrapped in electric arcs, floating in midair. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he executed the 8th move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. At this moment, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the sky turned into 9 bolts of heavenly lightning that descended and gathered on the saber. The 9 bolts of purple lightning were like ferocious flood dragons, tearing the night sky apart like a piece of black cloth. The entire space shattered under this saber strike. The golden light around the masked man turned into solid golden sand dancing up and down. His feet did not move at all as he forcefully received this saber strike. Boom! The ring-shaped pit around the masked man quickly enlarged and deepened. Soon, the entire mountain peak was blasted apart by this saber strike. When the electric light shot out, the rocks that flew up were all reduced to dust. As the dust settled, a stone pillar more than a kilometer tall appeared under the masked man's feet. The surrounding mountains, trees, forests, and ancient castles all turned to dust. Enough! Seeing that Xiao Chen was going to execute the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the masked man finally moved. He casually swung his sword, and the light filling the air turned solid. Then, it turned into a heavenly sword and shot towards the surging thunderclouds above Xiao Chen's head. The world is filled with righteousness. To people, it is called righteousness. Above are the stars, below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright world, how can one fear fiendish demons? Suddenly, a resonant song resounded in the mountain forest. It was like 10,000 people singing in unison. The entire world seemed to tremble. Righteousness art. This is the orthodox sword technique of the Tianwu dynasty. How does this fellow know it? Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. The light of the heavenly sword became increasingly dazzling as the song resounded. In the end, it could no longer be seen with the naked eye. With a su, it scattered the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. When the thunderclouds scattered, the strongest move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation, was naturally destroyed. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly. He calmly calculated the situation. Although he still had the stronger 4-season saber technique, he had not used it yet. But even if he used it, he guessed that he only had a 50% chance of winning against this mysterious black-clothed man. It was obvious that the other party still had a trump card that he hadn't used. The masked man smiled and said, "Do you still want to stop me? Go back and make your preparations. With your current strength, it will be hard for you to rank within the top 10 of the 5-nation youth competition." Watching him disappear from sight, Xiao Chen asked Ao Jiao in his mind, "Those ancient patterns on his clothes, do you recognize them?" Ao Jiao thought for a while and said, "That is the attire of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant clan. Those patterns are actually the words of the royal clan. They are just redrawn using a kind of artistic method." As he expected, Xiao Chen closed his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he opened his eyes again and said, "I know who he is. The attire of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races, the strong state of light, the surging sword intent, and the perpetually indifferent temperament. Who else could it be but that person?" However, Xiao Chen had not expected that after not meeting him for more than a year, this person's strength had grown so much. Ao Jiao said sullenly, "This person is very powerful. The final luck of the Tianwu dynasty rests on him. His future accomplishments are immeasurable. He is a great enemy of yours." Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need to care about him. Let's go." "Go where?" "After killing the big fish, it is time to make a move on you." Xiao Chen summoned out the scarlet throne and sat on it with his eyes closed. He recovered his exhausted essence and silently flew towards Mo City on a scarlet cloud in the night sky. Only a lonely stone pillar remained on the tallest and largest peak of the Hutian Jade Mountain where Xiao Chen was. Dust churned around it, lingering for a long time. 4 hours later, before the sky had even brightened, that scarlet cloud appeared a kilometer above Mo City. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and all his fatigue was swept away. A bright light flickered in his eyes before he withdrew it and calmed down. He got up and walked to the edge of the scarlet cloud. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked around. His gaze stopped at the imposing Zhong clan's courtyard. Xiao. The scarlet throne turned into a beam of scarlet light and returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, Xiao Chen gently floated down. In the dark night, he stood silently on the walls of the Zhong clan's courtyard like a ghost. When he saw a group of patrolling cultivators, he flicked his finger and sent out 2 purple flames. With a flick of his finger, 2 purple flames shot out like arrows. A bloody hole appeared on the foreheads of a few cultivators. They did not even have time to say a word before they quietly fell to the ground. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and soon discovered the strangeness of the Great Hall. 100 elite martial grandmasters, 10 odd martial saints, and the Zhong clan's clan head were all gathered here. Some of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, some were chatting and smiling, and some were drinking tea. The atmosphere in the brightly lit Great Hall was very strange. Chapter 556. He. I wonder what kind of expression that group of elites will have when we appear at the Xiao residence tomorrow morning. They will probably be scared to death. Haha, the Xiao clan has managed Seven Horn Mountain for hundreds of years. The wealth they have accumulated must be astonishing. That's right. After this operation, we will definitely be able to get a share of the benefits. Even if the Heavenly Saint cult takes the majority, the remaining bits will be enough for us to enjoy. The Xiao clan still has a few girls with tender skin. They're all good stuff. I've been eyeing them for a long time. There's no need to be impatient. When the sun rises, everything will be ours. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and understood what was going on. His face showed a little fear. Luckily, the Heavenly Saint Church's situation was not very troublesome. If it had dragged on for another 4 to 6 hours, the Xiao family would have been in big trouble. 100 elite martial grandmasters, 10 martial saints, and an inferior grade martial king. With such a sudden attack, the Xiao clan might not even survive. Raising his head to look at the eastern sky, it was pitch black there. The morning star had not yet risen. Xiao Chen jumped off the wall and walked out of the city. Because of the Seven Horn Mountain, the Xiao clan's main camp was not located within the city. Instead, it was located at the foot of the mountain outside the city. The city was quiet. Apart from some merchants who had woken up early, there was no other sound. With a light leap, Xiao Chen jumped over the city wall that was dozens of meters high. Without alerting any of the city guards, Xiao Chen left the city. Xiao Chen stopped at a bend in the road and jumped into an abandoned tea house. He took out a bow from his universe ring and waited quietly with his eyes closed. That bow was the Soul Slayer bow. As Xiao Chen's strength increased, the might of the bow would also increase. He rarely used it, but at this moment, he could put it to good use. This was the only way to the Xiao clan. If he wanted to go to the Xiao clan, he had to pass through this place. Time passed slowly. It was unknown when the morning star had appeared, but the eastern sky was faintly turning white. In the great hall of the Zhong clan in Mo City, Zhong Yang looked at the morning star in the east and said, "Let's go. We will wash the Xiao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City. Wash the Xiao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City. Wash the Xiao clan in blood and monopolize Mo City." The hundreds of elite cultivators in the hall opened their eyes and shouted excitedly. Under Zhong Yang's lead, the 100-odd men charged out of the city, brimming with killing chi. At this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten, and there were already a few pedestrians on the streets. Looking at the Zhong clan elites who were brimming with killing intent, their faces warped in horror. "I'm afraid that Mo City is going to change," an old man said with a sigh. After exiting the city gate, the speed of this group of people increased by a lot, and their faces were brimming with eager expressions. Thinking of the vast resources of the Xiao clan, Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the weapon, trembled slightly. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were sufficient for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. One of the Zhong clan's guest elders, who was beside Zhong Yang, asked in a relaxed manner, "Clan head, what do you think the chances of success are for this operation?" Zhong Yang chuckled and said, "Is there a need to ask? 2 years ago, the envoy personally made a move, and Xiao Xiong was severely injured. The other experts that he roped in have all left. With just the strength of the Xiao clan, There is only one word for them, death. What did you say to the envoy? I remember that he specifically reminded us not to touch the Xiao clan. Zhongyang said calmly, this group of people only cares about money. I will give him 80% of the gains this time. What else can he say? Brothers, put in more effort and run faster. Kill all the men of the Xiao clan. Gold, silver, treasures, natural treasures, and all sorts of beauties will all be yours. Zhongyang turned his head and shouted, raising the morale of the group once again. Beauties and wealth could always boost the morale of the group at a crucial moment. At this moment, the morale of the group was at an all-time high. The guest elder at the side took the opportunity to flatter Zhongyang, saying, with this morale, we should be able to deal with the Xiao clan in 2 hours. Zhongyang nodded and smiled. Everything is possible. Wang. Right after Zhongyang spoke, an arrow flew over. Before the guest elder's smile faded, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. That arrow did not lose any momentum. Su. It pierced through the chests of another 10 people before stabbing deeply into the ground. The tail of the arrow trembled. Wang. The arrows in the distance tore through the air, flying over continuously. They were so fast that one could not even see their shadows. Only miserable cries rang out, and 10 people immediately died. The speed of the arrows was simply too fast. In just a few seconds, 30-odd people had already died. All of them had died with one arrow piercing through their chests, their hearts shattering. Enemy attack. Get down. All of you, get down. Zhongyang's expression changed drastically as he shouted in panic. The remaining 70-odd elite cultivators all paled in fright. They had all been alive a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had all died. This situation was too terrifying. Xiu. 3 cultivators who reacted slower did not have time to get down. The huge force of the arrows sent them flying into the air. Protective essence and the heart-protecting mirror did not help at all. What in the world is going on? Horror spread through the crowd. All the cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. They could not figure out what had happened. Earlier, they were all thinking about how to wash the Xiao clan in blood, how to enjoy the beauties and treasures. Zhongyang's cultivation was the highest. He activated his vision and looked into the distance. He saw an intersection 2 kilometers away. A white-robed youth stood in an abandoned tea house. He held a bow in his hand and drew the bowstring. He looked at the group expressionlessly. Damn it! How dare you kill the people of my Zhong clan? You must be tired of living. Zhongyang's eyes looked like they were going to spew fire. He said to the few martial saint experts beside him, that person is in the tea house 2 kilometers away. The few of you, sneak over. The few martial saints who were called out were extremely unwilling. However, when they saw Zhongyang's sullen face, they could only carefully bow and walk forward. Bang! 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 The moment these martial saints raised their heads, an arrow pierced through their foreheads before they could even cry out miserably. Run! Such a horrifying scene happened before everyone's eyes, scaring the group of people. They immediately got up and fled in a sorry state. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about washing the Xiao clan in blood, monopolizing Mo City, glory, splendor, and riches. Since they were already dead, what was the point of having more? Zhongyang panicked. He called out a few times, but no one listened to him. All of them only cared about fleeing, not caring about anything else. However, this group of people were not even martial kings. How could they outrun Xiao Chen? In a flash, Xiao Chen moved several hundred meters. Zhongyang drew his bow and fired. Many lives were lost to the arrows. Then, he boldly charged at Xiao Chen while roaring angrily. However, the arrow that flew at him completely frightened him out of his wits. That arrow was too fast. He had to use his cloning technique before he managed to shift his body at the critical moment. The arrow pierced through his chest. Zhongyang managed to keep his life. He could not care about anything else and joined the fleeing group. In the end, no matter how fast they ran, they could not be faster than Xiao Chen. Even without the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen could move at Mach 2. How could he outrun Zhongyang? From the moment this group of people left the city, they were destined to meet only one end, death. Soon, only Zhongyang remained of the 100-odd people. Corpses littered the streets of the city gates, a ghastly sight. Blood flowed continuously from Zhongyang's chest. He panicked as he ran for his life into the city. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he narked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. Then, he marked Zhongyang's chest with his spiritual sense. When the bow was fully drawn, he released. Xiao Chen used all his strength in this arrow. The injured Zhongyang had no chance of dodging. As Zhongyang fled in a fluster, he could not help but turn his head to look. This time, he no longer had a chance to turn around. The arrow pierced his chest with a shrill sound. A huge force burst out, carrying his body up into the air. Finally, he hung on the city wall before stopping with a bang. The morning sun had just risen, and its rays shone in all directions. Before Zhongyang died, he saw the sun rise one last time. However, he could not figure out what was going on. The words "everything is possible" seemed to echo in his ears. The morning sun rose, covering the ground. The tightly shut doors and windows of the Xiao clan's courtyard opened. The Xiao clan disciples walked out of their rooms and headed for the drill grounds. The Xiao clan's clan head, Xiao Xiong, had arrived long ago. He wore tight robes and looked at the Xiao clan disciples with a stern expression. Morning training begins. Be alert. No one is allowed to slack off. Following Xiao Xiong's command, the disciples started to practice the Xiao clan's fist technique in an orderly fashion. Fist winds blew, and cheers shook the ground. As the sun shone on the drill grounds, the Xiao clan disciples looked spirited. What they didn't know was that just 2 hours ago, the Xiao family had just escaped from a calamity. They also did not know that there was a person in the distance watching them. On a high ground 4 kilometers away from the Xiao clan's courtyard, Xiao Chen looked straight at the people in the drill grounds. He circulated his essence to his eyes. To Xiao Chen, 4 kilometers was nothing. He could see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree in the entire Xiao clan's courtyard. Xiao Chen just watched quietly, revealing a peaceful smile on his handsome face. His white clothes and hair fluttered in the cool breeze. Speaking of which, if you keep watching like this, are you really not going in? Ao Jiao's melodious voice came from the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There is no need. I will just watch." Ao Jiao continued to ask, "You have done so much for the Xiao clan. Your father will definitely not blame you. Are you really not going to ask him why he chased you away?" Xiao Chen did not say anything. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "How can there be a father who chases his son away in this world? The pressure he is under is definitely greater than mine. My strength is not enough to relieve him of the pressure in his heart. It is best not to ask. If he did not have enough strength to ask, it would only increase the pressure on the other party. When he was strong enough, everything would come to light." Zizi. Suddenly, the remnant moisture in the air started churning. Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and controlled the moisture. Life bestowal spell. With a shout, the moisture turned into 14 lively birds under Xiao Chen's control, chirping non-stop. Chapter 557. Xiao Chen took out the remaining 14,000-year-old spirit herbs from the universe ring and tied them to the little bird's feet. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Go." The little bird circled around in the air before flapping its wings and flying back to the Xiao residence. After doing all this, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the Xiao residence with some reluctance. Then, he turned and left. The morning sun shone on Xiao Chen's back, leaving a long black shadow on the street. It moved up and down continuously, moving further and further away. No one in the huge Xiao residence knew that the youth who was chased out of the Xiao residence after kneeling 3 times 4 years ago had returned and taken a look at them from afar. He had come quietly and left quietly. He had killed a group of people and left behind his own thoughts. He did not drag things out and left in a carefree manner. Half a month later, Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered closed-door cultivation. There were only 3 months left until the 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen was making his final preparations. At the same time, all the genius cultivators in this starry sky were making their final efforts for the moment when everyone would fight for the peak. After the Tianwu continent's Thunder King, there had been no new Emperor Wu in the past 5,000 years. After 5,000 years of waiting, a flourishing age was about to descend. The 5 great nations, the ancient desolate land, the barbarian race of the north, and the boundless sea, there were countless geniuses under the starry sky. Who would stand out and stand at the peak? Who would be the true main character on the dazzling stage under the continent? The battle at the peak 3 months from now would be revealed. In a forbidden land of the divine dragon palace in the eastern boundless sea, there was a small spatial tear. If one passed through it, they would reach the true demonic world. There was a 4-sided golden barrier around the spatial tear. 4 old martial monarchs of the divine dragon palace guarded this place day and night. At this moment, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, rode on his royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly war halberd and stood calmly in front of the forbidden land. The current dragon king of the divine dragon palace stood beside Shenyuan Zhantian. The dragon king looked at Shenyuan Zhantian and said, "Zhantian, are you sure you want to enter this spatial tear? Do you know what it means to pass through this spatial rift?" Shenyuan Zhantian nodded and said, "I only have 3 months. The geniuses of the great Jin nation are not simple. I need to enter the deep abyss demonic world for a true experimental training." The Dragon King said no more. "Since you have decided, I will not stop you. If you die in there, I will choose a new successor." The barrier slowly opened and Shenyuan Zhantian rode on the royal dragon horse without hesitation. He laughed loudly and said, "Old fellow, you only know how to curse me. Don't worry, I will definitely take your position. No one can replace me, Shenyuan Zhantian, in ruling the 4 seas for you." As the Dragon King watched Shenyuan Zhantian disappear into the crack, he smiled silently and said, "This confidence is sufficient." Back mountains of Qingyun Peak, in the first month since Xiao Chen returned, he focused on perfecting the lightning tribulation saber technique. During his fight with the masked man, Xiao Chen finally learned of the lightning tribulation saber technique's weaknesses. Wind and clouds gather before thunder roars. Xiao Chen's state of wind was too weak. As a result, the masked man was able to see the weakness of the lightning tribulation saber technique's mysterious phenomenon with one glance. Now that Xiao Chen knew the weakness, he could think of a way to make up for it. This was not a difficult thing to do. In 1 month, he had already made up for most of the weaknesses of the lightning tribulation saber technique. If he ran into the masked man again, Xiao Chen was confident that the masked man would not be able to find the weakness immediately, causing the mysterious phenomenon to scatter and the might of the saber technique to decrease significantly. What gave Xiao Chen a headache was the 4th move of the 4-season saber technique. What state should he use for winter before he could find the true saber technique that belonged to him? However, Xiao Chen was not in too much of a rush. He practiced the martial techniques that he was familiar with during the day and continued to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation at night, strengthening his essence. There were some things that required comprehension. If one could not see through it, the more one thought about it, the more one could not extricate oneself from it. It would only add to one's frustrations. When one completely calmed down, there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, one would understand. The problem that had been troubling one for a long time would be easily solved. Back then, when the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion created the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique, it was due to a chance encounter. He saw a spirit beast undergoing its tribulation and gained some comprehension. Hence, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He only treated it as a whetstone for tempering his mental state. Even if he could never comprehend it, the growth of his mental state would be sufficient to make up for the loss of this saber technique. Who could say for sure whether it was a gain or a loss? The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. The remaining 3 months of the 5-nation youth competition decreased by the days. On this particular day, Xiao Chen was cultivating in his room with his eyes closed. The moonlight shone through the window and landed quietly on Xiao Chen's bed. Kaca. Suddenly, the 2 superior grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the spirit stones drained of their spiritual energy. He shook his head helplessly. Now that Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch, he could absorb spiritual energy even faster. 2 superior grade spirit stones were not enough for one night of cultivation. As for the crystalline qi whirlpool in his dantian, it was like a bottomless pit. He was far from reaching a bottleneck. In order to reach martial monarch and refine quintessence, Xiao Chen needed to push his cultivation to the bottleneck and open his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen muttered, "I opened my sea of consciousness long ago. However, my cultivation is still not up to par. Even if I had another year, I would not be able to reach the peak of half-step martial monarch." Xiao Chen casually glanced at the ground. The pale moonlight looked like frost as it struck the ground. It made one feel sad for some reason. The moonlight is like frost, the flowing water hurts. Beauty changes easily, where does one find home? Suddenly, this line of a poem appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled faintly and said, "However, this kind of sad emotion is not suitable for me." Xiao Chen took out another 2 superior grade spirit stones and prepared to cultivate. Suddenly, he stopped. It was like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind. "I have been thinking about winter. Aside from snow, what else could represent winter? Isn't this what I seek?" "That's right. That's right." Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said excitedly, "The ancients did not lie to me. Once I comprehend it, I will soar to the heavens. I will be suddenly enlightened, suddenly enlightened." Xiao Chen laughed loudly. Then, he picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and rushed out of the door. The final move of the 4-season saber technique used frost as a guide, deriving the state of grief. In the forest, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. The comprehension he gained earlier replayed in his mind as he sank into deep thought. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber with his right hand and drew it forward. Xiao Chen slowly circulated the 4-season saber technique as he moved through the forest. The surrounding air dropped rapidly as the saber light danced. Layers of faint mist slowly descended from the trees and frost abruptly covered the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters. The moonlight is like frost, the flowing water hurts. Xiao Chen shouted and casually swung his saber. The state of grief contained in the saber burst out along with the frost. Shua, shua, shua. In that instant, all the trees in the forest silently split apart. Kaca, kaca. Crisp sounds rang out continuously. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and all the trees within a kilometer fell. The vast forest disappeared, leaving only a layer of frost on the ground. This move did not have a great aura or boldness. It only turned the saber technique into frost and infused it with the state of grief. Silently, he killed the other party. By the time the other party woke up, it was already too late to change anything. It was just like how all the trees within a kilometer, brimming with life, lost all signs of life with one saber strike, leaving only a layer of white mist. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "The 4th move of this 4-season saber technique shall be called Frostmown." Since then, Xiao Chen had comprehended the 4-season saber technique: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, Fated Person in Autumn Waters, Frostmown, and 4 Seasons. He had succeeded in creating a saber technique that was infinitely close to a heaven-ranked saber technique. He had created this saber technique all by himself. It was unique. As for the final move, Cycle of 4 Seasons, he did not need to comprehend anything else. This was because this cycle of 4 seasons only had one meaning: endlessly growing and multiplying. Desolation of time, the world changing into mulberry fields. Everything in the world, be it a tall mountain or a vast ocean, would wither and wither one day. The sky would wither and the earth would wither and grow old. Even the vast ocean would turn into mulberry fields. Only plants and life would grow and die, never stopping. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter would never change under the cycle of the 4 seasons. Time continued to flow by at an unhurried pace. The start of the 5-nation youth competition approached day by day. 2 months, 1 month, half a month. Soon, only 10 days remained before the 5-nation youth competition. In the Haotian sect of the Great Jin Nation, the leader of the 5 great nations in the Tianwu continent, as one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation, The Haotian sect naturally had many talents. However, Yu Chenxi was the peak genius of the sect. Ever since she obtained the daybreak flower, Yu Chenxi had become the strongest genius in the sect. Ever since Yu Chenxi obtained the daybreak flower, his cultivation had soared like a whirlwind. His morning sun incantation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Yu Chenxi had left many of his fellow sect members in the dust. They could only look up to him. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi's daybreak peak suddenly released thousands upon thousands of rainbow-colored lights. As the light shone, it looked boundlessly beautiful. The disciples passing by quickly stopped to take a look. They all had astonished expressions on their faces. Rainbow-colored lights. This is a mysterious phenomenon that only occurs when one reaches the 13th layer of the morning sun incantation. The great world is coming out of closed-door cultivation, a disciple wearing the uniform of the Haotian sect said excitedly. First senior sister has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. When she comes out, her strength will definitely soar. Quick, look. The elders are here. The appearance of the rainbow-colored lights actually startled the elders. 3 figures flew over from the main peak of the Haotian sect. They were 3 old men with extremely strong auras. As they stood together, the wind behind them instantly stopped blowing. The air froze, and the many disciples below found it hard to breathe. One of the old men revealed a gratified smile. He said softly, "No one has been able to practice this morning sun incantation to the 13th layer for 1,000 years already. Chenxi has truly entered the ranks of the peak experts of the great Jin nation." The grey-robed old man at the side also had a wide smile on his face. He muttered, "First Elder, with the Dawn Kingdom's current strength, it should be able to get into the top 10 of the 5-nation youth competition." Chapter 558. The First Elder in the middle said sullenly, "It is hard to say. The Drifting Snowsword Sect, the Sun Moon Gate, and the Supreme Unity Palace all have powerful geniuses, not to mention the 10,000 years of accumulations of the 8 noble clans. We can only be sure when she comes out." Boom. Suddenly, a resplendent clump of light burst out from the bright multicolored light. That light was like the morning sun rising slowly. The beautiful Yu Chenxi was in the middle of the light. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, she looked like a fairy, elegant and refined. "She is out." All the multicolored light suddenly gathered together and formed a rainbow bridge. Yu Chenxi walked on the rainbow bridge towards the 3 elders. Chenxi greets first martial uncle, second martial uncle, and third martial uncle. Yu Chenxi smiled and bowed slightly. The first elder carefully sized up Yu Chenxi. His face was filled with shock. He muttered, "A peak consummation half-step martial monarch." Yu Chenxi revealed a faint smile and said, "I have also comprehended the state of light and state of cloud to their limits. I have also reached great perfection in the morning sun fist." The first elder laughed loudly and said, "Good. Now, you are finally qualified to fight for the last 2 spots in the top 10. The 8 noble clans had 10,000 years of inheritance. Every noble clan had produced a martial emperor. Their descendants all had the bloodline of martial emperors. All of them had astonishing talent and were outstanding people. In every 5-nation youth competition, the top 8 would be filled with different people. The only thing that did not change was that the top 8 were all disciples of the 8 noble clans. This was a fixed pattern that could not be changed. Furthermore, there had never been any surprises. Even for someone as strong as Yu Chenxi, the first elder could only say that she could fight for the 9th and 10th spots. It was impossible for her to get into the top 8. However, Yu Chenxi's expression did not change much. She only raised her head and looked in the direction of the great Qin nation in the distance. Her eyes revealed some anticipation. Yu Chenxi muttered to herself, "I wonder how strong that fellow is." Now that 2 years had passed, he had relied on the daybreak flower to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. Could he, who was alone and without a sect, still catch up? In the Evil Moon Pavilion, one of the top 10 super sects in Jin Nation, there was a moon-shaped lake. The top genius of the Evil Moon Pavilion, Bai Zhon, stood expressionlessly in the middle of the lake. At first glance, the lake was calm and tranquil. But if one looked carefully, under the mirror-like surface of the lake, there were countless specks of red light that were constantly jumping. Their numbers were almost the same as the lake, half to half. If one's cultivation reached martial monarch and could extend out their mental energy, they would be shocked to discover that the specks of red light were actually hot sparks. Water and fire countered each other. This was the eternal law of nature. But at this moment, there were so many strange sparks burning in the vast lake. Wave of raging ice flames. Suddenly, Jean, who had a calm expression, shouted. The lake water that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted, the surface of the lake surged. Countless pillars of water turned into ice, and the sparks burned into raging flames that soared into the sky. Finally, they merged into ice and fire, forming a huge shockwave that headed for a mountain range in the distance. Bang! A huge amount of energy erupted. The small mountain peak that was over a kilometer tall was blasted into powder by the impact of the shockwave. That was not all. Unexpectedly, a huge pit appeared in the ground below the mountain. It was 100 meters wide and bottomless. Jean revealed a maniacal smile. He laughed loudly and said, "I finally achieved the perfect ice and fire compatibility. Xiao Chen, you managed to escape with your life in the boundless sea. In the 5-nation youth competition, I will make you lose face in front of everyone." Tianwu Continent, Great Chu Nation, Heavenly Sword Gate, Ding Fengqiu stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. 18 swords danced in the air in front of him, forming all sorts of formations. The long swords trembled in the air, giving off a buzzing sound. Everywhere they passed, a pitch-black tear appeared in the air, disappearing in a flash. These swords could even tear space temporarily. It was hard to imagine the might of these swords. Senior brother, you can control 18 swords with your defensive sword technique. Jin Wuji, who had rushed over from behind, exclaimed in shock when he saw this scene. Xiu. Ding Fengqiu casually withdrew the 18 swords into his spatial ring. He smiled gently and said, "Yes. However, I cannot maintain it for long." Jin Wuji said joyfully, "That is great. That Xiao Chen is definitely not a match for you. With 18 swords flying out, no one under martial monarch can receive them." Ding Fengqiu appeared very calm. He smiled faintly and said, "That is hard to say. Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me?" Jin Wuji recovered his wits and said, "The sect master told me to look for you. He said that the 5-nation youth competition will start in 7 days. He wants you to go and choose a secret treasure. Let's go, then." Similar situations occurred in every corner of the Tianwu continent. As the 5-nation youth competition entered its countdown, all the genius cultivators in closed-door cultivation came out one after another. Filled with boundless confidence as they waited for that day to arrive. In the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen sat before a waterfall. He looked somewhat leisurely as he watched the never-ending waterfall fall. 3 days ago, Xiao Chen had completely mastered the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. He named it Cycle of Seasons Endless Growth. He had already comprehended the Lightning Tribulation saber technique to great perfection and the 4-season saber technique to the point of comprehending it. As for his other martial techniques, such as the Battle Sage Origins Changing Character Formula, the Strength Character Formula, the exclusive saber technique of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit, the Dragon Subduing Slash, and the exclusive movement technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Due to various reasons, Xiao Chen could not cultivate the peak martial techniques of the Tianwu continent for now. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided not to cultivate bitterly. Instead, he came here every day to look at the waterfall and chat with Ao Jiao. He waited quietly for that day to arrive, tempering his mental state. The Battle Sage Origins Changing Character Formula required Xiao Chen's cultivation to reach a deeper level before he could continue practicing it. Otherwise, he would only be able to cultivate it on the surface, and his opponent would be able to see through it easily. As for the Strength Character Formula, although it was hidden in the Lunar Shadow Saber, there was no mental cultivation method to it. Xiao Chen was confused and could not learn it. Xiao Chen had already used the Dragon Subduing Slash twice. The painful experience from back then was still fresh in his mind. If he wanted to live, How would he dare to use it again? Xiao Chen guessed that the requirement for this dragon subduing slash was not a cultivation realm but a physical body. Only when the physical body reached a certain level and could withstand the horrifying shockwaves would one be able to control it freely. After you advance to Martial Monarch, you should be able to cultivate the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. Sang Mu did not rely on the changing character formula to become famous in his early years. Ao Jiao, who was in the Lunar Shadow Saber, said rather calmly, however, there is another possibility. Perhaps you are not suitable for cultivating the Battle Sage Origins. Hence, you have not been able to materialize your opponent's martial technique. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, it's fine. Everyone has their own path. I am a bladesman and the Thunder King is a swordsman. It would be difficult for me to walk his path again. A saber was a saber and a sword was a sword. There was an insurmountable gap between a bladesman and a swordsman. A bladesman was tyrannical and mighty. Aside from that, there was no other special characteristic. A swordsman was different. The sword was a gentleman of weapons. No matter how tyrannical or mighty one was, there would always be a trace of elegance. Of course, there was no definite conclusion as to which of the two was stronger. It all depended on the individual's strength. Ao Jiao was somewhat surprised. She said, I underestimated your trashy master. What you mean is that you do not want to be the second Thunder King? You only want to be your white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He changed the topic and said, I have always heard that the Thunder King defeated many noble clan geniuses in the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Speaking of which, what rank did he obtain in the Five-Nation Youth Competition? The era of the Thunder King was the same as now. It was also a time when geniuses sprouted. There were many geniuses and countless heroes. Furthermore, the name of the Thunder King, Sang Mu, had spread throughout the Qianwu continent after the battle on the Wind Cloud platform. However, the great Qin nation did not know which rank he obtained back then because it was too long ago. Ao Jiao was about to say something when she heard footsteps. She could only stop herself and say, someone is coming. Ha ha. Xiao Chen, you are really free. You still have the time to look at the waterfall? Liu Suifeng walked over with a radiant smile on his face. He did not stop smiling. Xiao Chen looked back, and a light flashed in his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, congratulations on breaking through to Martial King. Liu Suifeng chuckled and said, I just broke through yesterday. This is all thanks to your spirit stones and spirit herbs. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break through the bottleneck of Martial King so quickly. Xiao Chen said calmly, it is just a small matter. Why are you looking for me? Liu Suifeng revealed a helpless expression. He said, I really don't know what to say to you. There are still 7 more days before the registration period for the Five-Nation Youth Competition. We have to depart immediately. The First Elder is currently gathering all the qualified participants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The requirements for this year's Five-Nation Youth Competition were already announced. As Liu Suifeng expected, they had to be martial kings below the age of 24. Compared to the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition, this was an entire grade higher. However, there would probably be more people participating. Heaven Viewing Platform. In the main hall of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen saw the other participants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Aside from him and Murong Chong, there were 4 others. They were all people that Xiao Chen knew: Qianduan Peak's Mu Chen, Tianyu Peak's Zhong Lai, Yun Kasin, and the newly advanced Martial King, Liu Suifeng. There were more than 5,000 people in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only 6 people qualified to sign up. This was a rather unsightly number. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled at the others, taking it as a form of greeting. Since the First Elder had not arrived yet, they started chatting casually. They were all old acquaintances. They had participated in a life and death adventure together in a different space. They did not have any grudges against each other. Soon, they started chatting happily. Only Murong Chong, who was proud and aloof, did not join in. Mu Chen looked at Xiao Chen and said to Yun Kasin and Zhong Lai ruefully, back then, in the different space, although the 3 of us were weaker than each other, it was not that big. In less than 2 years, Xiao Chen managed to fool us. Chapter 559. Xiao Chen said calmly, aside from a cultivator's talent and aptitude, if a cultivator wants to succeed, they need fortuitous encounters and luck. Perhaps in another 2 years, a fortuitous encounter will help all of you. Yun Kasin shook her head and said, I feel that everything you said is secondary. How far a cultivator can go depends on the cultivator's character in the end. The group chatted about some other topics. Not long after, the first elder, Jiang Kai, brought the second elder and the third elder over. Jiang Kai got right to the point. The 5-nation youth competition will be held in the Great Jin Nation's Dragon Ceiling Mountain Range. It is too far from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We have to depart early. If there are any matters, I can give you an hour to prepare. We will depart immediately after 1 hour. Xiao Chen and the others shook their heads to indicate that there was no need to prepare. Jiang Kai nodded and said, let's depart now, then. The group followed Jiang Kai out. At some point in time, a crystalline jade ship had stopped in the empty space in front of the hall. Liu Suifeng was somewhat astonished. He said, this is Marshal Grand Aunt Shen's personal golden jade glazed ship. It is a high-ranked superior grade secret treasure. Is Marshal Grand Aunt Shen going with us? Jiang Kai nodded with a complicated expression. He said, yes. All the sects in the world have to go to the Dragon Ceiling Mountain Range. We cannot tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, some things are not as simple as you think. We have to show off our strength. On the bow of the ship, the noble Shen Manjun smiled faintly and said, Jiang Kai, there is no need to tell the juniors about these things. Come on up. On a mountain peak in the Misty Sword sect in the Great Qin Nation, Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he looked at the churning clouds in front. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Misty Sword sect master, who was behind him, said sullenly, Chaoyun, although the Misty Sword sect has 9 people qualified to register this time, aside from you, none of them can clear the first stage. Chu Chaoyun turned around and smiled faintly. Sect master, rest assured. Be it for myself or for the Misty Sword sect's help, I will do my best in the 5-nation youth competition. Upon hearing this, the Misty Sword sect's sect master felt slightly more at ease. Chu Chaoyun's origins were mysterious. Even the Misty Sword sect's sect master could not completely figure out his strength. If Chu Chaoyun was willing to use his true strength, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. The luck that the Misty Sword sect obtained was sufficient to allow the Misty Sword sect to stand firm in this great age. All right then, I won't say anything unnecessary. We'll depart tomorrow. You should prepare for today. In the southern boundless sea, the South Sea's 4 prodigies gathered before a table. Their faces were filled with excitement, all of them looking eager to try. It's finally time to go. I've wanted to meet the geniuses of Darjin for a long time. I want to see if the 8 big families and 10 major factions are as powerful as the legends say. Don't be too confident, third brother. Although the density of the spiritual qi in the endless ocean isn't lower than that of Darjin, our heritage is still inferior to that of Darjin. Don't take it lightly. Big brother is right. However, us 4 brothers are not bad either. Since we were able to make a name for ourselves in the endless ocean, we will definitely do well in the continent. The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 prodigies picked up his wine cup and said ferociously, that's right. It is fine if we do not go out. However, when we go out, we must make a name for ourselves as the Southern Sea's 4 prodigies. Come, let's toast to us 4 brothers. Let's hope that we can all make it into the top 50, that's a must. Cheers. Cheers. Bang. The 4 clinked their cups and drained them in one go. Then, they smashed their wine cups and laughed loudly. Then, they headed for the warship that had already stopped. In the eastern boundless sea, in the forbidden land of the divine dragon palace, 4 martial monarch elders looked anxiously at the spatial crack in the barrier. The hope of the divine dragon palace, the eastern sea's little dragon king Shenyuan Zhantian, had already been in the deep abyss demonic world for more than 2 months. Now, 3 days had passed since the appointed time. However, the eastern sea's little dragon king Shenyuan Zhantian had not come out yet. Given Shenyuan Zhantian's memory, He would definitely not forget the appointed time. Unless there was only one possibility, he died. The 4 martial monarch elders all had unsightly expressions. Shenyuan Zhantian was the divine dragon palace, no, the entire boundless sea. He was a rare genius cultivator in the past few thousand years. He would definitely become a martial sage in the future. The divine dragon palace had spent countless resources on him. If such a person died, the divine dragon palace would not be able to bear the consequences. Your Majesty, we have already waited for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's choose someone else. The divine dragon palace needs someone to lead the team, one of the elders could not help but say. The Dragon King's sharp eyes appeared very calm. He said in a sonorous voice, "There is no need to say anything more. Zhantian is worth me waiting for another 7 days and 7 nights. In this glorious age, the rise of the divine dragon palace will belong to him." Dong, dong, dong. Right after the Dragon King spoke, heavy footsteps came from the barrier. The footsteps were very heavy. Every step was very heavy, causing the ground to tremble. The expressions of the 4 elders changed greatly. They thought that a powerful demonic beast had come out of the spatial crack, so they quickly turned their heads to look. They saw Shenyuan Zhantian covered in wounds from the spatial crack. His purple robes were dyed red. He carried the royal dragon horse, which looked even more severely injured than him, on his shoulder. The 4 revealed expressions of extreme shock. The royal dragon horse weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Could it be that Shenyuan Zhantian carried it all the way back with his injured body? Bang! Shenyuan Zhantian held the heavenly war halberd in his right hand and casually swung it forward. The barrier that could trap a rank 8 demonic beast immediately shattered. "Sorry, something unexpected happened to Brother Ma. I was trapped for a long time. I hope I am not late." Ancient desolate land, under the vast heavenly extermination lake, a huge palace made of white jade floated quietly at the bottom of the lake. This palace was the mysterious headquarters of the Myriad Fiend Palace. Beside a garden in the palace, Bai seriously practiced the heart-nourishing universe sword technique. As the sword light danced around, the wind howled. It was like the world had turned upside down. A bright light flickered at his chest. As the light flickered, the might of the chainsword technique more than doubled. That flickering light was the heart of a swordsman that countless swordsmen yearned for even in their dreams. After 2 years, Bai's pure and charming face lost some of its childishness and gained a youthful charm. Her curvaceous figure also became more graceful. Coupled with her indistinct demonic aura, it gave the young girl a different kind of beauty. One look at her would make one sink into her. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps rang out. Bai sheathed her sword and turned her head to look. She discovered Mu Xinya walking over. Mu Xinya immediately revealed a joyful smile on her pretty face. She quickly ran over and said, "Elder Sister Xinya, are we going to the great Jin nation?" As one of the 3 peak geniuses of the Myriad Fiend Palace, naturally, Mu Xinya had to represent the Myriad Fiend Palace in the 5-nation youth competition. She rubbed Bai's head and said, "Yes, we are leaving soon." Bai continued to ask, "Elder Sister Xinya, Elder Brother Xiao Chen will definitely participate, right?" Mu Xinya revealed a smile on her quiet face. Xiao Chen's face appeared in her mind. She thought about how heroic he was in the ancient desolate tower. Mu Xinya nodded seriously and said, "He will definitely go." Bai smiled happily and said, "That's great. I can finally see Elder Brother Xiao Chen." Shen Manjuan's golden jade glazed ship flew at Mach 3 in the clouds, heading for the great Jin nation's dragon sealing mountain. Several warships could be seen in the sky. Like the golden jade glazed ship, they were all heading in the same direction. Aside from the warships, there were also many cultivators traveling alone, riding on flying spirit beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a few martial artists separated by a certain distance. Naturally, these people were all heading for the great Jin nation's dragon sealing mountain. However, only a small portion of them were there to prepare the 100 participants. Most of them were there to watch the excitement. The 5-nation youth competition was the start of the Age of Geniuses. It was a once-in-a-thousand-years event. It attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the continent. Everyone wanted to go and take a look. In this age of geniuses, who would be the true main character? Who would have the last laugh on the stage of competition? Who would be the true main character? However, the seats were limited. The spectator stands of the wind cloud platform could not accommodate all the cultivators. They had to hurry. If they were late, they would have made a wasted trip. The golden jade glazed ship moved very fast. Few spirit beasts or warships could keep up with it. Xiao Chen and the others watched the scenery on the deck and chatted casually. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Why do I not see Lung Liusu? With her strength, she should have become a martial king after cultivating in the Holy Land for 2 years. That's right. Why is Lung Liusu not back?" As the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Liusu had not returned at such a crucial moment. When the crowd heard what Xiao Chen said, they could not help but feel it was strange. Murong Chong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "She has already become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. She has already gone to the upper realm. The people of the 3 holy masters cannot come here to snatch luck." When the crowd heard this, they were astonished. At the same time, they felt it was strange how Murong Chong knew. After 6 days of non-stop flying at Mach 3, the golden jade glazed ship finally arrived at the great Jin nation's Dragon Sealing Mountain. They only needed to fly for another half a day to reach the Dragon Sealing Mountain. Jiang Kai and the other 2 elders had already walked out from the deck. They introduced the situation of the great Jin nation to Xiao Chen and the others. At the same time, they gave a simple explanation of the rules of the 5-nation youth competition. The 5-nation youth competition is split into the preliminaries and arena battles. No matter how many participants sign up, there are only 400 slots for the preliminaries. That is to say, only 400 people in the entire Tianwu continent can step onto the wind cloud platform. When Liu Suifeng heard this, he was startled. He said, "So strict? If so many people are eliminated in the first round, won't some of the strong participants be buried?" Jiang Kai smiled and said, "Yes, but such a situation rarely happens. The preliminaries are very simple and fair. You will understand when you get there." The closer the warship got to the Dragon Sealing Mountain, the more warships they met. In the end, they would meet a warship every 100 meters. The warships were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were at least 10,000 warships and countless flying spirit beasts. The scene was boundlessly vast, shocking everyone. The density of the warships was simply too high. Shen Manjun had no choice but to slow down the golden jade glazed ship and advance slowly. After 4 hours, Jiang Kai pointed to a mountain range in front and said, "That is the Dragon Sealing Mountain." Chapter 560. Xiao Chen and the others quickly looked in the direction that Jiang Kai pointed. They saw hundreds of towering peaks at the limits of their vision. The positioning of the peaks was very strange. They actually formed a huge ring. The boundless clouds in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain range were also different. It was also different from the rest. Compared to the surrounding white clouds, it was clearly much thicker, and its color was also deeper. From a distance, the ring-shaped mountain range and the clouds in the middle looked like a cage, trapping something. There were several tall towers on the peaks of the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, and from time to time, there would be warships and flying spirit beasts resting on the peaks of the mountains. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He said, "There are hundreds of peaks here. Which peak is Dragon Sealing Mountain?" Jiang Kai smiled faintly and said, "That is the one in the middle. However, because it was too tall, someone chopped it down long ago. You can't see it now. You will be able to see it when you get to the top of the ring-shaped mountain range." After traveling for 10 minutes, the golden jade glazed ship stopped on one of the peaks in the ring-shaped mountain range. Many warships and huge flying spirit beasts were already parked on the peak. Countless people headed for the tower at the top of the mountain. Jiang Kai led the 6 to follow the crowd and entered one of the towers. The registration for this competition was in the Great Hall. The registration process was rather simple. After checking the age of the 6 people, they registered the names of the sect participants. Then, they each received a dark dragon-shaped jade pendant. "Come, let's go to the top." After going through the circular staircase, the group arrived at the top of the tower with anticipation. The top floor did not have a roof. When the group stood there, they could look down at their surroundings, taking in the scenery for thousands of kilometers around. Many cultivators had already gathered at the top of the tower. Xiao Chen parted the crowd and looked at the mysterious center of the ring-shaped mountain range. What astonished Xiao Chen was that there was actually a large city in the center surrounded by the mountains. It was no smaller than the Shihe province's capital. Looking down from the top of the tower, the buildings in the city looked like ants. Only some strange circular stone pillars were several kilometers tall and looked relatively clear. There were hundreds of stone pillars scattered throughout the city. Some were tall, some were short, but they formed a strange pattern. Every stone pillar had a huge coiling dragon carved on it. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this was a city built on the middle of a mountain. The enormous mountain peak had been chopped off at the waist by someone. Then, on top of it, a magnificent city had been built. Jiang Kai explained to the six, "That is Dragon Sealing City. Below it is the Broken Dragon Sealing Mountain. Do you see those dragon pillars?" The first round begins. All the participants on the towers of the 100 peaks of the ring-shaped mountain range will fly towards Dragon Sealing City at the same time. As long as they can stand on the dragon pillars, they will qualify for the arena battles. The 10 dragon pillars in the middle are obviously much taller. Those who stand on them can obtain the qualifications to become a seeded player. That is also where the competition is the most intense. As for the taller of the 10 pillars, they are dragon pillars. Shihe said. Dragon Chen of Dragon Spirit. Of Chen of the Dragon Pillars, Chen's Spirit Dragon the highest. After Liu Suifeng heard this, he said, "So, the first stage is actually so simple." When an old man from another nation heard this, he could not help but smile coldly. He said, "Ignorant. In every 5-nation youth competition, 1/3 of the participants fall to their deaths. This year, there will be even more. It is not as simple as you think." Jiang Kai followed up and said gravely, "That is indeed the case. You have to stand on the dragon pillar for 1 minute before you qualify for the arena battles. You cannot leave after touching it. If you are knocked down before you can even stand for 1 minute, you will have to start all over again." The person who spoke earlier said, "In 1 minute, you will have to endure endless attacks from all directions. Even if there aren't 10,000 participants, there are at least 7 or 8,000. You can imagine how bitter it will be when the time comes to compete for the 400 spots." When Liu Suifeng and the others heard this, they could not help but feel nervous. No wonder the first elder said that no one could take advantage of the situation to qualify for the arena battles. 1 minute was only 60 breaths. Normally, this would pass in a flash. However, if one wanted to stand on the dragon pillar for 1 minute and endure attacks from all directions, it would be very difficult. This was because one would not be fighting one-on-one. One would have to endure countless attacks from all directions. If one was not careful, one would fall. Those who could qualify to participate in the 5-nation youth competition were all outstanding youths. Breaking through to Martial King at the age of 24, if they were not outstanding, what were they? However, among these 7 or 8,000 outstanding talents, only 400 true genius cultivators would be left after a round of cleansing. One could easily imagine how demonic the strength and talent of these 400 people were. The quality of the 5-nation youth competition was flabbergasting. Jiang Kai wanted to befriend the person who spoke. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I am Elder Jiang Kai of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. May I ask for your great name?" The person at the side was only about 50 years old. However, he was full of vigor and aura. Clearly, he was a peak half-step martial monarch. When that person heard Jiang Kai's words, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "My great name is not that great. My family name is Du, and my given name is Hui. I am the chief supervisor of the Great Jin Nation's Breaking Saber Sect." Breaking Saber Sect. Jiang Kai thought for a while, but he could not think of any powerful sect in the Great Jin Nation called the Breaking Saber Sect. Du Hui smiled faintly and said, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to overthink. The Breaking Saber Sect is just a third-rate sect in the Great Jin Nation. How many people have signed up? When he thought about it, it made sense. Although the great Jin nation had 10 great sects, there were bound to be some small sects as well. Jiang Kai pointed at Xiao Chen and the others and replied, "Not many, only 6. A young disciple behind Du Hui mocked, "I have heard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. It seems to be one of the 3 great sects of the great Jin nation. Unexpectedly, they only have 6 people. Our Breaking Saber sect is a third-rate sect, yet we have 10-odd people." That person's tone was very pleased with himself. The pride that was unique to the disciples of the great Jin nation was contained in his words, making others feel uncomfortable. The great Jin nation had many spirit veins and abundant spiritual energy. It was also vast and boundless. For 10,000 years, it had suppressed the 4 great nations. Jiang Kai's expression turned slightly awkward. He did not expect the other party to be so rude at such a young age. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. He said coldly, "No matter how much rotten wood there is, it cannot be carved." To think that a third-rate sect in the great Jin nation could be so arrogant. Even an insignificant disciple dares to speak rudely to the older generation. Xiao Chen had finally seen the arrogance of the people of the great Jin nation. That young disciple said angrily, "What do you mean by that? Are you calling us trash? You are just a disciple of a sect that is ranked at the bottom of the 4 great nations, yet you speak so arrogantly. Don't let me, Song Qing, meet you in the arena battles. Senior brother, don't say that to him. How can he be qualified to enter the arena battles?" When the many sect disciples and lone cultivators on the roof saw this scene, they all looked over with interest. Du Hui frowned slightly. He did not want to blow things up. He cupped his fist and said to Jiang Kai, "Brother Jiang, this disciple was rash. Sorry." Although Du Hui said that, he did not get Song Qing to apologize. He only led the group of Breaking Saber sect disciples to the other side of the tower. Before leaving, Song Qing looked at Xiao Chen and the others mockingly, looking down on them. Liu Suifeng said angrily, "Who are these people? They are just a third-rate sect in the great Jin nation. How dare they speak like that?" Jiang Kai said helplessly, "Never mind, the people of the great Jin nation are just like that." If Jiang Kai had known that the old man was from the great Jin nation, he would not have had any intention of befriending him. When facing the people of the great Jin nation, he naturally had a superior attitude. The first stage of the preliminaries would only begin after everyone had arrived. There were still many sects that had not arrived yet. Everyone could only continue waiting. The matter with the Breaking Saber sect was just a small interlude, it passed very quickly. Time slowly went by. Suddenly, someone in the crowd on the roof exclaimed, "The Haotian sect's warship is coming." On the mountain peak, the people on several towers immediately raised their heads and looked over. A warship the size of a golden mountain flew over from the distance. The unique flag of the Haotian sect was on the bow of the warship. It was easy to tell with one glance. Xiao Chen sighed to himself, "The charm of the super sects is indeed extraordinary." The moment they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Haotian sect's Yu Chensi has already cultivated the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. That day, there was a mysterious phenomenon of a rainbow light. Their sect master announced that their goal this time is to get into the top 10. It is not easy to get into the top 10. None of the super sects are easy to deal with. The crowd discussed. Soon, another warship flew over. Someone recognized it and said, "The Evil Moon Pavilion's people are here as well." Bai Zhon managed to get into the top 20 in the previous 5-nation selection. I wonder what rank he will get this time. The Drifting Snowsword sects and the Supreme Yi Palace's warships are here as well. How impressive. The true inheritors of these 2 sects managed to get into the top 10 in the previous 5-nation selection. I wonder if they can hold on to that position this time. The Sun Moon Pavilion's people are here as well. The people of the 10 great sects are all here. The warships of the 10 great sects arrived one by one. They casually found a mountain peak and stopped. Among them, the Drifting Snowsword sect's warship actually stopped at the mountain peak that Xiao Chen was at. However, the Drifting Snowsword sect's people chose a different tower. When Xiao Chen looked over, he discovered that the Drifting Snow Sword sect's people had all been asked to leave. Damn it! The Drifting Snow Sword sect's people are really damn tyrannical. The moment they arrived, they chased us all away. The cultivators who were chased down had no choice but to go to the pavilion that Xiao Chen and the others were at and start cursing. Someone smiled coldly and said, "You only dare to curse here. The Drifting Snow Sword sect already has hundreds of participants. If you don't go down, where will the others stand?" Xiao Chen ignored these people's quarrels. He fixed his gaze on a white figure on the tower in front. It was a young man. This young man wore white clothes and had a cold gaze. He stared at the tallest of the hundreds of dragon pillars in Dragon Ceiling City. This young man stood there quietly. Even though he did not move at all, he looked like a lonely sword. As he stood there, his sword intent soared through the clouds, spreading a chill everywhere. When Jiang Kai saw the situation, he said softly, "That is the Drifting Snow Sword sect's first disciple, Liu Xiaoyun. He was ranked 9th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Back then, he was only 18 years old. Now that a few years have passed, his icy sword intent has become even more terrifying." Chapter 561. The people of the 8 noble clans are here. Just at this moment, someone among the many peaks in the ring-shaped mountain range shouted. Immediately, a clamor resounded throughout the mountain range. The people of the 8 noble clans are finally here. Every time, they dominate the top 8. I wonder if it will be the same this time. I don't think there will be any change. Even the super geniuses of the 10 great sects have given up. Who else can change? That is hard to say. Many of the geniuses participating in this 5-nation youth competition are outstanding talents from the Boundless Sea. I heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, is very powerful. He is already an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. A great Jin nation cultivator said unconvinced, "Unrivaled half-step martial monarch? That is only because he has not met the scions of the 8 noble clans yet. Any one of them would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, the Sima clan has already obtained the first rank 3 times in a row. The Sima clan's Sima Lingxian obtained the first rank in the previous 5-nation youth competition. If he can defend his first rank this time, then the Sima clan will have obtained the first rank 4 times in a row." 8 warships lined up in the distance. They were the warships of the Sima clan, the Bai clan, the Li clan, the Qian clan, the Wang clan, the Feng clan, the Nangong clan, and the Beiming clan. The 8 noble clans had many talents and were very strong. Even the 10 great sects could not compare to them. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere in the ring-shaped mountain range reached a climax. Everyone knew that the 8 noble clans had arrived. The first stage was about to begin. Who would obtain the qualifications to ascend to the Wind Cloud platform would be revealed soon. All participating cultivators, please wear your dragon-shaped jade pendant. I will count down from 10, and the first stage of the preliminaries will officially begin. After 7 or 8 minutes, a resonant voice resounded in Dragon Ceiling City. The voice was infused with quintessence, so the tens of thousands of cultivators in the huge ring-shaped mountain range could hear it clearly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the countdown rang out, the noisy mountain peak immediately became quiet. No one spoke. There was only the sound of the wind and the approaching number. All the cultivators' hearts were in their throats. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, all the participants in the towers of the ring-shaped mountain range, the outstanding talents of the ancient desolate land, the boundless sea, and the 5 great empires all moved at the same time. Shio shio shio. All sorts of sonic booms rang out continuously as they headed for Dragon Ceiling City in the center. As far as the eye could see, there were young cultivators leaping down from all directions. There were more than 10,000 of them. 3 years of waiting, day and night of bitter cultivation. On this day, at this moment, all of the geniuses and outstanding talents under the starry sky began to move. Xiao Chen wasn't in a rush to jump down. He looked calmly at the excited expressions on the faces of the various outstanding talents. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. The thick dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City churned continuously as the auras of countless young disciples stirred them up. A strong wind blew, and dark clouds rolled. Vaguely, a resonant dragon roar resounded from within the heavy dark clouds. The dragon roar resounded throughout the world, shaking the ancients and the present. The cultivators in the spectator stands all felt a great aura bearing down on them. The clouds churned and spat out a great aura. An ancient and dignified aura spread out in the mountain range, freezing the air. Suddenly, a small piece of the boundless dark clouds shattered. A dazzling golden light tore through the air and descended. Dragon Sealing City was dark all year round, the sun could not be seen. The thick dark clouds had not scattered for thousands of years. However, at this moment, a golden light actually descended. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, "That is the golden light from the upper realm's Kunlun realm. It is the light of divinity." The previous five-nation youth competition did not have such a scene. It is indeed the light of divinity. In the previous Age of Geniuses, there was such a mysterious phenomenon. It looks like this is indeed the Age of Geniuses. The vast auras of tens of thousands of geniuses attracted the attention of the upper realm. According to rumor, the one who ranks highly in this five-nation youth competition will have a chance to enter the upper realm as a martial monarch. Now that I think about it, it is true. The intense battles on the 400 dragon pillars had already started. 30 to 40 geniuses fought over each dragon pillar. The scene was incredibly miserable. For the sake of the 400 spots, everyone had done their best. Everyone knew what this five-nation youth competition meant. If they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to make it. If they missed this opportunity, they would forever be a supporting character in this great age of cultivators. The 10 tallest dragon pillars in the middle were currently very calm. Not many people fought over them. Everyone knew what these 10 dragon pillars meant. The most intense battles would take place there. Without strong strength, if one tried to fight for them, they would instantly lose their qualification for the preliminaries. The 8 noble clans' towers had 8 noble scions standing on the roof. The 8 of them chatted cheerfully, appearing very calm. To everyone, obtaining 400 spots would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, these 8 people did not care about it at all. They were not worried at all. Brothers, I, Qian Wen, will take my leave first. You guys continue chatting. Among the 8 noble scions, a man wearing gorgeous robes of alternating blue and white smiled gently and performed a cupped fist salute before leaving. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but after he left, another hole appeared in the thick dark clouds above. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky like a sharp sword. Soon, only 2 of the 8 noble scions remained. They were the Bai clan's Bai Qi and the Sima clan's Sima Lingxian. These 2 were the champions of the previous five-nation youth competition. Every time a noble scion leaped down, a resplendent golden light would descend from the sky. Those who paid attention would be astonished when they saw it. Sima Lingxian was very tall and slender. His eyebrows were extremely sharp, and his eyes were as resplendent as the stars. His face was very handsome, it looked like he was carved by the gods. There was a kind of person in the world who was born extraordinary. Even in the vast sea of people, one look would be able to separate him from the rest of the world. Without a doubt, Sima Lingxian was such a person. Just by standing there, he gave off a strong aura. Everyone could not help but feel a pressure in their hearts. Bai Qi took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then, he stood before the railing and prepared to leap down. Sima Lingxian turned his body slightly and looked at Bai Qi. He nodded and said, "Bai Qi, I heard that you completely practiced the most difficult 4-season saber technique of your Bai clan. In the past 3,000 years, you are the first cultivator under the age of 30 in the Bai clan to practice this saber technique to great perfection." Bai Qi did not deny it. He smiled gently and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid? You must be joking." Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, "Bai Qi, I just hope that you will not lose as badly as you did 3 years ago. It would be good if you could give me some pressure." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he laughed loudly and leaped onto the railing. He stared at the tallest of the 400 dragon pillars, and a strong aura spread out from his body. Who? A strong wind immediately blew from the distance, making Sima Lingxuan's robes flutter. When his aura reached its peak, Sima Lingxian pushed off the railing heavily and flew towards the tallest dragon pillar. Pu. 8 beams of golden light shot down from 10 kilometers above. The golden lights were very dazzling and beautiful. They encased Sima Lingxian and moved with him in the air. Damn! Divine light enveloping him. How strong is Sima Lingxian exactly? Such a strange mysterious phenomenon attracted the gazes of all the cultivators in the surrounding mountains. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly. His expression was somewhat unsightly. 3 years ago, although he was ranked second, he did not last more than 10 moves against Sima Lingxian. He had allowed Sima Lingxian to climb to the top without any pressure. Sima Lingxian, the 4-season saber technique is not as simple as you think. This time, I, Bai Qi, will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me. Bai Qi gently pushed off the ground and his figure floated up. Unexpectedly, his target was the tallest dragon pillar as well. 4 beams of golden light descended from the sky. However, they did not move with Bai Qi. There was a gap between them and Sima Lingxian. The competition lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, but no one managed to climb the dragon pillar. Amid the saber lights and sword images, several cultivators fell down, injured. Miserable cries rang out. If one was unlucky and suffered a sneak attack from too many people, they would die. Xiao Chen swept his gaze through the crowd. He had a rough idea of how to obtain a spot. His gaze fixed on the outermost dragon pillar. Xiao. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground heavily and shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow. 8 small holes appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Just as the 8 beams of golden light were about to land, for some reason, the small holes instantly closed up with a xiao sound. Of course, no one noticed this small detail. Far away from the most intense competition in the center, Xiao Chen headed for the most unremarkable dragon pillar at the periphery. Even so, there were still 30 people fighting over this dragon pillar. The battles around the dragon pillar were exceptionally intense. The dragon pillar was empty, but no one dared to stand on it. Earlier, when a few people tried to stand on it, they were targeted. That miserable state was not too long ago. Xiao. Just as the 30 people fought, a figure suddenly appeared on the dragon pillar. That person was dressed in white and had a slender saber at his waist. He had a calm expression without any fluctuations. Where did this brat come from? How dare he snatch our spot? How reckless. Beat him up. When the 30 people saw Xiao Chen stand on the dragon pillar, they stopped fighting without saying a word. Then, they launched all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chen from all directions. The weakest of the people attacking were martial kings. There were many peak superior grade martial kings. 1 or 2 of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Coincidentally, the first to attack was the half-step martial monarch Song Qing of the Breaking Saber Gate. When he saw Xiao Chen standing on the dragon pillar, he smiled coldly to himself. This brat is just a sect disciple of the great Qin nation. Does he think that anyone can stand on this dragon pillar? Even Song Qing was not in a rush to stand on it. It was not easy to face everyone's attacks for a minute. He had to wait until everyone's essence was exhausted before he was confident of standing on it for a minute. Chapter 562. Bang! All sorts of lights landed on the white figure. Light exploded, and in the midst of chaos, the figure was directly blown to pieces. Is he dead? Everyone felt it was strange. They felt that this was easier. However, when they looked carefully, they discovered that he had indeed died without a complete corpse. Only then did they relax. Someone laughed loudly and said, "He can't even block one move, and he dares to join in the fun? He is truly reckless." Is that so? Just at this moment, a deep, cold laugh came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the figure that they had just killed. He was dressed in white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. He had a calm expression as he reappeared. Wu Kuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this group of people. He directly executed the lightning tribulation saber technique. He drew his saber and a resplendent pillar of light elongated. The cultivators who had just turned their heads thought that they had blasted Xiao Chen into pieces. Suddenly, they encountered such an intense attack and were caught off guard. The 10-odd people in a straight line immediately had their protective essence shattered by the pillar of light, causing them to fall. Several of the younger cultivators with weaker cultivations vomited large mouthfuls of blood and cried out miserably as they fell from the sky. The dragon pillar was more than 2 kilometers tall. If one did not circulate their essence and fell from such a height, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Xiao Chen managed to defeat most of the group of 30 people. He only used a small trick, the life bestowal spell. This saved Xiao Chen a lot of effort. He could use less essence and did not have to bring out all his trump cards. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of Song Qing, who was hiding in the crowd. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. The Great Qin nation was the weakest of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, this fellow came from a small sect. Song Qing originally thought that he was just an ordinary genius. However, when Xiao Chen attacked, he instantly knocked down 10-odd people. With Song Qing's insight, he immediately understood what was going on. Xiao Chen was not as simple as Song Qing thought. Xiao Chen's strength was equal to his, perhaps even slightly stronger. No, I absolutely cannot let this brat participate in the arena battles. A ruthless look flashed in Song Qing's eyes as he hid in the crowd. Everyone, let's attack together. We can't let this kid snatch away our spot. This guy is too despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack on us. He shouted loudly, but Song Qing kept retreating. He didn't intend to take the lead at all. Kill. There were very few spots, and none of them wanted to give up. Even though they knew that Xiao Chen was stronger than any of them, they wouldn't give up so easily. Xiao Chen glanced coldly at Song Qing, who had hidden far away. Then, he ignored him and focused on the group of genius cultivators before him. Those who came to participate in the competition were all cultivators with outstanding talent. They were not martial kings who cultivated trashy cultivation techniques. They all had their own trump cards. Wanting to deal with 10-odd peak martial kings in one go was clearly not a wise thing to do. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and locked on to the 3 strongest people. He had to establish his might in order to completely intimidate this group of people. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted, and his figure moved in a strange arc in midair. It was like a huge true dragon's tail swung gently. A boundless strong wind blew as he pierced through the dense crowd. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's clear eyes turned scarlet. A boundless killing intent surged out. The peak superior grade martial king Xiao Chen locked on to immediately felt the pressure on him increase. Massacre, hatred, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions erupted in his mind. His movements immediately slowed. By the time he reacted, he discovered that Xiao Chen's pitch-black saber was already before his neck. His eyes immediately revealed an expression of extreme horror. Xiao Chen flipped his palm, and his saber turned into the back of the saber. Then, he chopped at the other party's neck. If Xiao Chen was not an enemy, there was no need to kill him. Offending the sect behind him was not a good thing either. The strongest of the 3 martial kings managed to survive. However, he cried out miserably as the essence on the back of the saber knocked him to the ground. Although all this took a long time to describe, from the moment Xiao Chen used the blue dragon tail whip to the moment the other party fell, only a moment had passed. It was so fast that no one could keep up with Xiao Chen's rhythm. Several of the cultivators in front were still moving forward due to inertia. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the second peak martial king. Then, he used Wukuei shakes the heavens and a purple divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky. Due to the difference in strength, that martial king could only resist for a few breaths of time before the divine Wukuei tree suppressed him and sent him crashing into Dragon Sealing City. Only now did everyone react. There were many attacks of different colors and all sorts of states. Saber chi, sword chi, and spear chi flew in all directions. There were countless of them. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, if he received these attacks head-on, he would suffer significant internal injuries. His figure trembled slightly as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and turned into 9 figures. Bang! 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 As the shock waves exploded, several clones were blasted into nothingness. However, Xiao Chen's main body took advantage of the chaos to arrive beside the third peak Martial King. This time, Xiao Chen did not use any techniques. He clashed with that person with his saber. When the weapons clashed, a surging essence exploded out. The huge difference in strength caused the other party's weapon to shatter into countless pieces. His palm split open and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Xiao Chen defeated 3 people in 3 moves. Furthermore, he was clearly the strongest person among them. The others immediately stopped what they were doing and carefully took a few steps back. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said calmly to the crowd, "Go somewhere else. This dragon pillar is mine." Xiao Chen's calm tone left no room for doubt. Furthermore, he displayed great strength. His image of Xiao Chen immediately became unfathomable in their minds. Hu Kai. Just at this moment, a superior-grade Martial King suddenly launched a sneak attack. While Xiao Chen was speaking, this superior-grade Martial King silently attacked from behind. This superior-grade Martial King's concealment was on point. As he moved quickly, there was no sound of wind. He did not leak any killing chi. This was a perfect sneak attack. Unfortunately, this superior-grade Martial King met Xiao Chen, a cultivator that could not be judged by common sense. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. It was like Xiao Chen had eyes at the back of his head. He quickly turned around and executed the final 2 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist in an instant. The breaking armor fist broke through the other party's protective essence. The seizing the heart pierced through the other party's chest at lightning speed. In an instant, the person who was alive a moment ago turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." When the others saw the situation, they were completely frightened. They no longer had any wishful thinking, and they all scattered. As for Song Qing, he had already fled far away when he saw that the situation was not good. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this person. If Song Qing obtained one of the 400 spots, he would have a chance to meet him in the arena battles. If Song Qing could not even qualify, then there was no need to care about him. The world turned quiet. Xiao Chen stood on the dragon pillar calmly. This time, he was truly standing on it. How long was 1 minute? It was only 60 breaths. If no one disturbed him, it would pass very quickly. 10, 9, 8, 7. Xiao Chen counted the time in his heart. By the time the others saw the mysterious phenomenon, it was already too late. 1 minute had finally passed. Huang dang! Huang dang! The 1-kilometer-long dragon pillar under Xiao Chen's feet shook violently. The dragon carvings around the stone pillar instantly came to life. Boom! The spiraling stone dragon roared ferociously. Every scale on its body gave off a golden light. Finally, it soared into the sky and into the clouds. The dragon roared and reverberated throughout the valley. The huge dragon tore through the thick dark clouds and flew into the mysterious distance. A golden pillar of light descended from the distant sky, encasing Xiao Chen on the stone pillar. Someone succeeded. Who is it? Which one of the 8 noble clans? Or is it a disciple of one of the 10 great sects? Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him before? He looks unfamiliar. Could this be his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition? That can't be. Unexpectedly, a newcomer obtained the top spot. Xiao Chen, who was enveloped in the light, immediately attracted the gazes of the tens of thousands of people in the tower. Everyone was very surprised. First elder, Xiao Chen succeeded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder said excitedly, revealing a joyful expression. Jiang Kai appeared rather calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Quantity is not important. As long as it is the essence, that is enough." When the breaking saber gates Du Hui heard these words, he felt very uncomfortable. Earlier, his disciple had mocked Xiao Chen for being a country bumpkin who came from a small place. However, Xiao Chen's disciple was the first to qualify. As for Song Qing, he had been scared off by Xiao Chen, not even having the courage to fight. The golden pillar of light lasted for a full minute before it slowly descended. The instant the light scattered, the smooth stone pillar shrank back into the ground with a shio sound. The 2-kilometer-tall pillar descended into the ground in a second. This made Xiao Chen feel like he was on an elevator in an amusement park in his previous life. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding buildings were lined up neatly. It seemed like they followed some sort of pattern. The buildings in Dragon Ceiling City gave off an ancient and grand feeling. A heavy and ancient aura washed over Xiao Chen. The weight of history was evident here. Xiao Chen picked up the dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his waist and looked at it. The originally dim jade pendant was now filled with vibrant colors. There was a tiny golden dragon in the translucent jade pendant. It swam around slowly, looking very interesting. Pu. Pu. A cool breeze suddenly blew over, brushing aside the hair in front of Xiao Chen's forehead, which was covered by a blue strip of cloth, revealing his delicate and handsome face. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a middle-aged man in yellow robes silently approaching. The cool breeze came from this person. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. If it were not for that cool breeze, he would not have sensed this person's arrival. That was to say, this person could kill him silently as easily as flipping his hand. That cool breeze was probably purposely sent out by this person. Xiao Chen did not dare to be disrespectful to someone of such cultivation. He performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "May I know who Senior is?" Chapter 563. The yellow-robed middle-aged man glanced at the dragon-shaped jade pendant at Xiao Chen's waist. He smiled faintly and said, "I am the organizer of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. What is your name? Do you have a sect?" So, he is the organizer of the 5-Nation Youth Competition. No wonder he has such a high cultivation. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I am Xiao Chen from the Great Qin Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion." The yellow-robed middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Come with me. I will bring you to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's residence. The arena battles will start in 3 days. You can rest there for the next few days. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around the city." The two of them moved very fast. They leaped over many tall buildings. In a few breaths of time, they arrived at an independent courtyard. There were only a few small rooms in the courtyard. It looked very simple. Although it was simple, it could be described as crude. The yellow-robed middle-aged man explained, "The style of the courtyard is based on the strength of the sect and the performance of the sect disciples in the 5-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no objections, I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not considered a big sect. In the past, they did not have any outstanding disciples. However, in this 5-Nation Youth Competition, he, Xiao Chen, would definitely change this situation. He would not let the descendants of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion live in such a wretched place. Being the first to qualify for the next round had a lot to do with Xiao Chen's choice. People with his strength would have all gone to fight for the seeded spot. The inheritors of the 10 great sects, the heirs of the 8 noble clans, and the top sects of the 4 nations surrounded the 10 tallest dragon pillars. The heavenly sword gates Ding Fengqiu, the beast-taming abodes Suamo, the myriad fiend palaces Mu Xinya, Chu Mu, and the 1,000 sword pavilions Xia Xian were all carefully testing the waters. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with each other in advance. They could only test each other out. Hence, they were even more cautious. They could not decide who would stand on top in a short period of time. The arena battles had 2 elimination rounds. Each round required 20 matches, eliminating 100 people. Only after the 2 elimination rounds could one qualify for the finals. The seeded spot did not need to participate in the first elimination round and could directly enter the second round. This was equivalent to having 20 fewer matches. Naturally, such an advantage made people jealous. The top-seeded contestant had even more benefits. He could skip 2 elimination rounds and directly enter the finals. Apart from that, the seeded player was also a fight for reputation. Simply put, it was a fight for face. Xiao Chen had his own ideas. In his opinion, as long as he handled it well, he wouldn't have to reveal his true strength in the first 20 battles. Moreover, seeded players were more likely to be in the eye of the storm and become the target of others' research. Keeping a low profile would always bring unexpected benefits. The one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. Xiao Chen did not rush into his room to rest. Instead, he leaped onto the roof and sat down to watch the fight for the first seed. Sima Lingxian was the most outstanding genius of the Sima clan in the past few thousand years. He was the undisputed champion of the previous five-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen was also very curious about what kind of person he was. Surrounded by the 8 beams of golden light, Sima Lingxian arrived before the tallest and largest dragon pillar without any fear. His gaze was fiery and strong self-confidence filled his eyes. It was like the tallest dragon pillar already belonged to him. Aside from him, no one else could stand on it. The first seed was him, Sima Lingxian. This kind of strong self-confidence, coupled with his own strength, made his aura seem extremely terrifying. Regular cultivators would automatically feel inferior with just one glance. If they fought with him, they would lose before they even started. Xiao Chen muttered, "What strong self-confidence. This is an unshakable confidence in his own strength. This confidence makes him stronger, and his strength makes him even more confident. With the two complementing each other, it forms a unique aura." Sima Lingxian was indeed not simple. However, once his self-confidence suffered a blow, he would fall to rock bottom. It would be hard for him to climb back up. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. One could be confident, but one could not be blindly confident. Of the 3,000 great realms, the Tianwu continent and the Skydome realm were just ordinary great realms. The other great realms definitely had stronger geniuses. While one was confident, one had to remember to keep a low profile. Only when one truly stood at the peak could one look down on others. This was Xiao Chen's point of view. It was also the way he conducted himself. Hence, he did not fight for the first seed title. There was no need for it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He smiled faintly and said, "Someone wants to fight with Sima Lingxian for the first seed. Now, we can see how strong you are." High in the sky, Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi, who was opposite the dragon pillar. He smiled gently and said, "Bai Qi, do you want to taste defeat now? The arena battles have not started yet. If your mental state is not stable, it will affect your strength." Feeling the absolute confidence in Sima Lingxian's words, Bai Qi said calmly, "If I retreat without a fight, my mental state will truly suffer a blow. If I can relax, so what if I lose?" In the previous five-nation youth competition, Bai Qi was the undisputed second rank. He was also a rare genius of the Bai noble clan. Look, Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian are fighting. He lost miserably 3 years ago. I wonder if Bai Qi can turn the tables. I heard that Bai Qi practiced the Bai clan's most difficult 4-season saber technique to great perfection. Now, his strength has increased explosively. I heard that the Bai clan's ancestor obtained the 4-season saber technique from a nameless ancient grave. After he found it, no one could understand it. It was only after the Bai clan's genius, Bai Shireha, comprehended it that he pointed out a path for the later generations. That is indeed the case. The 4-season saber technique is incredibly strong. It can be said to be the strongest martial technique under heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even though Bai Shireha pointed out a path, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to understand Bai Shireha's meaning before the age of 30. Who knows, Bai Qi might really be able to use this 4-season saber technique to wash away his humiliation. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the ring-shaped mountain range immediately felt excited. After 3 years, this scene reappeared. These two were undoubtedly going to fight a fierce battle. If they really fought, it would be very exciting. Sima Lingxian looked at Bai Qi and smiled. It is said that the saber intent of a bladesman is stronger than the sword intent of a swordsman before advancing to martial sage. Bai Qi, I will not take advantage of the difference in our cultivations. If your saber intent can defeat my sword intent, I will let you have the first seed. The moment Sima Lingxian said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Saber intent was very difficult to form, at least 10 times harder than sword intent. However, once saber intent was formed, its might would definitely be stronger than sword intent of the same level. As long as one advanced to martial sage, one's sword intent and saber intent would have their own souls. Bai Chi's black pupils constricted slightly. He asked, "Are you serious?" A strong self-confidence flickered on Sima Lingxuan's handsome face. He laughed loudly and said, "Of course, I am serious. Since I want to defeat you, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will defeat you in what you are most proud of. Otherwise, what would be the point?" Arrogant. Bai Chi was truly enraged. Although he was not as strong as Sima Lingxian, he did not feel that they were far apart. However, Sima Lingxian was overbearing. Since ancient times, there had been a conclusion about saber intent and sword intent. Saber intent was hard to form and practice. However, its might was definitely stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian was so arrogant today. He only used sword intent to compete with saber intent. He truly did not care about Bai Chi at all. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof of Dragon Sealing City, felt it was strange as well. The strength of saber intent was a publicly acknowledged fact. Back then, when the bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan advanced to martial monarch, he was able to beat up a small perfection inferior grade martial monarch Northern Sea Alliance elder to the point where he could not retaliate. This was because of saber intent. Small perfection saber intent could increase a cultivator's offensive power by 30%. When one advanced to martial monarch, the base number increased. The 30% increase became even more horrifying. Saber intent was sufficient for a bladesman to have the ability to challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Xiao Chen was a bladesman himself. He had a deep understanding of this. He muttered to himself, "Is this fellow really arrogant, or does he really have an unrivaled strength?" Bai Chi drew his saber in rage. A surging saber intent immediately surged out, and the long saber blade hummed endlessly. Combined with Bai Chi's strong strength, when the saber intent spread out, the sabers of all the bladesmen in the ring-shaped mountain range trembled slightly. A pure saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber, turning into a sharp, formless shockwave as it shot towards Sima Lingxian. The sharp, formless shockwave represented Bai Chi's rage, his pride, and many other things. With hatred in his heart, there was no point in saying anything. "I'll let this strong saber intent settle everything, prove that I, Bai Chi, am not as weak as Sima Lingxian made me out to be." Above the ring-shaped mountain range, the many cultivators could feel the strength of the saber intent in the distance. They all praised it in soft voices. The bladesmen among the cultivators felt it the most. When they looked at this saber, their hearts filled with respect and anticipation. The world came with the sword before the saber. Although the strength of a bladesman or swordsman depended on the individual's performance, due to historical reasons, the status of a bladesman was always lower than that of a swordsman. This could be seen from the number of bladesmen and swordsmen on the continent. Furthermore, a truly unrivaled bladesman had not appeared for many years already. Most of the experts in the world cultivated the sword. The famous Thunder King from 1,000 years ago also cultivated the sword. Now, the strongest genius, Sima Lingxian, also cultivated the sword. The saber had been silent for too long. Now, the great Jin nation's Bai Chi could be considered the most famous bladesman of the younger generation. When Bai Chi swung his saber at Sima Lingxian, he carried the hopes of these bladesmen. They hoped that a true bladesman would become unrivaled in the world again. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof, nodded and said softly, "Based on the range of the saber intent, it should have reached small perfection. Let's see how Sima Lingxian deals with this." Sima Lingxuan's handsome face did not show much surprise. He smiled and said, "You just touched the threshold of saber intent a year ago. In such a short time, you have already reached small perfection. Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, Sima Lingxian." A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxuan's body. That self-confidence seemed to condense into an aura. The wind in the air could not withstand this aura. It flowed wildly, kicking up a strong wind. This caused Sima Lingxuan's clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Chapter 564. Above the vast dragon-sealing city, all the geniuses under the starry heavens seemed to be dwarfed by this confidence. Countless stars flickered in the night sky. He was silently telling everyone that he, Sima Lingxian, was the most resplendent star. When Sima Lingxian drew his sword, it gave off a sharp light. The strong wind that blew immediately surrounded the sword. The strong and surging sword intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached small perfection. Then, it continued to climb to 40% comprehension. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, the sword intent continued to rise. 50% comprehension, 60% comprehension. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent had actually reached 60% comprehension. Another 10% would be the true great perfection sword intent. That was a level that several seniors of the sword Dao could not reach. A solid and sharp energy surged out from the tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword intent. In an instant, it broke the formless energy formed by Chi's saber intent. PUCI. After breaking the saber intent, Sima Lingxuan's sword intent dimmed slightly. However, its form was scattered, but its intent remained, its sharpness did not diminish. KACA. Just as the sword intent was about to strike Chi, Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. The sharp sword intent instantly scattered. The sword intent turned into a formless sword wind and spread wildly in all directions. A few unlucky cultivators were struck by this sword wind and immediately suffered minor injuries. The many cultivators on the top of the thousands of towers in the surrounding mountain ranges were silent, not a single sound could be heard. They had expected Sima Lingxian to be strong. However, they had not expected him to be this strong. Unexpectedly, he could crush his opponent's saber intent within the same generation. A small perfection saber intent was equivalent to a 30% comprehended saber intent. However, Sima Lingxian comprehended his sword intent to 60% comprehended, twice as strong as his opponent. Although Chi's saber intent was strong, it was a tragedy for him to run into Sima Lingxian. 60% comprehended sword intent. Chi did not lose unjustly. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. The title of the top genius is indeed not an exaggeration. The top seed is definitely him. He is confident and talented. Furthermore, he has the support of a noble clan. His future is destined to be extraordinary. I reckon the Sima family is going to win 4 consecutive championships. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid they will eventually become the strongest family in the world. The many cultivators in the mountain range all sighed as they looked at Sima Lingxian, who was enveloped by the 8 beams of golden light. They were not stingy with their praises. At the very edge of the 400 dragon pillars, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, looked at Sima Lingxian, who had used his sword intent to defeat Chi. He revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Interesting. This 5-nation youth competition is indeed the right choice. It is much better than the elite competition in the boundless sea. I finally found a place where I can bring out my strength. Everyone says that Chi did not lose unjustly. However, I feel that he lost unjustly. Haha. Not only is this Sima Lingxian strong, but his schemes are also terrifying." While Shenyuan Zhantian was in a daze, the other competitors who were also fighting for this dragon pillar all smiled sinisterly. "Fool, to think you are still in a daze at this moment." He brandished his weapon and sent a sharp attack at Shenyuan Zhantian. Bang! Shenyuan Zhantian recovered his wits and smiled faintly. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and an azure flood dragon circled around the halberd before exploding. The weapons of the competitors who sneak attacked Shenyuan Zhantian all flew out. Hee. The game is over. Little friends, I have no time to play with you. Shenyuan Zhantian smiled coldly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he swept his heavenly war halberd everywhere. A strong dragon-shaped shockwave burst out. The crowd could not even block one move and fell. Behind the central dragon pillar, Chi had an extremely stunned expression on his face. After a while, he suddenly reacted and said angrily, "Sima Lingxian, you did that on purpose?" Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said without any fear, "That's right. I did that on purpose. If you admit defeat, you can go." Chi was not satisfied in his heart. He could only endure the bitterness in his heart. However, he could only leave helplessly to fight for the other 9 seeded spots. The two's exchange confused others. However, Xiao Chen, who was on the roof, understood what was going on. Sima Lingxian had set this up from the very start. He knew how powerful the 4-season saber technique was and that Bai Qi was not the Bai Qi from 3 years ago. Sima Lingxian would not be able to obtain an easy victory. Hence, he purposely competed in saber intent. Normal people would know that saber intent was stronger than sword intent. However, Sima Lingxian still wanted to compete. There had to be a reason behind it. However, the situation forced him to. Sima Lingxian had said those words before everyone. Even if Bai Qi knew it was inappropriate, he had no choice but to brace himself. Furthermore, Bai Qi felt that his saber intent might not necessarily be weaker than his opponent's sword intent. Hence, he dove in. Thus, everyone saw Sima Lingxian easily defeat Bai Qi. This made Sima Lingxuan's confidence even stronger. However, in the end, this was just an open scheme and not a hidden one. Sima Lingxian had indeed relied on his own strength to defeat Bai Qi. No matter how sullen Bai Qi felt, he had still lost this battle. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the artistry. From Sima Lingxuan's display, Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of his strength. Sima Lingxuan's sword intent was very strong. However, when he withdrew his sword, he did not control the sword intent flying around. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that Sima Lingxian had wanted to control him at that time. If he did not, the sword wind flying around would be even stronger, more than enough to kill the cultivator struck by it. The sword intent that he can control perfectly should only be 50% comprehended. Forcefully raising it to 60% is already his limit. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Sima Lingxian is very strong. However, he is not so strong that he is undefeatable. The strongest thing about him is that horrifying, heaven-defying confidence in his heart. While Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi fought, the fights for the other dragon pillars did not stop. However, the spectators focused their attention on the two of them. At this moment, the fights for the dragon pillars in several places had already concluded. Several people stood firmly on the dragon pillars. Their expressions were either excited or calm as they waited for the golden dragon to soar. Great waves washed away the sand. Under this starry sky, the true elite geniuses would appear one by one. Rumble. Rumble. As 1 minute slowly passed, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars under these people started to struggle. They looked like they would soar into the sky at any moment. However, just as the huge dragons were about to soar into the sky, they suddenly stopped moving. It was like time had frozen. The huge dragon sculptures that came to life were all motionless. It was like something shocking was about to appear, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. The participants who qualified could not help but show startled expressions. They quickly looked towards the center of the plaza. They saw Sima Lingxian standing calmly on the tallest and largest dragon pillar. The huge dragon scales circling the stone pillar immediately turned golden. Then, they turned into a golden dragon soaring into the sky. A great dragon is indeed a great dragon. The great dragon has not moved yet. How can the little dragon move first? Some of the cultivators who had watched the previous 5-nation youth competitions laughed gently. There was no surprise on Xiao Chen's face. It had always been like this in the past. As long as someone stood on the dragon pillar in the middle, they would not be able to do so. Even if a participant stood on the other dragon pillars, the huge dragons circling the stone pillars would not be able to fly. This was because the dragon in the middle was a true great dragon, the king of dragons. Once the king appeared, the other huge dragons had to retreat. Sima Lingxian, who was encased in the golden light, looked at the dumbfounded people around him. His lips curled up in a smile, and the confidence in his heart grew even stronger. 3 years ago, he, Sima Lingxian, stood here proudly as well. No one was a match for him. 3 years later, when the age of geniuses arrived, he, Sima Lingxian, was still standing here. He wanted to prove that even in this age of geniuses, he, Sima Lingxian, could still stand at the peak, becoming the main character of this age. He wanted to bring the luck of the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm and meet the geniuses of the other great realms. Then, he would trample on his opponents one by one. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was the main character. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was worthy of standing here. Only he, Sima Lingxian, was qualified to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm, to compete with the heavens. Roar! 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 Just as Sima Lingxuan's strong confidence spread into the sky above Dragon Sealing City, a boundless strong wind blew, a resonant dragon roar suddenly came from the 400 dragon pillars. That dragon roar resounded everywhere. As the sound waves spread out, they scattered the strong wind that Sima Lingxuan's aura gathered. A huge golden dragon soared into the sky. Although that golden dragon was smaller than Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, its aura clashed with Sima Lingxuan's, not giving way at all. The golden dragon clashed with the other party's king's aura and soared into the clouds. Shenyuan Zhantian stood on the stone pillar, wearing purple flood dragon robes and a purple cloak on his back. He held a halberd in his hand. When Shenyuan Zhantian saw Sima Lingxian looking at him in shock, he revealed a flirtatious expression on his unruly face. He did not show any fear just because Sima Lingxian had just defeated Bai Qi. The golden dragon above Shenyuan Zhantian chased relentlessly and caught up to the huge dragon's speed. Then, they advanced side by side, tearing through the thick dark clouds. What's going on? Unexpectedly, there is a little dragon that dares to compete with the big dragon. What's going on? Such a situation has never happened in Dragon Sealing City before. Unexpectedly, a little dragon does not fear the king dragon at all. In the ring-shaped mountain range, among the towering peaks, the calm cultivators on the towers all had panicked expressions at this moment. That's impossible. It is impossible for such a situation to happen. The king dragon is a true dragon. How could the other little dragons dare to compete with it at this moment? A Sima clan elder shouted. Sima Lingxian was the hope of their Sima clan to become the #1 noble clan in the world. They had to obtain great luck in this great age. The Sima clan could not allow any accidents to happen. At this moment, they were the most nervous. Just as everyone was exclaiming that this was impossible, a rather old man snorted coldly, "What is impossible about it? Naturally, it is a true dragon that can compete with a great dragon. It is just two dragons fighting." In the past, Dragon Sealing City has seen the magnificent feat of 9 dragons competing with each other. Chapter 565. Someone recognized Shenyuan Zhantian and said, "That is the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, the top genius of the boundless sea." Indeed, a true dragon can shine wherever it goes. Even in the Tianwu continent, its sharpness is still unstoppable. When faced with Shenyuan Zhantian's mockery, Shenyuan Zhantian quickly recovered his calm. His strong self-confidence did not put any pressure on him, he was just slightly surprised. "Shenyuan Zhantian, I have heard of your great name for a long time. You truly live up to your reputation as the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. However, there can only be one true dragon in this great era. I will personally slay the dragon in the arena battles." Shenyuan Zhantian withdrew his aura and laughed loudly. "I'm afraid that you will fail to slay the dragon and end up in the dragon's belly. You'd better not meet me. Otherwise, your strong self-confidence will fall to rock bottom, never to rise again." Boom! Just as the two faced each other, their gazes locked in an intense clash in the air, the two true dragons tore through the thick dark clouds at the same time. Then, golden pillars of light descended. Shio! The stone pillars returned to the ground and landed in Dragon Sealing City. Roar! 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 Only at this moment did the frozen stone dragons come to life. The 10-odd little dragons that had been suppressed for a long time soared into the sky and roared loudly, venting the frustrations in their hearts. The scene of the dragons soaring into the sky was very majestic. This was especially so when the 10-odd golden pillars of light landed at the same time. It was an eye-opener for everyone. After that, golden dragons soared and tore through the clouds at nearly every moment. However, Xiao Chen, who was on the roof, lost the patience to continue watching. While he watched the fight for the dragon pillars, he also casually looked around the city. Dragon Sealing City was the only intact ancient city in the world. There were still many unique buildings from the ancient era in the city, which was an eye-opener. After 7 or 8 minutes, 2 figures flew over. It was a receptionist who led Liu Suifeng over. Based on his dispirited expression, he should have failed the challenge. I failed. There are too many geniuses. Only after coming here did I realize that I am nothing, Liu Suifeng sighed as he shook his head at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't be discouraged. Just watch this competition carefully. If you put your heart into it, you should have no problem advancing to martial monarch." Liu Suifeng nodded with a serious expression. He said, "Definitely. With the great age before us, I do not wish to stop here." After another 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Chen and Zhong Lai also arrived. As expected, both of them failed. However, the two of them were very open-minded. They had originally intended to broaden their horizons and did not hold much hope. The 4 of them gathered together and did not seem bored. They began to casually chat about some things. Mu Chen glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Before I came down, I took a look at Brother Murong's situation. He's very ambitious and wants to directly obtain the right to become a seeded participant. Until now, there has been no result." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "With his strength, it is a little difficult for him to compete for the seeded spot. However, it should not be difficult for him to qualify. Have you seen senior sister Yun? How is her situation?" "Hee, I'm here." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, melodious laughter rang out in everyone's ears. Yun Kasin wore a light-colored floral dress and walked over with a smile on her face. Based on the smile on Yun Kasin's face, it was very different from the others. Without even guessing, it was clear whether she qualified or not. "Did you pass?" Liu Suifeng and the others asked. Yun Kasin nodded gently and smiled, "I was lucky to qualify. 3 days later, I will be able to fight in the Wind Cloud Arena." Mu Chen and the others revealed envious expressions. However, they were all from their own sect, so there was no need to be jealous. They all cupped their hands and congratulated Yun Kasin. After chatting for a while, Liu Suifeng suddenly said, "Murong Chong lost." Everyone looked up and saw that the fight for the remaining 9 seeded participants had reached its most intense stage. The one who defeated Murong Chong was the scion of the Qian clan, one of the 8 noble clans, Qian Wen. Of course, it was not a true defeat. The fight for the seeded spot was not to the point where one side had to die. The Qian clan's trump cards and killing moves would not be revealed so early. They could only retreat in the face of difficulty. However, not long after, Murong Chong obtained the rights to another dragon pillar. It was as Xiao Chen said, he easily qualified for the arena battles. Resonant dragon roars resounded endlessly. Many golden dragons soared into the sky, filling the sky with golden light. For thousands of years, Dragon Sealing City had been dark. Today, it was dazzling everyone's eyes. As time slowly went by, the first stage of the 5-nation youth competition's preliminaries came to an end. After some intense competition, the 400 elite spots were finally decided. 3 days later, the arena battles would begin. Then, the exciting show of the 5-nation youth competition would officially begin. When the thick, dark clouds above retracted, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders finally arrived at the courtyard under Jiang Kai's lead. Xiao Chen and the others on the roof jumped down as well. Jiang Kai swept his gaze across the somewhat wretched courtyard. He sighed softly and said, "It has been hard on you all. Staying in this broken-down place is because our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined too much in the past few years." The courtyard was indeed very simple. Even if the group of 10-odd people split it evenly, each person would get a room. There was not even a private backyard. It would be very inconvenient to cultivate at night. Of course, this was the rule of Dragon Sealing City. It was not fair or unfair. If you were strong, you would naturally get a luxurious courtyard. The courtyards of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects, the rich and powerful families of the 5-nation youth competition, were much more spacious and luxurious. Not only did everyone get a small courtyard, but there were also special cultivation rooms left behind from the ancient era for the participants to make their final preparations. Murong Chong said sullenly, It will be fine after this 5-nation youth competition. The later generations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be like us again. Shen Manjun smiled and said, let's not talk about this first. There are many special cultivation places in Dragon Sealing City. Our sect will pay for your expenses there. Jiang Kai walked forward and gave each of the 3 people who had qualified to take the test a spatial ring. As for the others who had not, they all received a wooden box. Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense and was mildly astonished. There were quite a lot of medial-grade spirit stones in the spatial rings, a total of 400,000. With the 3 of them combined, there were more than 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. It looked like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had put in a lot of money for this 5-nation youth competition. Jiang Kai's expression did not show any signs of heartache. The fact that 3 people qualified for the next round had already greatly exceeded his expectations. In the entire continent, only 400 people qualified. It was not easy for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to get 3 spots. Even their old rival, the Misty Sword Sect, only got 2 spots. The Night Spirit Palace was even worse. Only Mu Chengxue barely qualified. As for the other noble clans of the Great Qin Nation, aside from the Juanmu King, none of them qualified. Jiang Kai smiled faintly and said, go and rest first. If you have time tomorrow, you can stroll around Dragon Sealing City. There are many interesting things in the city. High in the sky, thick clouds covered the entire Dragon Sealing City. As a result, night came very early. After 4 hours, the sky turned completely dark. Xiao Chen gently pushed open the door to his room and leaped up. Then, he flew towards the ring-shaped mountain range. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered many other cultivators with the same goal as him. The competition was about to start. Naturally, he had to organize the martial techniques he learned. He could not slack off. After finding a desolate mountain peak, Xiao Chen paused for a while in midair. Then, he quickly landed in a rather flat forest. The cold night wind blew, but Xiao Chen, who was wearing only a thin layer of clothing, did not feel too cold. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen calmed down completely. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and drew it. A surging saber intent immediately surged out and spread out in the forest. Countless whirlwinds blew, picking up large amounts of fallen leaves and making them hum. Xiao Chen's saber intent slowly rose. Soon, it reached the might of small perfection. Then, it continued to grow stronger. The 40% comprehended saber intent stretched the whirlwinds into a long straight line. The fallen leaves in the line spun rapidly like sharp blades, kicking up a cloud of dust. The leaves looked like they could not hold on any longer. They looked like they would explode at any moment. However, they did not explode in the end. This showed that Xiao Chen had perfect control over them. The 50% comprehended saber intent caused a strong wind to blow. Tiny cracks appeared on the fallen leaves. The 60% comprehended saber intent caused the leaves in the forest to explode. The ferocious saber intent turned into a saber wind and swept through the forest. Kaca. Kaca. The trees broke. When the saber wind was over, all the trees in the forest had been cut in half. If others saw this scene, they would be greatly astonished. Bai Chi's peak small perfection saber intent was already sufficient for him to stand out from the crowd. However, the saber intent that Xiao Chen displayed was 60% comprehended. He was just 1 step short of great perfection. However, Xiao Chen did not get too excited about the situation in the forest. He remained extremely calm. If he forcibly raised his saber intent, Xiao Chen would be able to raise it to 60% comprehended as well. That would be no weaker than Sima Lingxuan's. However, it would be very difficult for him to control it as he pleased. It looked like he was just 1 step short of being able to control it as he pleased, and his saber intent would reach great perfection. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xiao Chen said softly, "My saber intent can only be considered to have reached 40% comprehended. However, if I really meet Sima Lingxian, I can still go all out. There is no need to fear him." Sima Lingxian had heaven-defying self-confidence. Although he, Xiao Chen, was low-key, he did not show any signs of weakness. No matter how overwhelming your aura is or how confident you are, I do not fear you. I will defeat you. Xiao Chen slowly moved through the forest. He executed the martial techniques that he knew, the Wu Kuei saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, and the strongest four-season saber technique, one by one. A strong aura spread through the forest. Explosions resounded without end. By the time Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, the flat mountaintop was riddled with holes.